Chapter 1 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 1 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2 by Frances Milton Trollope. I am sadly afraid that even amongst the best of us there is a great deal of naughty feeling, even in cases where none of those powerful passions are concerned, which, while they make an essential part of the mystical sublimity of man, give him, as Goody Grout says of her grandchildren, more trouble than all his money. Even in cases where these meddling agents have nothing to do with the matter, we are very often very far from being amiable. This melancholy thought has been suggested by my innate consciousness of the condition of Miss Barbara Jenkins as I left her at the conclusion of the last chapter, in conjunction with another innate consciousness, which is that I shall find it impossible to describe her condition without laughing at her. Yet why, poor soul, should she be laughed at? Her misery was as real upon finding all her bright newborn hopes blighted by Miss Judith's intention of speedily setting off for Rome as those of the prettiest girl of 18 would be upon learning that her union with the object of her heart's fond love was impeded, delayed, and perhaps frustrated forever. Nay, if the case be quite fairly stated, the condition of Miss Barbara would be found much the more pitiable of the two. For the younger lady, however little disposed she might feel to suspend her laments while she confessed the fact, would be conscious, in spite of herself, and of all her deep sincerity of woe, that she was both young and pretty. And there is mitigation of suffering in such consciousness. Yet, nevertheless, the unkind would go on cruelly laughing at a lady in the condition of Miss Barbara Jenkins, while they heave tender sighs and assume looks benignly pitiful at hearing that some fair young creature in the hopeful morning of life has lost one of the host of adorers who are destined to feel the sweet influence of her attractions. But the race is not always to the strong, nor pity to the most pitiable. How Miss Barbara contrived so far to recover herself as to indicate to the rebellious Judith that the proper thing to be done at that moment was to go into the dining room and sit down to dinner, I know not. But somehow or other it was done. Moreover, Judith wiped away her tears and ate her dinner. Nay, even Miss Barbara ate her dinner too, so true is it that the ordinary business of life will go on, however slight the impulse may seem by which it is propelled, and though movements of almost convulsive violence shall be going on at the same time around us, much as a watch performs its daily task, even while tempest-tossed in the Bay of Biscay. The carriage of Mrs. Chilbert was punctual, and Judith was punctually ready to step into it. She had held but little commune with her Aunt Barbara in the interval. Both the ladies had declared themselves very sleepy after the late hours kept at the deanery, and retired early to bed, and Judith had passed the whole of the following morning in writing to her friend at Madras, skimming through the permitted pages of the Spectator, which did not appear to her ignorance to be as perfectly delicate as she expected, and making a sketch of her friend Susan, while in the act of examining and arranging the contents of her trunks. But she found time, nevertheless, to think a good deal of the Dean's lady, and, though scarcely daring to hope that she should be asked to go there often enough to make it much signify, she could not help recalling the manner in which she played, and the manner in which she talked, with a degree of gusto that made her engagement for the evening a matter of great and pleasurable importance. Poor dear Miss Barbara, meanwhile, dared scarcely confess to herself the gentle hope which nestled at the very bottom of her heart, that as she had heard of no whist party for that evening, there probably was none, and that, if so, it was not quite impossible, but that Dr. Audley might pay her a little friendly visit, and she was quite as well pleased as Judith herself when the punctual carriage was heard to stop at her door. For not for much would she have set off the silly child to the deanery with the news that she'd been left tete-a-tete with the senior prebend. Judith reached the deanery, as Mrs. Chilbert intended she should, about half an hour before Mr. Saunders and Miss Sophia, for the dean's dinner hour was a late one, and the coffee cup was still in his lady's hand when Judith entered the drawing-room. This half-hour was not an idle one, for before it was over the quick intelligence of Mrs. Chilbert had enabled her to ascertain one or two facts concerning which she felt considerable interest. First, she discovered that the mind of Judith was exceedingly like a sheet of blank paper as far as human learning is concerned, but that the quality and texture was of the finest. And then the presumptuous lady gave a scrutinizing glance at what she would have denominated the heart, but she might have said the soul more correctly, for not feelings and affections only, but tastes, propensities, faculties were all dived for with no common degree of skill, and the result was that the enthusiastic Mrs. Dean determined, to the very utmost extent of her power, to take upon herself the task of atoning to the young orphan for the horrible misfortune of being consigned to the charge and the tutelage of such an aunt as Miss Barbara Jenkins. Poor Judith, meanwhile, was utterly unconscious of the process to which she was being subjected, but she went through all her paces, poor little thing, as docilely as a well-tempered filly who trots round and round in a large circle or a small one, according to the will or whim of the groom that holds the rein. And all this might have lasted much longer without her having the remotest idea of what was going on, for it was very skillfully done, but that Mr. and Miss Saunders were ushered into the drawing-room and put a stop to it. This did not happen, however, till Judith's heart was in a glow of gratitude for all the kind interest that dear, charming Mrs. Chilbert seemed to take about her. Nor was she in the least mistaken in thinking so. Mrs. Chilbert did indeed feel a deep and a very kind interest in her, and had the zeal with which she wished to serve her been tempered with a little more common sense and worldly discretion, she would have been an invaluable friend. Upon first turning her eyes towards the slouching, ill-dressed figure of Mr. Saunders, Judith very nearly uttered the words, "Oh dear," loud enough to be heard. Indeed, they were heard by Mrs. Chilbert, but fortunately by no one else. And then Judith looked at his daughter and felt, if possible, still less pleased with her appearance than with that of her father. Yet Sophia Saunders was young and decidedly not ugly, and upon this occasion she really had bestowed some little pains in trying to make her abounding auburn hair look smooth. But the attempt had failed, or else the bonnet had undone all that the comb had done, for a more untidy-looking mass of bright young locks could not easily be seen. Her dress was of rumpled and by no means very clean blue muslin, and this drapery was confined round Miss Sophia's rather stout waist by a broad belt of crimson cotton velvet, and on her rather fair and rather fat hands were a pair of white silk gloves, in all respects considerably the worse for the wearing. It is rarely at Judith's age that any very decided taste for a particular style of dress has developed itself. But it was not so with her, for she had a sort of instinctive dislike for show and finery in apparel, which had evinced itself while she was still almost a child. And so far had this been permitted to influence the style of her garments, that Susan, after unpacking dress after dress of delicate white muslin, as well as several more recently made of black materials, concluded her examination and arrangement of them all by saying, "All very well, miss, very fine, beautiful muslin and silk indeed, but I don't see one single best frock amongst them all." It was probably in consequence of this peculiarity in the young lady's taste that the appearance of Miss Sophia Saunders was so decidedly unpleasing to her, But unconscious of this herself, she fancied that there must be something very singular in the appearance of the figure which struck her as being so preposterous, and she looked into the face of her new friend as if to ask her what she thought of it. "Never mind, Judith," said the sympathizing spirit in reply, but the words were so little germane to the matter of shaking hands with both father and daughter, in which Mrs. Dean was at that moment engaged, that they neither did or could suppose it was concerning them that they were uttered. So it was all very well, and the young stranger was introduced to the smiling minor canon and his daughter, and the business of the evening immediately began by Mrs. Chilbert saying, "This is a young lady, Mr. Saunders, of whose musical powers I know nothing whatever, except that she can play a polka in a style that ought to make the chairs and tables dance." "Dear me, how nice!" exclaimed Miss Sophie. "How I should like to dance to it." "I dare say you would, my dear, and who knows but you may," replied Mrs. Chilbert. "But if she is ever to help our dancing, we must try, you know, to help her in some other way. And I want you, Mr. Saunders, to assist me in making some experiments with her voice. I suspect that she has or will have a fine contralto, for when I asked her about it, she told me that her voice was horribly like a man's, and that she had often been half frightened at the sound of it herself when amusing herself by singing in the open air." "At any rate, I don't think she will frighten us," replied Mr. Saunders, looking at her lovely blushing face with a good-humoured smile. "Let us hear it. Have you been used to sing second, young lady?" "I have never been used to sing at all," replied Judith, laughing. "Why, you are not very old as yet, that is quite certain," replied Mr. Saunders. "But if Mrs. Dean has taken it into her head that you can sing, I would make a considerable bet that she's right, for she must have some reason for it." "But I do assure you she has no reason for it," replied Judith, again laughing, "for she never heard me even attempt to sing a single note." Mr. Saunders looked puzzled. He had never paid the least attention to the modern system of looking for the power of singing in the eyebrows, and he therefore turned from the one lady to the other with a very innocent look of mystification. But nothing could be further from Mrs. Chilbert's wish or intention than to pronounce a lecture on phrenology for the benefit of Mr. Saunders and his daughter Sophia, as she therefore only answered his appeal by shaking her head and saying, "Let us begin at once, Mr. Saunders. Let's try something, and then we shall find out what we can do." The result of the experiment proved most satisfactorily that the statements of both the ladies, contradictory as they appeared to be, were essentially correct. The very first intonation of Judith's voice made the musical minor canon start, and before she had reached the conclusion of the little passage which Mrs. Chilbert had pointed to as an experiment, it became as evident to her hearers as it decidedly was to herself that as an art she knew no more about singing than a woodlark. Nay, the quality of her voice, which was a deep-toned contralto, required time to bring it to its full perfection. Nevertheless, the experiment had produced the very reverse of disappointment. Mrs. Chilbert, indeed, was loudly triumphant, and Mr. Saunders exclaimed with a very extraordinary degree of energy for him, "Faith, madam, that's very remarkable." Mrs. Chilbert, as she sat at the instrument, drew down the head of Judith, who was standing beside her, to a level with her own, and very fervently kissed her cheek, but she addressed no word of compliment to her. Had she indeed uttered anything at that moment, it would probably have been a lamentation upon her having herself been permitted to exist so long in unconscious possession of a treasure, which in her estimation was precious beyond all price, and deep was the little vow she vowed, while bestowing this silent caress, that by some means or other she would contrive to obtain a master for her. She did not indeed, as Miss Barbara certainly would have done under similar circumstances, resolve to apply to the Lord Chancellor on the subject, but some of her thoughts were very nearly as magnanimous, for there was scarcely a musical professor in Europe sufficiently illustrious to escape the danger at that moment of being considered a fitting instructor for Judith. Nothing could be farther from her intention, however, than to waste the present precious opportunity of experimenting upon the fine new instrument which she had so fortunately found, and with a sort of intuitive adroitness that was very clever, she contrived to turn it to account by suggesting when and how a few notes from it might be thrown in with advantage. The brilliant rapidity, the inborn taste, the faultless ear displayed by Judith during this series of experiments delighted the Dean's lady to a degree that proved her perhaps to be as eccentric as she was sensitive. Nay, even Mr. Saunders ceased to look as if he were singing in his sleep. And there were moments during which the plump, unmeaning features of the lazy Sophia seemed to express something a little approaching to surprise, and not altogether devoid of pleasure. As to Judith herself, her sensations were certainly a little analogous to those which we may imagine Pygmalion's young lady to have experienced when first made conscious of her newly awakened powers. More than once she started at the sounds herself had made, and whether from gratified vanity, gratified taste, or simply from the pleasant feeling of being amused, she returned to her dismal little bedroom at midnight quite ready to acknowledge that she had never in the whole course of her life spent so happy an evening. This ends Chapter 1 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Chapter 2 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 2 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Alas, poor Barbara! How fared she the while? It would be too piteous a task to describe the weary hours of that dismal evening. People may talk of the blessings of hope, but assuredly the disappointment, which is often its offspring, does more harm than ever its parent did good. Certainly Miss Barbara had felt very happy, poor thing, as she stood before her toilet glass, after the departure of her young niece, and cunningly arranged her chestnut front so as to look perfectly natural as well as perfectly becoming. And certainly there was pleasure in tying under her chin the prettiest cap that her own clever fingers had ever fabricated, a cap of which Dr. Audley had himself said the first time he beheld it, "What a pretty cap you've got on, Miss Barbara." Certainly there was pleasure in this, and in the consciousness that there was very great probability, for her heart told her that there was very great probability, that he would come before many hours, nay, perhaps before many minutes had worn themselves away, and be once again seated beside her. But afterwards, as minute after minute, and hour after hour melted away, and no doctor came, was not her condition worse than if she had never felt any hope at all? But we must not follow her and her poor heart through all the black and white vicissitudes that were before her. The most favorable feature in her fate at this time was the necessity of being very busy. The invitations were sent out, and the ball was to be given, and as no event of this kind had occurred to her or her house for the last 20 years, that is to say, not since the marriage of Mrs. Maitland, for neither of the Jenkins ladies left at home after that event were addicted to dancing, it may easily be supposed that the fortnight which intervened between her sending out her invitations and the acceptance of them by all the beau monde of Westhampton and its neighbourhood could be devoted neither to love nor laziness. Well indeed did the worthy senior prebend redeem his promise of being useful to her, and that not only in the article of dancing gentleman, but in every other shape and way wherein it seemed to his bachelor notions that he could be serviceable. And sweet and soothing, though very perilous, was the necessity for constant intercourse which this brought with it. Not a day passed without a visit from Dr. Rawtley to inquire what had been done in this way or in that way for the advancement of the great business they had in hand. Upon one occasion it happened that he asked for the young Judith, saying, "Where is your niece, Miss Barbara? We must ask her opinion upon the important question of festoons or no festoons to be hung over the doors. If the festoons are voted, it is she that will have the making of them, for that is always the business of the young ladies. Do send for her, will you?" This request was so very natural that poor Miss Barbara's wits were neither bright enough nor quick enough to suggest any reason for not complying with it, and though great was her surprise, her pleasure was decidedly greater still when William returned from the embassy which was to summon Judith with the information that the young lady was not at home. The surprise occasioned by this announcement had such an effect on Miss Barbara that, almost unconsciously, and quite involuntarily, of course, she threw herself on the shoulder of Dr. Rawtley, exclaiming, "Oh, goodness, my dearest friend! Is it possible she can have eloped?" "Fiddle-dee-dee," replied the doctor merrily, giving his agitated friend a playful shaking, as with both his hands he placed her trembling form in an armchair. And then, standing before her with a roguish twinkle in his eye, he added, "Do you remember what I said to you about her after I had talked with her and looked at her for about 20 minutes? Do you remember?" Now the truth is that poor dear Miss Barbara's faculties were so much more occupied in dwelling upon the possible words that he had not said than on the actual words he had that, strange to say, precious as was every sound he uttered to her heart, she had not the very remotest idea of what he meant. To tell him this she felt to be impossible. It would be doing herself and her devoted feelings such cruel injustice. She therefore replied with a look that would have spoken volumes to anyone who would have given themselves the trouble to read it. "Remember? Do you think it possible I could forget?" "Why, no, my dear lady, I don't think it at all likely that you should, for by this time I think you must begin to suspect what I have got in my head, and to be aware that what I say is worth listening to and means something," he replied. "Means? Oh, tell me what it means," she cried in a burst of uncontrollable emotion. "Say, speak!" The unsuspicious prebend began very seriously to suspect that the agreeable and very profitable charge which had been entrusted to his old friend had produced too severe an infraction of the tranquil course of her ordinary existence for her to bear it with any tolerable degree of fortitude and composure, and instead of replying to her passionate-sounding appeal for information as to what his former instructions had meant, he stood looking very kindly in her upturned face for a minute or two, and balancing very conscientiously the pros and cons as to her keeping the naughty runaway with her, or sending her off to her stronger-minded sister in London. And in the manner in which he now looked at it, the question was really not without difficulty. On the one hand was a limited and rather straitened income rendered affluent and easy, with no worse penalty enacted in return than the giving a home to a beautiful young girl, as nearly related to her as it was possible she could be without being her own child, and with no fault or defect of any kind that he could hear of or discover, save the bright, intelligent, and perhaps too independent spirit which sparkled in her beautiful eyes. But on the other hand, here was his worthy old friend, Miss Barbara, looking as if she were already half distracted and in great danger of altogether losing her wits from her nervous terrors, lest the proper management of the young lady might prove a task too difficult for her to perform. To a good-hearted man like Dr. Rothley, this was really painful. He plainly perceived that she was in no condition to be reasoned with at that moment, for her hands were clasped as if convulsively, and her eyes, which were riveted upon his face, had an expression that struck him as being exceedingly wild and alarming. "This will never do," thought he. "We shall have her in a madhouse before we know where we are. She had better give it up at once, and yet I hardly know how to tell her so either, for it will be a monstrous pity for her to lose it." All this was breathed in mental soliloquy, and while it was passing through his brain, he too, poor man, kept his innocent eyes rather more widely opened than ordinary, fixed upon her in return. Could he have guessed, however, the effect he was producing, it is highly probable, stout-hearted man though he was, that the senior prebend would have taken to his heels and ran out of the room at once. Yet no owl that ever sat winking from the top of an ivy-clad tower at the moon was less conscious of emitting fire and flame than was Dr. Rothley at that moment. But it mattered not what he thought or what he felt, poor gentleman. The result was that Miss Barbara Jenkins rose from her chair and once more deposited her head upon his shoulder. In most of the occurrences of human life, it must be advantageous that the persons concerned in them should know a little of the real nature of what is going on. But it was far otherwise in the present instance. Had Dr. Rothley been at all aware of what was going on in the heart and soul of Miss Barbara Jenkins when she thus laid her head upon his shoulder, it would have been nearly, if not altogether, impossible for him to have conducted himself in a manner so every way safe and desirable as he now did. "Now do sit down, there's a dear soul, and make yourself happy and comfortable," said he, very kindly, but at the same time very resolutely replacing her in the armchair. "We shall never get on, you know, never really settle anything, if you let every little trifle overpower you in this way. At our age, Miss Barbara, we ought to know better. We ought indeed. You may be very sure that everything will come right at last. Trust me for that. I won't lead you wrong in any way. You may depend upon it." "Lead me wrong?" cried Miss Barbara, almost with a shriek. "Lead me wrong? Oh, Dr. Rothley! Can you suppose for a single instant I suspected it? Oh, Dr. Rothley, you little know with what perfect, with what entire confidence I trust you." "Very well, then. That's all quite right, my dear soul. Don't worry yourself any more about anything." And having said this, he turned towards the fire, and according to custom took up the poker and began arranging it to his mind, deciding as he did so that the best plan would be to let things go on as they were a little longer, at any rate till the ball was over. And then, if his poor old friend still continued to bother herself so terribly, it would be time enough to look about and perhaps find the best and quietest way of making the young heiress change her quarters. Having come to this determination, and set the poker in its proper place, he suddenly turned round and said, "Now then, I shall wish you good morning. We must settle about the festoons another time. Don't agitate yourself about anything. I will take care of you." Either the suddenness of his movement or the unexpected tenor of his words caused Miss Barbara to start, or more properly speaking, to jump up vehemently. So much so, indeed, that she did not recover her seat without running some risk of missing it. She stretched out her hand. It was for the purpose of impeding his departure, but he thought it was to preserve her equilibrium, and he kindly stretched out his own to meet it. This action was sadly misunderstood. "Oh, do not, she murmured in a voice of intense agitation. "Oh, but I must," said he. "Upon my word, it is time, and more than time, Miss Barbara. We waste too much time, I am afraid, upon our little frivolities, and that's not the way to do business. I have 1,000 things to do." "I will waste no more," she said. "Oh, Dr. Audley, tell me at once. Only tell me how. Only tell me all you were thinking of." "Now you're going to ask me something about the supper," said he. "I know you are. And that's not fair. It's not using me well just at this moment, for I've told you already that I'm angry because you will not make up your own mind. I have hinted that to you again and again, Miss Barbara. You know I have." "But I have made up my mind, Dr. Audley," she passionately exclaimed. It was, however, too late. Dr. Audley, notwithstanding his weighing rather more than 13 stone, could still move very actively when he wished to do so, and it was very evident that he wished to do so now, for the study door was closed behind him before her beating heart had realized the melancholy fact that he was gone. Is it not cruel, then, to refuse pity to such a situation as hers? She had believed herself for one ecstatic moment to be in the very act of listening to an offer of marriage from the senior prebend of Westhampton. But oh, the heavy change! Now he's gone. Is it not cruelty to refuse pity to such a situation as hers? Yet no one who reads this narrative will pity her. Had she been 18 when the disappointment would not have signified a farthing, everybody might have pitied her. This is very unfair, very unjust, very unfeeling. But I know no cure for it. This ends Chapter 2 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 3 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 3 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Judith, meanwhile, had taken the liberty of going to the deanery with no leave asked from anyone. She was, in fact, beginning to give very decided proofs that Dr. Audley was right in the quick estimate he had formed of her, and that she was very likely in doubtful matters, notwithstanding her loving temper, to follow her own vagaries. Till now she had always deemed it necessary to preface her daily visit there by asking Miss Barbara if she would please to let William take her to Mrs. Chilbert. And this daily permission was daily granted, very willingly, because the dean's lady had assured Judith's anxious aunt that it was for the purpose of teaching her to sing that these daily visits were required. And as male masters of all kind were the bête noire of Miss Barbara's imagination, it may easily be imagined that the having a dean's lady to perform the perilous function instead of a singing master was a prodigious relief to her mind. As to Mrs. Chilbert's manner of teaching, it is probable that professors in general might not have altogether approved of it, but yet it somehow or other appeared to be wonderfully successful, and so satisfactory was the result, both in her own judgment and in that of the musical minor canon, that the necessity of calling in the first singing master in Europe was altogether lost sight of and forgotten. The education of Judith was indeed during this time going on very rapidly in many ways. That which she had received from the governess who had been engaged for her at Madras was good, or at any rate respectable, from the correctness with which the rudiments of all the ordinary branches of female education had been taught her. But it went no farther than this. The ground had been prepared, and there were very few weeds in it. but the seed was yet to be sown for everything approaching the higher class of intellectual development. The capacity of Judith was decidedly of a very superior order, and it was the perceiving this, and perceiving also how very little had yet been done to assist it, which made her an object of such deep interest to Mrs. Chilbert. Nor would it have been easy to find anyone better calculated to be to Judith exactly all she wanted than was this eccentric but highly accomplished woman. Never could Mrs. Chilbert have supplied any deficiencies in the rudiments of ordinary instruction. It might be doubted if her own children, fondly as she loved them, would ever have learned to read had the teaching them been left to her. But for the cultivation of taste, for the excitement of every intellectual faculty, and for teaching the charm that is to be found in the exercise of all and every of them, she was admirable. Nothing could be much more delightful than the long mornings they thus passed together, and nothing could be more evident than that no hour so passed was without as much improvement as pleasure. No little rosebud suddenly exposed to the gentle warmth of the morning sun in the sweet month of June ever opened its sensitive leaves more brightly, more rapidly to the pleasant influence than did the heart of Judith Maitland now open to the sunny warmth of Mrs. Chilbert's affectionate teaching. She had believed herself to be still a child. She now felt that she was already a woman. She had been conscious of ignorance, and on some points almost doubted her own ability to acquire as much information as she believed to be the usual average of well-educated people. But Mrs. Chilbert seemed, as she said, to open a royal road for her in all directions, and in all directions did she seem as able as she was willing to follow it. During this time, the only drawback to Judith's happiness was the almost intolerable weight of dullness which fell upon her spirits upon returning to her home. And in truth, there was no need of the violent contrast which the conversation of Mrs. Chilbert offered in order to make her feel this. For Miss Barbara, who was, and had ever been at every period of her life, dull enough to have wearied most people, was in her present frame of mind not only dull, but moody. Those most unfortunate words, "By this time you must suspect what I have got in my head," by which the worthy senior prebend meant to recall to her his own clever observation respecting her valuable young ward's propensity to wilfulness of temper, had by her been interpreted to mean a solemn but at the same time a very delicate allusion to his intended proposal of his hand in marriage. And never for 5 minutes together were these remarkable words out of her head. She fully believed that the postponement of his plain and complete proposal had been occasioned by the vehemence of agitation which she had betrayed, and the irritation produced both by the delay of her hopes and the persuasion that she had herself to blame for it acted upon her temper in the most painful manner imaginable. If poor Judith asked her a question, or made an observation in order to avoid the awkwardness of continued silence, the only reply she received was a sort of grunt, and when to avoid this the unlucky girl at length determined not to speak at all, Miss Barbara spitefully asked her if she were as silent at the deanery as she was at home. Never, in short, did the tender passion display itself in so grim a form, and had it not been for her mornings with Mrs. Chilbert, Judith would certainly have availed herself immediately of the privilege which had been granted her, of removing from the house of one guardian on to that of the other. But to leave Mrs. Chilbert, to give up her delicious music lessons, her newborn love of Milton, she could not bear to think of it. And yet it often happened that when she retired to her comfortless little room at night, she passed the last hour of the day in tears because her home was so very miserable. It was after an evening spent in this deplorable manner Then Mrs. Chilbert, on the arrival of Judith on the following morning, perceived that she looked pale and out of spirits, and a few questions produced an avowal that she did not at all like living with her Aunt Barbara, and that nothing but the delight she felt in the dear mornings passed at the deanery prevented her immediately leaving her. This led to a more full explanation of Judith's little history than Mrs. Chilbert had, as yet, received from anyone. And very deeply interested was she in every word of it. To be young, lovely, and intelligent does not in general move the heart to pity, and when the pleasant accident of wealth is added to these good gifts, the fair owner is usually considered to be an object of envy. Nevertheless, Mrs. Chilbert felt that she pitied Judith heartily. Yes, heartily. In both her likings and dislikings, Mrs. Chilbert was apt to be rather vehement, and Judith had seized upon her affections with more than an ordinary power of attraction. Her beauty, her unsunned simplicity, her youthful freshness of feeling, and beyond all else the remarkable degree of talent which she had not only had the pleasure of discovering, but of developing, all contributed to render her one of the most interesting beings she had ever met, and the attachment between them might very truly be said to have been equal on both sides. But Mrs. Chilbert's dislike to Judith's Aunt Barbara was very nearly equal in vehemence to her liking for Judith's self, and great was her indignation when, by degrees, all the discomforts of the poor girl's home were made known to her. She remembered that Miss Elfrida, though not without some few absurdities, was considerably less repulsive than her older sister. And after a long discussion, in which the pain of losing each other was cordially and most sincerely expressed on both sides, Mrs. Chilbert advised her young friend to do nothing hastily, but at the same time to console herself by remembering that change was in her power, if at length she were driven to think it best to have recourse to it. And at the same time she took care to make her understand that she never suffered a year to pass without paying a visit to the Marchdales, who resided in London. "And delightful as our mornings have been here, my dearest Judith," said Mrs. Chilbert, "we might look forward with delight to some evenings passed in town, at the opera, for instance, which if we can contrive to enjoy together, may atone to us for the loss of a few mornings here." Judith seized upon this suggestion with all the sanguine eagerness of her age. "An opera with you," she exclaimed, "an Italian opera, and you by my side to help me enjoy it. I shall endure sour looks, grunting replies, and short allowance of toilet water all the better for this idea. And then, you know, there's a vast deal of courage to be found in the mere fact that things need not last forever." "Yes, Judith, there is true philosophy in converting that thought into a pillow. But tell me, dearest, in what part of London does your Aunt Elfrida live? Mercy on us, what a name it is, isn't it? But what is there in a name? Nothing. So we will not mind that. But whereabouts does she live, Judith?" "Green Street, Grosvenor Square," was the reply. "Very well, things might be worse than that. Has she a house of her own, or is she in lodgings?" said Mrs. Dean. "In lodgings," returned Judith. "Well, never mind, dear. In fact, it does not really signify a farthing. If she has a drawing-room apartment and a tolerably decent manservant to open the door, it really is of no consequence. Remember, I am only thinking of the Marchdales. As far as I am concerned, you will readily believe it would make no difference." Judith took the hand that was stretched out to her and kissed it. "Besides, my aunt visits Mrs. Marchdale," said she. "Bravo! Then I may drive to your door 3 times a day if I like," returned Mrs. Chilbert. This ends Chapter 3 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 4 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 4 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Nothing, perhaps, could more clearly show the ill-at-ease condition of Judith at this time than the indifference she felt about her Aunt Barbara's ball. This fete, which was avowedly given on her account and which occupied more or less the whole town, while every head, every heart, and every hand in the mansion, which was now her only home, was as completely occupied upon it as if their very existence hung on its success. This ball was to her, poor child, a matter of complete indifference. How could she care for it, she asked her friend. How could she care for anything at Aunt Barbara's? Every morning, between 10 and 11 o'clock, Judith might be seen walking forth alone in very triumphant independence towards the deanery. It was by no means Miss Barbara's fault, however, that she was thus unattended, for the man William had been offered, and the maid Susan had been offered, notwithstanding the enormous press of business which bore heavily upon every department of the household. But it was the young lady's will and pleasure to go alone, and as Dr. Ortley had at least succeeded in making Miss Barbara understand that her niece ought on all possible occasions to be indulged in following her own innocent little whims, she went alone. Luckily for the motherless girl, the space between this home of hers and the deanery might be very safely traversed at any hour of the day or night, but if the pavement had been full of pitfalls and every lamp-post a Lovelace, the heiress would still have been permitted under such authority to have her own way. From a little before 11, therefore, till a few minutes before Miss Barbara's dinner hour, Mrs. Chilbert and Judith remained together, sometimes performing duets, sometimes reading and commenting, sometimes talking eagerly and amusingly enough of all things in heaven and earth. And then it was the delight of Mrs. Dean to elicit all Judith's crude young opinions, which, to do her justice, always displayed as much purity of heart and natural refinement of feeling as ignorance of all the higher objects of human ambition, as well as of the noblest labors of human intelligence. And greatly and most advantageously was her own intellect developed by these delightful gossipings. It may not have unfrequently happened, perhaps, that a whole year of very studious education may have failed to produce so much decided effect upon character and pursuits as were produced by these hours on Judith. Altogether, therefore, it can scarcely be considered very extraordinary that Judith did not take any very active interest in the preparations for Miss Barbara's ball. But she was very fond of dancing, and when the hour and the fiddler came, she felt almost as well disposed to enjoy herself as Miss Sophia Saunders herself. The preparations for the ball, however, went merrily on without any help from Judith, and a very good ball it was when it came, for in truth Dr. Ortley was a very observing old bachelor, and knew perfectly well what constituted a good ball and what constituted a bad one. To anything like a deficiency in the article of light he had a most especial objection, and therefore had borrowed sconces and lamps and candlesticks in all directions, and moreover his own man had assisted William in trimming and hanging and nailing them in every available position, the consequence of which was that the rooms were exceedingly well lighted. Miss Barbara herself had some very pretty notions about supper, and every talent of the kind had been cherished and warmed into activity by the judicious little hints and well-timed compliments of the senior prebend, who, having once made up his mind to take an active part in the business, was determined it should not fail from any remissness of his. Little did he guess, poor gentleman, that while thus actively engaged in promoting, as he thought, the amusement and, as he conceived it, the rational and reasonable enjoyment of the society of Westhampton, Little did he guess, I say, that upon one of its members he was bringing so heavy a load of disappointment as must have turned her sable locks to grey, had not that process been long ago performed by what is called the ruthless hand of time. But alas, the touch of time is very gentle when compared to that of love. And yet there would be great injustice were I to throw any blame on Dr. Audley in the business, for never was mischief done more innocently. Little did he guess, good man, that when he winked and nodded as he recommended a rather generous supply of wine, he should be suspected of alluding to the contents of his own notoriously well-stocked cellar, as much as to say, "It won't signify, you know, if you do exhaust your stock a little upon this occasion." As little could he imagine that when in a hurried moment he seized her arm and grasped it firmly because he thought that she was running off with a blundering order to her cook upon some point that he had not fully explained, little could he imagine that she mistook this rather impatient movement for a paroxysm of tender passion. Yet so it was, and very truly sorry would he have been, worthy gentleman, could he have had any notion of the mischief he was doing. As it was, however, he persevered in the task he had so good-humouredly set himself with unabating ardour to the very end, and if instead of being an old bachelor he'd been a young belle, he could scarcely have bestowed more thought upon it. The only point of importance that he did not himself inquire into and personally superintend was the arrangements for the music, for Miss Barbara, having had the good sense to consult the Dean's lady on that subject, had been put in the way of obtaining the very best that Westhampton afforded, so that on the whole the ball was universally pronounced to be a very good ball indeed. But whether Miss Barbara would have had courage and energy and liberality to have gone through the whole thing in the style she did, merely in the hope of pleasing Miss Judith, who was evidently a vast deal too much occupied to care very much about it, may be greatly doubted. It is true that during the whole of that long fortnight's preparations, Dr. Audley had never found what appeared to him a fitting occasion to make the proposal which he still felt so well assured was hovering on his lips. But night after night, as she laid her very much tired body upon the bed, she soothed herself into the sweetest of all possible sleeps by remembering all he had done to assist her during the day. Could any man have done all this or exhibited the interest which he had done throughout the whole affair if he had not been inspired by feelings in the most perfect sympathy with her own? No. It was therefore as clear as the sun at noonday that he intended, as soon as the ball was over and tranquillity restored, to... And then the labours of the day overpowered her, and she sunk to sleep in the very happiest state of mind imaginable. And really, on the night of the ball, Dr. Audley did and said a great many things which might very easily have been interpreted into feeling a more than common interest in all that was going on. And he certainly did feel more than a common interest. He felt, good man, that in reality the ball was as much his ball as Miss Barbara's, for that most assuredly without him it never would have taken place at all. And even if it had, what on earth would she have done without him in the one article of dancing gentlemen, for instance? There was not a dancing young lady in the town who knew better than the senior prebend that without dancing gentlemen, and enough of them, a ballroom is 10,000 times more dismal than a desert. And how many dancing gentlemen did Miss Barbara know? Know, that is to say, well enough to write and invite them, perhaps from a considerable distance? 3? Not more than 3, certainly, and scarcely so many, strictly speaking, and propriety being strictly attended to. What then would have become of her ball if Dr. Audley had not exerted himself? But he did exert himself, and with the most brilliant success, as the following statement will show. It happened, for pheasant shooting was then at its zenith, that several of the neighbouring mansions had staying guests precisely of the species of which Dr. Audley was in search, and so ably did he manage that there was not one of them worth having whom he did not contrive to secure. By far the most distinguished individual of the set, however, was a certain Frederick Dorking, the only son of a gentleman of large landed property in a neighbouring county, and himself already the possessor of an income of some thousands a year as the heir of a maternal uncle. Mr. Frederick Dorking was moreover extremely handsome, and reckoned by competent judges to be decidedly the best native waltzer in the three kingdoms. In short, Mr. Frederick Dorking might and must have been considered as a personage of importance in ballrooms of vastly superior pretensions to that of Miss Barbara Jenkins, and yet, thanks to Dr. Audley, there he was. That he was handsome and danced well was speedily evident to all who had eyes. That he was wealthy, well-born, and as yet unappropriated were facts which became equally well known before he had been a quarter of an hour in the room. Mrs. Chilbert's glass had scanned him from head to foot in a few seconds, and it immediately became evident to her that he was the only man fit to dance with Judith in the room. She had already heard, too, of his good blood and his good income. But had he been a very poor gentleman instead of a very rich one, the Dean's lady would have come to the same decision, for she was one of the last women in the world to convert a ballroom into a market, and in looking about for partners for her pet, had no more thought of finding a husband for her than a father confessor. But not the less for that had she decided that Mr. Frederick Dorking should dance the next waltz with Miss Maitland. She was well acquainted with the family with whom the young man was staying, and dispatched an embassy to its chef to request he would come to her. The summons was readily obeyed when the following conversation ensued. "How do you do, Mr. Clayton? I have not seen any of you for an age. Why did you not come to me last Wednesday? Mrs. Clayton sent me a killing no, but without a word of reason for it." "I will tell you the reason now," replied the gentleman. "We had 3 or 4 people staying with us, and we know the deanery hospitality too well to mention such a fact, as we were certain by old experience that the doing so would be followed by an invitation to the whole party, which we should neither have liked to refuse nor accept." "And why not accept?" said Mrs. Chilbert. "We were too many," replied Mr. Clayton. "Was that poor chevalier yonder who came with you this evening one of your guests?" said she. "Yes, he was with us then," he replied. "Then you stand convicted of an act of very direful cruelty," said she. "I put dancing on the card on purpose to make Mrs. Clayton comprehend that all waltzers would be welcome, and yet you had the heart to keep such a man as that away from me." "I will keep him away from you no longer," returned Mr. Clayton laughingly. "But he has forestalled you, for he has just asked me who you were, and said he should like to know you." "Which proves him to be as discerning as he is handsome," said she. "Lose no more time, I beseech you. But Mr. Clayton," she added, rising and following him for a step or two, "remember that he ought to be presented to Miss Maitland also. She was not near her aunt when you came in, and he therefore lost his chance of being introduced then. That is Miss Maitland, whom you saw sitting next to me." "It shall be atoned for now," he replied, adding with a smile, "It is only so, I think, that anyone can be introduced to her, for she seems to make a part of yourself." "I wish she did," replied the enthusiastic Mrs. Chilbert warmly. "I should like myself in that case a vast deal better than I ever did before." Mr. Clayton looked as if he were about to say something civil, but he probably thought he had better not, and walked off. No time was lost, however, before he returned again, bringing with him the Mr. Frederick Dorking, upon whom a vast majority of the female eyes in Miss Barbara's drawing-room were at that moment turned. His introduction to Mrs. Chilbert and her fair friend immediately followed, and the young man then gave very satisfactory proof that he knew how to behave himself by almost immediately withdrawing his eyes, though not without some little reluctance, from the blooming face of Judith, and saying, as he fixed them on that of her elegant companion, "Do you dance, Mrs. Chilbert?" "Never," was her reply, uttered with an air that, though perfectly conclusive, was by no means uncivil. "And you, Miss Maitland, may I hope for the honour of a waltz with you?" "I shall be very happy," replied Judith, with as much condescension as could reasonably be expected. The waltz soon followed, and then the promenade up and down the room, and then a little ballroom talk by the side of Mrs. Chilbert, in which that lady joined with great animation, and which therefore became considerably less fad and less flat than ballroom conversations usually are. Mr. Frederick Dorking was decidedly a very handsome and a very gentlemanlike young man. He had passed with credit through Eton and Christchurch, had twice quitted his native country for a year each time, the first having been devoted to the south, the last to the north of Europe. Paris and its unrivaled attractions having been permitted to occupy 3 months out of the 12 on both occasions. It would be almost impossible for any man not absolutely a booby to have done all this before he had completed his 27th year, and done it well, too, with all the advantages of excellent introductions and a very liberal allowance, without profiting greatly, not only in personal demeanour, but in the development of general intelligence. And as Frederick Dorking was far from being a booby, he had profited greatly, and was in consequence not only handsome and gentlemanlike, but very agreeable. He was familiarly acquainted with all the themes which furnished the staple of conversation among well-educated ladies and gentlemen, and he was as little likely as any man living to blunder as to names, or to make any of those desperately confused statements into which chatty, communicative travellers are apt to plunge when they've seen a great deal in a short time. No, the handsome, elegant Frederick Dorking was neither a booby nor a blunderer. He had been reared and educated as an English gentleman of large fortune ought to be reared and educated, and the result was, as might reasonably be expected, that he could enter into the very highest society in every part of Europe with the certainty of being welcomed as properly belonging to it. When, in addition to this, it is remembered that he was preeminently handsome, and moreover that he was as free from vice as it was well possible for any man to be to whom all severity of control was perfectly unknown, it may easily be believed that his presence was everywhere hailed in a manner to make the act of presenting him a pleasure to his friends. Frederick Dorking was by no means particularly disposed to give himself airs. It's not among people so happily distinguished as he was in all ways that we are most likely to find this very paltry propensity. But nevertheless I cannot deny that, as he looked round upon the party which filled Miss Barbara Jenkins' drawing-room, he missed the air of metropolitan finish, without which those who are greatly accustomed to it are apt to fancy that all the prettiness that is before them is less pretty than it really is. It was during the survey which led to this conclusion that his eye had rested upon Mrs. Chilbert, and that he had asked Mr. Clayton who she was. It was her air of very quiet but very decided bon ton which had drawn his attention, and not the beauty of her young companion. For of this he was really not aware till he approached her, for a fan was in her hand by which her face was almost entirely concealed, and she was talking to Mrs. Chilbert behind it. Neither was her costume such as was likely to attract his attention, for she remained faithful to her black crepe frock, in spite of all that her Aunt Barbara and Susan could say to the contrary. It was in vain that Miss Barbara told her that it would be a great deal better if she would try to look a little more like other people. The looking like other people was by no means at that time the object of Miss Judith's ambition. Moreover, she had consulted Mrs. Chilbert, who certainly might have persuaded her to dress herself in an Indian blanket if she had wished it. And Mrs. Chilbert, remembering the effect produced upon herself by the sable robe and the cream-colored complexion, instantly settled the business by saying, "Dress yourself, dearest, precisely as you did the first evening I saw you. It may not matter much, for I doubt if there will be any eyes worthy of seeing you as I saw you then. Wear the crepe frock, nevertheless, sweet love, pour l'amour de moi." But the crepe frock, though it certainly formed rather a picturesque drapery, had nothing in it calculated to produce a great effect when seen across the room, especially when the fair wearer of it was so nearly invisible. But there was too much in common as to matters of taste between Mrs. Chilbert and Mr. Dorking to render it at all probable that she should be disappointed in the effect that Judith and her dress together would produce on the aristocratic-looking young man as soon as he got within sight of them. From that moment the interest of the ball to Mrs. Chilbert became so great that she utterly forgot she was in the house of the person whom she had ever considered as the most stupid old lady in the world, and that the company in general could not fairly be described by any epithet more flattering than humdrum. No sooner had Mr. Dorking let his partner off, with that air of assiduous attention which so explicitly avows admiration, than Mrs. Chilbert, making Mr. Clayton the friendly sign to sit down by her, very skillfully extracted from him all the particulars respecting Mr. Dorking's highly favored station in society, which have been given above. And having listened to and carefully noted all these, she gave him for his pains as full and particular an account of Judith, slightly but distinctly stating the fact that she was a ward of Chancery with a large fortune, alluding, if possible more slightly still, to her own belief that her gallant father, Colonel Maitland, was one of the fine old Blankshire Maitland race, and then indulging herself by sketching the most enchanting union of heart and head, body and soul, faculties and qualities that ever met together in a human being, and concluding with assuring him that all she could say must be in vain, as it was beyond the power of any human eloquence to find words that could do justice to Judith Maitland. "She's certainly very lovely," replied Mr. Clayton. "Lovely? You call her lovely now? Oh, Mr. Clayton, if you could but see her as I have seen her! I will not talk of the expression of her angelic countenance as she sings. It is better described by calling it inspiration. She is a muse, a grace. No. She's rather the essence, the essential essence of all the muses and all the graces in her own sweet self. Never did I behold such a creature before. You must forgive my enthusiasm, but the having met her is an epoch in my existence, and at present I can neither speak nor think of anything else." "Nay, my dear Mrs. Chilbert, do not apologize for your enthusiasm. It's delightful to listen to you," said Mr. Clayton. "But you positively alarm me for the fate of poor Frederick Dorking. I know not what will become of him if he loves and loves in vain. He's exactly the sort of man to appreciate all the graces and talents you've been describing to me, but is at the same time so terribly fastidious that he's never yet been able to fancy any woman good enough for him. Then I think the chances are greatly in favor of his now being punished as he deserves, for, entre nous, I would by no means advise him to fall in love with Judith Maitland. Let him be as fastidious as he will, I strongly suspect that my lovely little heiress will prove more so still. So you had better give him a friendly hint, I think, to enjoy his waltz tonight, but to see as little of his partner afterwards as may be. He's really a very fine-looking young man, and it would be a pity to see him wear the willow." "Do you mean that the young lady's already engaged?" said Mr. Clayton, laughing. "Oh dear, no. She's very young," replied Mrs. Chilbert. "But I'm quite in earnest when I say that I don't think it would be possible for any man to see her often without being captivated. Very likely, returned Mr. Clayton, whose eyes were at that moment fixed upon Judith, as she passed close before them with very Camilla-like lightness of movement, displayed to the greatest possible advantage by the assistance of her accomplished partner. Very likely, he repeated, with his eyes still fixed upon her. But for all that, I see no reason why my friend Frederick Dawkins should despair. It's quite new to me to hear him spoken of as being in danger of rejection. The gossip respecting him has, I assure you, gone quite the other way. And now I will repeat your very likely, said Mrs. Chilbert. I really do think it very likely that young ladies' hearts may have fallen round him as fast as leaves in October. But the heart of my pretty Judith will not increase the number. And then, having said to Mr. Clayton pretty well all she wanted to say to him, she got up, took a deliberate survey of the whole room and everybody in it through her glass, and then said, If you will kindly give me your arm, Mr. Clayton, I will venture to make my way across the room to that vacant place by Mrs. Sutherland. She said something to me as I came in which I could not answer, because Miss Maitland was speaking to me at the same moment. This ends Chapter 4 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2 by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 5 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 5 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2 by Frances Milton Trollope. I have not done Mrs. Chilbert justice if I have so related facts as to convey the impression that she was a match-making lady who took pleasure, even in the present early period of her existence, in exercising her skill in that line, as if to improve herself by a little practical experience before her own daughters required her assistance. Mrs. Chilbert was no matchmaker. She never in her life felt the slightest propensity towards such an avocation, and though her conduct on the present occasion might fairly enough be considered as evincing an inclination to make an experiment of the kind, the feelings and motives which actuated her were special and had nothing to do with her general character and conduct. Every iota of the extravagant admiration expressed by Mrs. Chilbert for Judith was genuine. Whether addressed to the young girl herself or to any other person, it mattered not. She uttered no word that her heart or her fancy did not fully confirm, and she only felt herself at a loss to find words sufficiently strong to express her feelings concerning her. Though Mrs. Chilbert had married a gentleman who was very soon afterwards made a dean, she'd married very young, and though highly educated and highly intellectual too, she knew neither more nor less of human nature than any other young lady of 18. Moreover, she had the great disadvantage of feeling conscious that she was herself a vast deal more clever, more instructed, more intellectual than any other young lady that she knew. Had she remained a year or two longer unmarried, she would have had a fair chance of knowing better, for her own connections were people who lived a good deal in the world. But the society of Westhampton, though in point of well-ordered sobriety of demeanor perfectly deserving of all the fine things Miss Barbara Jenkins said of it, was exactly of the quality and character most calculated to confirm the Dean's lady in all her notions concerning the low average of human capacity. She really loved her husband, however, and he really deserved to be loved. But he too, like the great majority of his reverend brethren, was too well content to live in decencies forever to be of any use in correcting her estimate. Not once, therefore, had it ever happened to her in the whole course of her life to meet with anything bright, enthusiastic, and imaginative enough to satisfy her longing for what she sincerely believed to be the highest order of intellect. But in Judith Maitland she had found it all, and so much that was attractive and endearing besides in her loving temper, her graceful prettiness, her splendid voice, not to mention her brilliant finger on the pianoforte, that her affection and admiration immediately exceeded all reasonable bounds, and she felt as if the first duty of her life at the present moment was to cherish her, watch over her, and promote her happiness in every possible way. It pained her maternal heart to think that so sweet a creature should be motherless, and the idea that this sensitive young creature should be so utterly alone, as she certainly was in the new world to which she'd been sent, was positively dreadful to her. This pitying feeling was doubtless rendered doubly acute by one peculiar weakness in Mrs. Chilbert's character. The horror of being bored, I know no other word to express this too common social annoyance, overstepped all reasonable bounds. Doubtless it is lawful and perfectly natural that everybody should dislike the feeling of being bored, but in Mrs. Chilbert this feeling amounted to very positive agony. She would escape from it and then weep from remembering what she had endured. This was great folly, great weakness, and it would be difficult to find any reasonable excuse for it, but so it was, and as it happened, the consequences of this folly and weakness became very advantageous to Judith Maitland. Unfortunately for the Dean's lady, there were a good many others among the individuals who formed the Society of Westhampton who might also justly be classed under the generic appellation of bores, some dwelling in the close, some out of it. But among them all there was not one who irritated her sensitive nerves so painfully as Miss Barbara Jenkins. One reason for this was that Miss Barbara unquestionably enjoyed a sufficient degree of popularity to bring her into all, or very nearly all, the evening parties given in the town, and the annoyance was, therefore, so often repeated as to become a very serious nuisance. Moreover, Miss Barbara's principles led her, good lady, to take every possible opportunity of proving her devotion to Mrs. Dean, and this, of course, was done by never missing an opportunity of addressing and making long and very complimentary speeches to her, all compounded of reverence for herself and the church. Had Miss Barbara herself presented her niece to Mrs. Chilbert, it's likely enough that she would have fixed her uncivil eyes here, there, and everywhere, rather than have looked at her. But Dr. Rawtley was in some degree a favourite, and to please him she not only looked at the young stranger, but spoke kindly to her. This was quite enough for both parties, and all that followed was inevitable. But amidst the variety of feelings inspired by Judith, that of tender pity for being an inmate of Miss Barbara Jenkins's was perhaps the deepest. The idea haunted her, and though she had too much good taste and right feeling to talk to Judith of the personal detestability of her aunt, she did not scruple to dilate upon the inevitable dullness of being domesticated where she could find no companionship. Judith, too, was far from wishing to indulge in any disrespectful commentaries on the defects and deficiencies of her mother's sister. But as to denying the dullness of her present abode, she did not attempt it, and if she had, she would not have succeeded for a moment, for Judith's breast was a very transparent one, and though she could not be said to wear her heart upon her sleeve for daws to peck at, inasmuch as daws were not the species of bird with which she sought association, yet certain it is that from those whom she made her companions by choice, she had little will and perhaps less power to disguise her feelings, so that in fact, despite the reserve and propriety on both sides, Mrs. Chilbert had a tolerably correct idea of the degree of sympathy which existed between herself and her young friend on the subject of Miss Barbara, as well as concerning Shakespeare and Walter Scott. "What on earth can I do for her?" thought the kind and pitying Mrs. Chilbert. and she sat idly with a book upon her knee after Judith had left her to go home to an early dinner on the very day of Miss Barbara's ball. "It is too dreadful to think of, but I can positively do nothing. If I were a country clergyman's wife and living in some pleasant village a dozen miles off, I might have her to stay with me, dear creature, for months together, till we had both of us almost learned to forget that there was any such thing as Miss Barbara existing. But this dignified deanery is a perfect state prison to me, and I'm afraid I shall begin to hate it." And the next train of thought was in this wise. Early marriages, such very early marriages, are dangerous, especially to such a sensitive creature as this. Yet it is the only hope for her, and even that is a most forlorn one. Who is she likely to see here that I could endure to see her married to? One of the Watleys? Graceless scamps with nothing but their good blood and handsome faces to recommend them. Or Sir James Green's cubbish air? Forbid it, heaven! Alas, alas, my poor dear Judith! It seems as if you had made your way to my heart wholly and solely to make it ache. Is it extraordinary that to a lady in such a frame of mind, the appearance upon the scene of such an individual as Mr. Frederick Dorking must have appeared like a godsend? Or can it be wondered at if she did permit herself to do and to say a few rather strange things in order to profit by it? However, I believe I have already recorded all that was most atrocious in her sayings and doings for the purpose of bringing Mr. Frederick Dorking to the feet of Judith. Before she left the house of Miss Barbara that night, she had seen enough to convince her that, let her think Judith as beautiful, as bewitching, as fascinating as she might, Mr. Frederick Dorking would be perfectly ready to agree with her. And then she endeavored to remember what she had said, and to begin to wish that she had not said so much. Mr. Clayton, perhaps, might think she had some motive for it. Besides, it was now so very evident that it was all unnecessary. How could she have been such a fool? Etc., etc., etc. However, it was all too late now, and she endeavored to console herself by reflecting that at any rate she had not gone the length of asking Mr. Clayton to bring him to the deanery. She should never have forgiven herself if she had. She had no cause, however, to repent anything that she had said. It had indeed all produced effect, but that effect was just what she wished it to be, and this was achieved without her having excited any suspicion of her object. For Judith really was very lovely, and Mrs. Clayton declared as they went home that she perfectly well remembered hearing Mr. Carey say that she was a ward in Chancery and very rich. And as to all the rest about the difficulty there would be in winning the pretty treasure, Mr. Clayton only repeated it as a joke and as a proof that women, even such clever women as Mrs. Dean, knew nothing about their own sex. But he had no suspicion whatever that his fair clerical friend had any object in view save that of amusing him. The young man, however, heard it all, and one part of it at least was not without its effect. As to all that was repeated to him about her beauty and grace, he heeded it very little, for he felt himself so perfectly competent to form his own opinion thereupon that he could not consider the opinion of Mr. Clayton, or of anyone else, as a matter of much consequence. But there was one sentence repeated that had been pronounced by Mr. Clayton which did produce its intended effect. The heart of the lovely young stranger was supposed to be impregnable, and it was Mrs. Chilbert who had said so. Had any other in the room, either male or female, made the same assertion, it would have met no more attention from Mr. Dorking than if they had said that she was a very pretty young lady. But from the lips of Mrs. Chilbert it had more meaning and more mischief. Frederick Dorking had not been 5 minutes in Miss Barbara's ballroom before his practised eye had selected the Dean's lady as the only woman there who looked like somebody. And on hearing that she'd been so obliging as to utter a note of warning lest he should be added to the unsuccessful list of Miss Maitland's adorers, A smile curled his handsome lip, and the thought passed across his mind that it was just possible she might be mistaken. This ends Chapter 5 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 6 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 6 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. The last words spoken by Mrs. Chilbert to Judith as she left the ballroom were, "Come to me as early as possible tomorrow." And this command was pretty literally obeyed, for Judith slept as sound as a top till past 9 in the morning, and then she had not only to perform her ablutions by the aid of her complicated and hard-to-manage bathing apparatus, and to make her toilet, but she had soberly and deliberately to eat her breakfast face to face with Miss Barbara afterwards. For although Dean Chilbert was one of the most good-humoured, amiable, and gentlemanlike men in the world, Judith had no fancy for assisting at his breakfast table, and discussing in his presence all the important events of the preceding evening. However, she did set off as soon as she thought it discreet to do so, as her aunt was fortunately too intent upon investigating the condition of her property after the hurricane to which it had been exposed, than even to listen to Judith's assurances that she thought the ball a very charming ball indeed. Mrs. Chilbert's first look into the face of Judith had a great deal of meaning in it, though the little novice did not suspect it. She thought that her friend looked at her eyes so earnestly to see how she bore dancing till 3 o'clock in the morning, and she answered the supposed inquiry by a laughing assurance that she was not the least fatigued in the world. "That's well, dearest, and it shows that your dear mother's scheme of keeping her nursery in the mountains answered. For were you as poor a thing in point of health as most Indian ladies, you would scarcely have looked as well as you do this morning. But tell me, love, let us come to our own sofa. Tell me, were you amused? Did you enjoy it?" "Yes, I did, indeed," replied Judith, while a bright color mounted to her cheeks. "I never enjoyed dancing so much before." "So much depends upon one's partner," said Mrs. Chilbert. "I have seldom seen anyone dance so well as that Mr. Dorking." And then Judith found that there was something in the lacing of her boot that was not commodious, for she stooped down to alter it. "You danced with him a good deal, dear, 3 or 4 times, did you not?" "Yes, 6 times, was the reply. But the bootlace was not right yet." "Was he conversable, Judith? Do tell me something about him. In a country neighborhood like this, I do assure you that it is by no means an everyday occurrence to meet such a person as this Mr. Frederick Dorking. Judith, if you keep on fiddling with that tiresome boot, I will ring for Walters to take it off and bring you a pair of mine. You know we agreed the other day that if we were twins, our feet could not be more alike." Judith knew perfectly well that her cheeks were still dreadfully red. But people's cheeks always are red after souping so long. Besides, she began to think that it was no use, for that if Mrs. Chilbert would go on talking about Frederick Dorking, she must try to get used to it. So she looked up and said, "No, don't take off my boots. It's all right now." "Well then, my dear, perhaps you will tell me at last how you like this 6 times over partner. Did you find him agreeable?" "Yes, I think so." "You think so? What a very strange answer. Don't you know, my dear child, whether you think people agreeable or not?" "Oh yes," replied Judith, laughing. "There are many people that I think very disagreeable." "And you are not quite sure that you class Mr. Frederick Dorking among them?" said Mrs. Chilbert. "Yes, I'm quite sure. That is, I'm quite sure that I do not," replied Judith stoutly. "I'm glad to hear that," replied the Dean's lady, "because the Claytons are very old friends of ours, and as this young man is staying there for the shooting season, it's very probable that we shall see more of him. But I do assure you I should discourage his coming, darling Judith, if I thought the meeting him would be a bore to you. You have so much to bore you, my poor child, elsewhere, that it would be absolute cruelty when you run away in the hope of getting a little comfort from me and my piano, if I were to beguile you into making acquaintance with more bores. Oh dear, no, I don't mind at all, replied Judith, looking considerably more like a fool than she ever did in her whole life before. It was not without some difficulty that Mrs. Chilvert concealed her inclination to laugh. She felt it was time, however, to change the subject, and she did so by saying, I want you to finish what you were saying to me a day or two ago, my dear Judith, about some uncle or aunt that you could not find. The dean came in just as you were going to explain to me some difficulty that seemed to trouble you. What was it, dear? This question produced a very singular metamorphosis, not only in the countenance of Judith, but in her whole person, attitude, and bearing. Notwithstanding her pretty troubled look of confusion and embarrassment, there had been youthful joyousness in every lineament. Her eye was sparkling with even more than its usual brightness, and it seemed as if her lips were only restrained from happy laughter by an effort. But no sooner had Mrs. Chilvert said these words than the bright eyes were filled with tears, and the lips trembling with emotion of a far different nature. Oh, Mrs. Chilvert, she exclaimed, what a wretch I am! What a heartless, unnatural wretch I must be to have suffered the idea of this ball and all the folly connected with it to drive from my heart and my thoughts the only subject which ought really to occupy me. My dear Judith, do not, I beseech you, blame yourself so very severely merely because you've been kind enough to take some degree of interest in the pretty fete which has so pleasantly occupied us all. Come, come, dearest. There has not been much time lost, and if you'll tell me now what my good dean prevented your telling me the other day, I'll promise to give you my very best attention and assistance too, sweet love, should assistance be wanted. Thank you, my dear kind friend, 1,000 times thank you, cried Judith. I do indeed want assistance, and you, who seem to know everything, will know how to give it to me. But can you and will you listen with patience to a long and dismal story? I can, and I will, if it relates in any way to you, my Judith, replied Mrs. Chilvert, in a voice as cordially kind as were the words themselves. Oh, yes, it does indeed relate to me and all that is dearest to me, returned Judith. And then she related the whole story of her Aunt Penelope's marriage, from the falling in love with the amiable and accomplished young drawing-master to the desolate condition in which his widow and son were left at his death. Unfortunately, continued Judith, my aunt's marriage was achieved by means of an elopement, and therefore, of course, her fortune was not settled upon her. And I believe, though I do not know any of the particulars, that my Uncle Worthington, clever as he was, never got much money by his profession, and therefore that when he died most of poor Aunt Penelope's money was gone. But this at least I know perfectly well, for I have heard Mamma say it 100 times over, that he was always kindness itself to his wife, and that his death was the first tidings that ever reached her from Aunt Penelope that ever seemed otherwise than happy and contented. And I know too, my dearest Mrs. Chilvert, that though Mamma always spoke kindly of all her sisters, Aunt Penelope was the only one she ever really loved, and they did love each other most affectionately, that is quite certain. Then why, my dearest child, said Mrs. Chilvert, suddenly interrupting her, why did your mother confide you to the personal care of such a— Forgive me, dearest Judith, how came it that you were not left in the care of her best-loved sister? Because by a most unlucky chance, replied Judith, my poor mother knew not where my Aunt Penelope was to be found. A week or two after my father died, a letter came from Aunt Worthington, who was then still at Rome, where she'd been living nearly ever since her marriage, saying that it was the last that she should write from thence, for that her son Charles, her only child, was anxious to try his fortune as an artist, either in France or England. His father, it seems, had never, with all his talent, made much profit by it at Rome, and my poor aunt confessed that she was glad of any excuse for leaving a place where she'd been too happy in days past to hope that she could ever feel happy there in future. The letter concluded by saying that as soon as they had made their decision between Paris and London, she'd write again. But alas, my own dear mother had ceased to exist before that promised letter came, and therefore it was impossible for her to consign me to a relation of whose residence she was completely ignorant. But though she could not send me to her, the very latest moments of her life were spent in making me understand how dearly she loved her, and in charging me to do all that I had the power of doing now and always to assist both her and my cousin Charles, for she greatly seemed to fear that they might want it. Moreover, and this at the present moment is the most important of all, she placed in my hands a casket of diamonds, which I believe are worth a great deal of money, with directions to give it to her with my own hands as soon as possible. Of course I thought, continued poor Judith with a face glowing with indignation, of course I thought that my two English aunts would be able at once to tell me where I might direct a letter to Aunt Penelope. But no, they knew nothing at all about her. It was years, they said, since they had heard anything of her, and she and her son might both be gone to the moon for anything they knew or cared. This recurrence to her first great European disappointment, and to the source of the, it must be confessed, rather vehement dislike which she had conceived against her Aunt Barbara, at once drove everything else from her mind. Mr. Frederick Dorking, his undisguised, though most respectful, admiration, the pleasure of sincerely believing herself one of the most highly gifted and captivating young ladies in existence, nay, even the delightful persuasion that the fascinating and accomplished lady of the Dean of Westhampton had never till now met with any of her own sex worthy of her affection, all was forgotten, and Judith burst into a passion of tears as youthful and as genuine as ever were shed. "Horrid, unnatural old wretch!" exclaimed Mrs. Chilbert, unconsciously, perhaps availing herself of Judith's strong emotion to indulge in the avowal of a dislike which, on all ordinary occasions, she considered it decorous to conceal. "But do not let her barbarity break your heart, my sweet Judith. Her paltry plotting shall be of no avail. We will find this dear Aunt Penelope in spite of her." At that moment, our poor half-spoiled Judith was all herself again, and when, springing up and throwing her arms round her friend, she kissed her again and again, it was with a feeling as unmixed with any of the pernicious little vanities which had half smothered by their overgrown gratitude the affection she had hitherto felt for her, as if it had been her own longed-for Aunt Penelope that she embraced. "But why, my dear, when this— but we won't call names, Judith. Why, when Miss Barbara Jenkins gave you this unfeeling answer, why did you not write to the other, to the Miss Elfrida who lives in London? She's rather a quizzical sort of a personage too, I believe, being tremendously blue in the scientific line. But that's no reason, you know, why she should be as unnatural as the old maid here. Why do you not write to her?" "I've done so," replied Judith. "I did it as soon as I was sufficiently recovered from the half-distracted feeling which Aunt Barbara's way of mentioning my Uncle Worthington threw me into. But excepting that her letter contained no base insinuations against him, whom I believe to have been one of the most amiable men that ever existed, excepting for this, her answer was as dreadful as that of my Aunt Barbara. She knew nothing about her sister Worthington, excepting that she was a widow with one child, who must by this time, of course, be a grown-up man, as it was more than 23 years since her terrible elopement, and they had heard of the birth of her child a year afterwards." "And this was all," said Mrs. Chilbert. "Nothing whatever as to Mrs. Worthington's having left Rome?" "Not a word," returned Judith, with a fresh burst of tears. and thus I'm left not only without the power of gratifying my natural wish of seeing the only relative whom I was really prepared to love, but with the burden on my heart and conscience of not fulfilling my dying mother's last command. Do you not hate me, Mrs. Chilbert, for being able to forget all this, even for an hour? On the contrary, my dear, I should love you much less if it were otherwise, replied her friend, for in the first place, such a useless devotion of your thoughts to any subject would be very silly, and what I should feel is worse still, it would be very unnatural. No, dearest Judith, there can be no possible benefit derived in any way from your thinking all day or dreaming all night of her Aunt Barbara's detestabilities, one of the worst of which I am quite willing to allow, is the throwing off such a sister as your poor mother described Mrs. Worthington to be, for no other reason than that she had not taken such good care of her shillings and sixpences as her tiresome self. It is an abominable trait in both these Virgin Jenkinses. There's no denying it, Judith. But I will not have you look so dreadfully miserable, my child. Mercy on me! What would the graceful Frederick think if he happened to come to Westhampton this morning in the hope of seeing the beaux yeux he so prodigiously admired last night? He'd find them drowned, my naughty Judith, absolutely put out and extinguished. You would not quite wish that, would you? But this appeal did not produce the effect that was kindly intended. Judith was painfully conscious that for some time past she thought less of her Aunt Worthington and more of Mrs. Chilbert, and of her own little self perhaps into the bargain, than she would have believed possible a week or two ago. And this mention of her last night's elegant partner, who, except while she slept, had never been quite out of her head for a single moment since he had passed from her sight through the door of Miss Barbara's drawing room, this sudden mention of him just when she had sufficiently recovered from the impression he had made to permit her to think of something else, was positively painful to her. Don't, dearest Mrs. Chilbert. Oh, pray don't try to make me think of anything or of anybody till I've done all that I ought to do about Aunt Penelope, she exclaimed, with great and genuine earnestness. You cannot guess, perhaps, how truly I despise myself for having been able so nearly to forget all about her and my cousin Charles as I have lately done. Have I not shown rather a strong family resemblance to my two maiden aunts? There was a bitterness of self-reproach in her tone as she said this that fully proved its sincerity, and Mrs. Chilbert certainly loved her the better for it, though it vexed her. No, she replied, 10,000 times no, and I will prove it to you, Judith. You are angry with yourself because you have loved me, and as that is what they never did, you cannot be very much like them. But do not let us talk any more nonsense about it. I pity your vexation heartily, for I can perfectly well understand what you must feel from being thus robbed of the first duty and the first pleasure you had promised yourself, as the best consolation for being sent into a world of strangers. It is cruelly hard upon you, and upon poor Mrs. Worthington also, for you might be a comfort to her in many ways. But I can see nothing but folly in your blaming yourself for it. And now, dear, let us see whether I might not have the power of helping you. Have you taken any steps yourself, Judith? I have written to Madras, to the friend who has transacted all Mamma's business for her since the death of my father, and have begged him to take every possible means of learning the address to which my mother directed her letters at Rome. For myself, I cannot recollect having ever seen one of these letters when the address was written upon them, though I have very often seen her occupied in writing to my Aunt Penelope. And most unfortunately, she made a general burning of all old letters one of her preparations for leaving India. But even if I had got my aunt's address at Rome, it is still very likely that I might be unable to find her, for we know that it is her address no longer. And you, my dear, kind friend, how is it possible that you can help me? Said poor Judith mournfully. I certainly think it is possible, though perhaps not very likely, Judith, replied Mrs. Chilbert. One of my sisters has just gone to Rome with the intention of passing the whole winter there. She'll be sure to know everybody, and if you will write for me not only the name but every particular you can think of respecting your aunt and cousin, I will lay my commands on her, and she will be sure to obey them, not to omit any possible means of discovering where they are gone. There is indeed hope in that, my most kind friend, cried Judith fervently. Oh, how can I ever thank you enough? You shall not thank me at all, darling. But if you really mean to give me a reward, said Mrs. Chilbert, you shall promise never to let me see you again looking so deplorably wretched as you've done this morning, ever since the name of Aunt Worthington was mentioned. I will try in everything to do exactly as you would have me, replied Judith joyfully, and the first thing shall be to write what you have asked for. What now, dearest? Shall we not have a little bit of gossip about the ball first? Judith had seized upon a pen, but she laid it down again. Just as you please, dearest Mrs. Chilbert, said she, evidently making an effort to look cheerful and amused. No, Judith, no, that will not do. I have sometimes thought that you would make a charming actress, but you must take a few lessons first, and above all things, I think it will be necessary not to talk about our Aunt Penelope when we are going to set about it. Here, my dear, and take care to be as clear and precise as possible. And Mrs. Chilbert replaced the pen in Judith's hand as she spoke. Judith seized the kind hand and kissed it, and then opening the blotting book and selecting a moderately sized bit of paper, she meditated for one moment and then wrote as follows. Mrs. Worthington, widow of Mrs. Charles Worthington, an English artist who lived in Rome for many years before his death, which happened about 2 years ago. Mrs. Worthington had one son of 1 or 22 years of age who has been brought up to the same profession as his father. Having written this, she put it into the hand of her friend, saying, Do not think me encroaching. Do not fancy that I want you to write this very minute, whether it be convenient or not. But, dearest Mrs. Chilbert, let me leave you now, for I have cried till I have made my head ache, and I am fit for nothing but to go home and lay down upon the bed. Mrs. Chilbert looked at her very affectionately, and then said, after giving her a loving kiss, Go, my dear child, you are quite right, Judith. I dare say I shall have morning visitors, and I must confess that you are not fit to be seen. You are a good little girl not to insist upon my writing letters after being up nearly all night watching your waltzes and polkas, and I will take no unfair advantage of your indulgence. Goodbye. This ends Chapter 6 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 7 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. As soon as Judith had left the room, Mrs. Chilbert took up the paper she had written and read it, half aloud. Widow of Mr. Charles Worthington, English artist, and the son brought up in the same profession, she repeated. Darling little angel, I will keep my promise to her and find out the Aunt Worthington and the artist's son if I can, but heaven grant that I may find them snugly settled and painting pictures to their heart's content somewhere quite beyond the search of my sweet Judith. The diamonds shall be safely forwarded if these artistic folks are within reach of a royal messenger. But Judith must not be forwarded after them. She is a jewel richer than all the rest, and it shall not be my fault if a fitting setting be not found for her. Mercy on us! The widow and the son of a painter that no mortal ear has ever heard of. If odious Miss Barbara's motive were as good as mine, she might almost be forgiven for burying one sister in oblivion for the sake of the precious treasure consigned to her care by another. And then the dean's lady mused and meditated long and deeply on all the different tricks she'd read of, heard of, and seen too, when she turned an idle eye that way, by which a young gentleman and a young lady, who thought each other very nice persons indeed, might be made to believe that it was impossible they could live without each other. Practically, she knew very little about it, for though she was a charming young woman, and her husband the Reverend Dean, no trickery of any kind had been used to bring them together. But her mother wit, unaided as it was by experience, taught her to believe that in a case where mutual liking was already so very evident, the simple process of bringing them as often as possible into the same society was very likely to answer and might save the necessity of any more complicated maneuvering. Mrs. Chilbert knew that Judith Maitland was very young, but gave her credit for being at least a year older than she was. For Judith, being a good deal ashamed of her juvenility, always carefully avoided the subject, and although her 16th birthday had occurred within the last few months, nobody had heard anything about it, for Miss Barbara was quite ignorant of the fact, having always rather disliked discussing any of the details appertaining to the arrival of her Nepertine connections in this vale of tears, and Judith herself thinking it very childish and silly to talk about birthdays. And thus the dean's lady was a little less blamable than she would have been had she known that the gay little creature whom she was so eager to convert into a matron was younger than many English young ladies who are still under the dominion of a governess. Having said thus much in her defense, the veracity of an historian obliges me to confess that within 10 minutes after Judith left her, Mrs. Chilbert was on her way towards the dean's library, where she was tolerably certain of finding him reading the newspaper. Is there any sin in a woman's obtaining great influence over her husband and using it? God forbid! For if there be, the great majority of the most amiable portion of the most amiable sex are unquestionably sinners. Certain is it, however, that Mrs. Chilbert would rather have thrust her pretty little hand into the fire than have used this influence in any way that could leave regret or any cause for it on the mind of her husband. But her life, as that of all other happy wives, would have been far less agreeable than it was had she not felt the soft, soothing, gentle, loving consciousness that her lord and her master would be as sure to let her lead him in the way she wished him to go, as she was that she would never lead him in any direction wherein he might repent having followed her. It was, therefore, with a light, confident sort of step that Mrs. Dean now approached her very reverend spouse and imparted to him her wish, though not its motive, that they should have a dinner party the beginning of the following week, and that the Claytons and Mr. Dorking should be invited. "Very well, Annie, I have no sort of objection," replied the dean. "I presume, my dear, that you've fallen in love with our handsome young guest?" "Exactly so," she replied, "and therefore you must not have a very large, stiff party, please, Mr. Dean. Not more than 8, or at the most 10 at table, and enough for your rubber in the evening. Should you have any objection to my asking the Saunders for the evening?" "The Saunders, Annie?" said the dean, staring at her with extreme astonishment. "Why, my dear child, the Claytons never approach the close without being sure of meeting whatever is considered as the most dignified amongst us. I will venture to say that they never met either Saunders or any other of his race in their lives. What will they think of seeing such a group in your drawing-room, Mrs. Dean?" "Are you a man to stand in awe of any Mrs. Grundy in the world?" replied his wife, shaking an admonitory finger at him. "No, my Dean, not if Clayton Hall were Windsor Castle. Besides, I don't mean to have a group. You can't have a group, you know, with less than 3, and I only ask the entree for 2, only Miss Sophie and her papa." Then your new love is a nightingale, Annie, is he? Very likely, I think, she replied. He looks as if he had all the accomplishments that ever endowed mortal man. But concerning his musical powers, I have not made any inquiries as yet. You give me carte blanche, then? Yes, Annie, was the amiable reply. Only contrive to get Saunders scoured if you can. Mrs. Chilbert, in short, found no difficulties in the way of her schemes in the library, neither did she anticipate any, but nevertheless, after Vadine's carte blanche was given, she was a little puzzled how to get on. Of course, Judith Maitland must meet the Clayton Hall party at dinner, but what was to be done with the Aunt Barbara? Was she to make one of the chosen 10? The mere thought, though accompanied rather than followed by the vehemently uttered word impossible, brought a rush of blood to her delicate face and made her actually feel very poorly. The adamantine decision that Miss Barbara was to be left at home, coûte qui coûte, sustained her courage, however, and gave strength to meditate sagely and soberly upon the best way of performing a difficult task, no less difficult than doing a very rude thing civilly. She meditated for several minutes, however, without getting on an inch, and then a ray of light shot through her puzzled brain, which caused her rather to dance than to walk towards the bell, which she rang vigorously. "Go to Dr. Audley's, James," said the lady to the servant who answered the summons. "Ask to see him, and tell him, with my compliments, that I shall be much obliged to him if he will call upon me this morning, as early as he can." The doctor's house was very near the deanery. The message was promptly delivered and promptly attended to, and Mrs. Chilbert and Dr. Audley were tete-a-tete. "This is very kind of you, dear Dr. Audley," she began, "but I am afraid that you will feel disposed to lament your good nature to me when I tell you that I have sent for you in order that you might assist me in doing an exceedingly rude thing." "The occupation will at least have novelty to recommend it," replied the doctor. "Why, yes, as far as consulting you about it," replied Mrs. Chilbert, laughing, "for I don't remember ever feeling in want of assistance upon such an occasion before. But this time the thing I want to do is perfectly atrocious. It is, upon my honor, and for that reason you have selected me to help you," returned Dr. Audley, laughing. "Exactly so," returned Mrs. Chilbert. And then she went on and confessed to him that at the very small dinner party they were going to give the Claytons, they were about equally anxious to have that pretty and quite new little creature Judith Maitland, and not to have her Aunt Barbara. A person of less tact than Mrs. Chilbert would have feared that offence might be given to Dr. Audley by talking to him of a dinner party to which he was not invited. But she knew better. She thought that he would be more flattered by being summoned in consultation than affronted at not being invited to meet the party from Clayton Hall. And so he was. "Have you already said anything about this dinner party to the little Judith?" said he. "Not a word," she replied. "Very well. Then I can manage the matter for you perfectly well. Sit down, my dear Mrs. Dean, if you please, and pen an invitation to Miss Barbara and her niece Judith for dinner on the day in question." "What can you mean, Dr. Audley?" said the lady, looking greatly astonished and not at all amused. "May I trust you?" was his reply. "If I put you in the way of doing exactly everything you wish to do, will you promise never to tell that it was I who told you how it might be done?" "Yes, I do promise it," said Mrs. Chilbert. "Well then, Mrs. Dean, if you will write an invitation to Miss Barbara Jenkins, I will write one too. That is to say, I will invite myself to eat some game that I will send to her, and I will bet my shovel hat to your worst bonnet that she refuses your invitation." "And accept yours," returned Mrs. Chilbert, laughing. "Yes, provided you allow time for my note to reach her before yours does," said Dr. Audley. "But will there be no danger, think you, that she may throw herself upon your generous friendship and ask you to release her from my dinner, fixing the day after for yours?" "No, I do not," replied Dr. Audley. "But how will that bring me Judith? I really must have Judith, Dr. Audley." "I think that may be managed too," said the senior prebend demurely. "Well, my dear doctor, you seem to be so confident of success that you make me confident too," said Mrs. Chilbert. "But do not you think," she added, "that it would facilitate matters if we were to arrange that you should have your rubber here?" "I think it might, Mrs. Dean, and that may be very easily negotiated by means of my calling upon you and conveying to Miss Barbara a message to that effect," replied the doctor. "Now then, go home and dispatch your note, and in 2 hours from this time," said the lady, pointing to the timepiece on the chimney, "I will dispatch mine." The plot was carried out with great exactitude and with perfect success. But Dr. Audley would scarcely have been so active and willing an agent in it could he have guessed at the emotions to which the arrangement gave birth. It may be easily believed that Miss Barbara was thrown into a very delightful flutter of spirits by the arrival of the friendly little epistle by which her friend invited himself to dine with her. The only drawback to the happiness it produced arising from the embarrassing doubts and fears which suggested themselves concerning what she should be able to do about getting Judith out of the room for a very short time would be enough, and that before the people whom she must of course invite for his rubber should arrive. This tremendous difficulty was still tormenting her when the invitation from Medinery arrived. The time had been when a dinner invitation from Medinery would have been welcomed with great delight, and it was welcomed with delight now. The exceeding delight of feeling that a happiness so great awaited her for that day that the thing which would have been prized and dearly prized before was now as worthless as an autumn leaf falling at her feet. Her answer to the note of Dr. Audley had been long ago dispatched, and now, with pleasant pride at thinking how much she had to do in the article of note-writing, she began her epistle to Mrs. Chilbert. But just as she was in the very act of writing, "Miss Jenkins regrets extremely," the house bell rang, and in that next moment Dr. Audley was ushered into her study. It was with rather a tender smile that she ceased writing and put Mrs. Chilbert's invitation into his hand. "Oh dear, how unlucky," exclaimed the doctor. "It's the very day that I was to have dined with you." "Was to have dined with me, Dr. Audley? What difference do you suppose this will make? Do you really believe that I would give up that engagement for any other?" said she reproachfully. "My dear Miss Barbara, you are very kind indeed, always kind and always friendly. But think what a disappointment it will be to your niece." "Oh no, I really cannot think of it. You must accept this invitation, Miss Barbara. You must indeed." "Indeed then, Dr. Audley, I will not," said she. "So do not say any more about it, or I shall consider it extremely unkind." "Don't say that, Miss Barbara. I would not be thought unkind by you for the world. Neither would I be unkind to your pretty young lady," said the doctor musingly. "Let us see. Let us consider a little. If we could manage now for her to dine at the Deanery while you indulge your old friend with one of your snug little dinners at home, it would be all right and nothing wrong, would it not?" "It would be perfect," exclaimed Miss Barbara, endeavoring to restrain her emotions within the bounds of discretion. "It really would be quite perfect, Dr. Audley, for wishing as earnestly as we do, you know." Miss Barbara felt herself fully justified in following the example of her friend in thus adopting the plural pronoun. That this dear child should be happy and enjoy herself, it really would be a pity to prevent her dining at the Deanery. But how can we manage it? The senior prebend, double-sided conspirator as he was, appeared for a moment to be plunged in deep reflection, and then, suddenly rising from his chair, he said, "Trust the matter to me, Miss Barbara, and if I do not manage it to your liking, never give me a commission again. I will be back again in 10 minutes. And so saying, he seized upon his shovel hat and disappeared. It is needless to attempt describing the emotions of Miss Barbara Jenkins as Dr. Wrottley left her. Let it only be remembered that he was gone for the express purpose of arranging matters so as to enjoy a long tete-a-tete with herself, and the very dullest imagination may paint the rest. Neither is it necessary to repeat what passed between the nuncio doctor and Bedine's lady, for enough has been said already to make what followed sufficiently clear and sufficiently sure. In a word, then, Dr. Wrottley returned to his beaming, blooming, and thrice happy friend with a separate invitation to dinner for Judith, and an earnest request that Miss Barbara would bring the friendly messenger to play a rubber at the deanery in the evening. "Bring him," was repeated, almost audibly, in the ecstasy of that delicious moment. But the good doctor did not hear it, and most assuredly he did not guess it, for it is but justice to that worthy gentleman to declare that he was as free from all suspicion of the wild work that was going on in the bosom of Miss Barbara as the parrot who was muttering "darling" on his perch. This ends Chapter 7 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 8 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Mrs. Chilbert was not without hope that before her invitation could reach Clayton Hall, she should hear or see something of her new acquaintance, Mr. Frederick Dorking. Nor was she disappointed, for scarcely had her second confidential interview with Dr. Wrottley ended when that very graceful personage was announced. After a few minutes of such talk as was likely to take place under the circumstances, rendered, perhaps, a little more animated by the very decided wish to become better acquainted which existed on both sides, Mrs. Chilbert said, "We've just dispatched a note to the Hall, Mr. Dorking, to ask Mr. and Mrs. Clayton to dine with us on Tuesday, and to express our hope that if you have not left the country, you will do the Dean and myself the honour of coming with them." "You are very kind, Mrs. Chilbert. I shall have great pleasure in waiting on you. As to leaving the country, I assure you I have no thoughts of it. The Claytons are very dear friends of mine. I saw a great deal of them abroad, and when we parted at Rome last year, Clayton made me promise to kill no birds but on his manor this. So I have installed myself for an age." And then they talked a little about the ball, and a little more about the fine old cathedral, and more still about the neighbourhood. And then the bell was rung, and an intimation was dispatched to the Dean that Mr. Dorking was in the drawing-room. But neither the lady nor the gentleman said a word about Judith, though it is likely enough that she was in the thoughts of both the whole time. When Mr. Dean made his appearance, however, the conversation again reverted for a few minutes to the ball, and the very reverend gentleman, knowing no reason to the contrary, immediately began talking of her as la belle par excellence, adding moreover, but perfectly guiltless the while of any motive whatever, save that of finding something to talk about, that she was very lovely. Mrs. Chilbert had been rather pleased than the contrary by the cautious manner in which the young man had avoided all allusion to Judith. It looked very like being afraid to mention her, but far more decided was her satisfaction on perceiving the colour in her handsome visitor's cheek to be augmented by hearing her named. And then her dear Dean, exactly as if her secret wishes had actually inspired him, added in a sort of friendly, gossiping tone, "The young lady is likely to be a person of consequence among us, I suspect, for she's just arrived from India with a large fortune." "Indeed," replied Mr. Frederick Dorking, in an accent of the most accomplished dandy indifference. But the dean's lady was in no degree discouraged thereby, for she was not insensible to the fact that he availed himself of the assistance of a book of beauty, which lay upon the table, even as he made this laconic answer. "The shaft has hit," murmured the observant lady, as her husband accompanied their elegant new acquaintance down the stairs. And the observant lady was right. Nothing could be more successful in every way than this dinner party at the deanery. Mr. Dorking took Miss Maitland down to dinner and assuredly did not permit this excellent opportunity of improving his acquaintance with her to be lost. Perhaps the process that had been going on for the last few weeks in Judith's mind, under the influence of Mrs. Chilbert's affectionate flattery, was on this occasion rather advantageous to the young lady than the contrary, for it went far towards saving her from that painfully embarrassing feeling of shyness which often makes a young girl, notwithstanding all the charm of that beauté de diable, which is generally found so enchanting, but a wearisome sort of neighbor at the dinner table. But it was not so now. Frederick Dorking had been very decidedly smitten, both by the beauty and elegance of Judith's appearance at her aunt's ball. He thought her then by far the loveliest girl he'd ever seen, and before this dinner was over he was fully prepared to assert that she was as much superior to all others in intelligence as she was in beauty. It often happens, however, that admiration as sincere as that felt by Mr. Dorking for Judith Maitland is doomed to pass away, and if not absolutely forgotten, to produce no result more important than the recollection of the fair creature's name, or perhaps a notion that some face in a book of beauty or a picture gallery was very like one he remembered, etc., etc., etc. But Mr. Frederick Dorking was in a position not quite so common among admiring young gentlemen as pretty young ladies may wish it was. Not only was he rich enough to marry whenever the wish to do so came upon him, but he was so completely his own master as to be conscious that he had no one's wishes or will to consult in this matter but his own. Moreover, Frederick Dorking considered it to be quite as necessary that a man should have a wife as that he should have a carriage or a stud or a conservatory or any other of the luxuries and comforts which men of fortune usually enjoy. So far, indeed, was he from feeling any lingering partiality for the gay freedom of his bachelor condition that he had for the last year or two felt inclined to lament his own fastidiousness, and almost regretted that he had amused himself so idly in rambling through all the capitals of Europe, dancing and flirting with successive charmers without ever permitting himself to think seriously of any. The strongest proof that such days were gone and over for him might have been found in the thought which passed his mind as he resumed his seat after the ladies had left the dinner table, and which may be thus rendered into words: "Thank heaven that I never so mistook myself as to fancy that I loved before." Mrs. Chilbert, while chatting charmingly and with even more than her usual grace and animation with Mr. Clayton on one side and Dr. Stevenson, the last new prebend, on the other, was very far from being insensible to what was going on a little lower down the table. She saw the delicate sheet of Judith become deeper and deeper in its lovely bloom. She saw Dorking wave away dish after dish as they were offered to him, while on the slightest attempt to draw off his attention for a single moment from the companion on his right hand, an involuntary sort of frown seemed to contract his eyebrows, which only relaxed when he found himself at liberty to turn towards her again. An ordinary looker-on, however, would have been very far from comprehending, as Mrs. Chilbert comprehended, what was going on. She was indeed beginning to know Judith very well, and her rising colour, and an occasional flash which she caught from her eyes, as from time to time she looked up into the face of Mr. Dorking, convinced her that her very heart and soul was interested in the discussion that was going on. And from words caught in the deep, clear voice of the young man, it soon became evident that he was replying to her questions respecting the great chef-d'œuvre of art which he had seen at Rome. It was a theme upon which Mrs. Chilbert knew that Judith felt great interest, and was very likely to express herself with an energy and enthusiasm which could scarcely fail to be interesting. And that Frederick Dorking found it so was very sufficiently clear also. And then Madine's lady looked the other way, perfectly well satisfied with what was going on at present, but fully determined, nevertheless, that the heart of a doomed young man should be attached more powerfully still, as soon as the Saunders pair arrived and the pianoforte was opened. Meanwhile, however, she was very indulgent and sat very much longer of a dinner table than was her usual custom, nor was it till she had 3 times caught the eye of Mrs. Clayton very speakingly fixed upon her, and seeming to say as loudly as a look could speak, "Do you ever mean to go?" that she at length got up and led the ladies to the drawing-room. She found that Mr. Saunders and his daughter were already arrived, and had her melodious minor canon been a little less queer and more gentlemanlike in his appearance, she would have desired him to join the gentlemen in order to indulge him with a glass of claret. But at that moment it was not merely the first, but literally the only object of Mrs. Chilbert's existence to do nothing that might jar in any way against the delicate feelings of her elegant new acquaintance. Sending dirty Mr. Saunders to sit near him or in sight of him, particularly at a moment when the cruel removal of Judith from his side must have sorely tried his temper, might, she thought, at once awaken him to a very dangerous consciousness that a rather obscure country town, even though there was a cathedral in it, was not the scene where a man of fashion ought to look for a wife. But the success of Mrs. Chilbert's first matchmaking attempt was already vastly greater than she had herself any idea of. She might safely have presented all the singing men belonging to the church in succession to Mr. Dorking, without his wishes, his hopes, or his intentions being in the very least degree affected thereby. Had she been aware of this sweet lady, she would have been spared a vast deal of very needless trouble that evening, for being quite aware that it was no easy thing to make a stout, blousy-looking young maiden in a sky-blue muslin dress with a red sash look like a gentlewoman, or her very rusty-colored elderly papa with his side pockets hanging hopelessly open and his dappled hair as rough as the mane of a Scotch pony look like a gentleman. Her anxiety as to the result of the bold measure she had taken in admitting them was very great. Yet, even while she looked at them, and then at Judith, and remembered the effect, the deliciously entrancing effect of her touching voice in the trio she meant should be performed that evening, as a sort of finishing coup de grace that was to put an end to any lingering doubts in the mind of Mr. Dorking, as to the impossibility of living without the angelic creature she intended thus to exhibit to him, even as she looked and saw all the alarming abominations of this minor canonical exhibition, she could not repent what she had done. In the young Judith herself, moreover, she had the supreme satisfaction of perceiving precisely every symptom that she wished to see. The animated flush had faded from her cheek, her eyes seemed to be made of lead and to possess no power of raising themselves from the carpet. Her memory was evidently impaired, for when Miss Sophia Saunders, with a familiarity naturally consequent upon their frequent recent meetings, made some jocose allusion to something that had been said or done between them, she started as if the being spoke to was the most alarming thing in the world, and then, instead of answering rationally, stared in the puzzled Miss Sophia's face as if she'd never beheld her before. Had the hopeful but anxious Mrs. Chilbert felt any doubts as to the cause of all these strange phenomena, they would all have been removed when the drawing-room door opened and Mr. Frederick Dorking entered. It was not the habit of the dean to sit long after dinner, but this, like everything else at the deanery, was regulated with the very strictest good taste and propriety, and it was certainly not his habit to repair to the drawing-room with such promptitude as his new acquaintance exhibited upon this occasion. There was indeed so very short an interval between the departure of the ladies and his following them that his friend Mr. Clayton thought it necessary to utter something by way of apology, which he did by observing that Dorking had been living so much abroad as to have acquired the continental habit of leaving the dining room with the ladies. "But we must try to break him of it, Mr. Dean," said he, "for I'm not sure that English ladies will like it." This ends Chapter 8 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 9 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 9 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Mrs. Chilbert contrived on that evening, as indeed she generally did, to arrange the affairs of her drawing-room exactly as she intended they should be arranged. She had 2 card tables with precisely the party she had decided upon at each, and this being all done, settled, with a fixedness not likely to be easily interrupted, Mrs. Chilbert passed her arm under that of Judith, gave an intelligent look and nod to Mr. Saunders, and saying in a tone that was friendly and flattering, "Now we will give you a song, Mr. Dorking," led the way through the folding doors to the pianoforte, leaving it, as she always did, to the choice of the prebendal ladies whose husbands were engaged at whist to watch their fate with conjugal anxiety, or to follow her to the pianoforte. It is not very easy for the person who presides at the piano during a performance that demands a careful accompaniment to watch very accurately the effect of that performance on any particular auditor. But Mrs. Chilbert was very clever, and she did contrive to watch Mr. Frederick Dorking, and that too without injuring the beautiful accuracy of her own share of the business. The position of her pianoforte favored this, and if any eye could have read all the ardor of admiration which filled that young gentleman's soul, hers would have done it. And in truth, she did read quite enough to satisfy her that his condition as a fancy-free man was hopeless. His eyes, which were by no means wanting in tender expression, were fixed upon the face of Judith as if his life hung upon his power of looking at her. It certainly did not require the acumen of Mrs. Chilbert to discover that the gentleman was a lover, and a very impassioned lover. But not even her skill in the study of the human face divine enabled her to satisfy herself upon one point. Was it the thrilling quality of Judith's voice, the deep fervor of her manner, the perfection of truth in every note, that caused him thus to gaze as if his very being was merged in hers? Or was it only that he was enamored of her beauty? She could not tell, and she was vexed with herself as she felt conscious that her usually unfailing tact in such researches had failed her now. Before a second song was ended, however, she came to the conclusion that it did not signify a farthing. It was folly to suppose that any man, especially one who could scarcely fail to have had a taste for the fine arts developed and cultivated by such opportunities of education and travel as Mr. Dorking had enjoyed, could be insensible to the exquisite and very peculiar charm of Judith's performance. At any rate, that he was profoundly touched, nay, already passionately in love, could no longer be doubted, and it mattered little why or how it had happened that he was so, provided only that the fact was satisfactorily established. On this point, Mrs. Chilbert had little doubt when her party on that day broke up, and she saw the look with which the young men stood contemplating the lovely girl while waiting to hand her to the carriage. She felt, too, the trembling emotion of Judith when she embraced and bade her farewell. "Sweet creature," murmured this affectionate friend, as, really exhausted by the agitating interest of the day, she sought her own room the very moment that the last of her guests had departed. "Sweet creature, Heaven grant that she may ever remember this decisive day with pleasure. He really does seem everything one could desire for her, and at any rate such a marriage as this must be preferable to wearing away her youth in the society of such a thing as Miss Barbara. Mercy on us, how grim the tiresome creature looked tonight. And certainly Miss Barbara did look rather grim, and we all know that she would not have looked grim at all had the puzzling prebend put to profit the precious tete-a-tete which he had so cleverly arranged. But he had only eaten a very good dinner, looked very well pleased and contented, praised her ball in a very flattering style, and finally concluded the evening by winning 5 shillings from her at whist. All this was very vexatious, very extraordinary, very unnatural. Yes, unnatural was the word upon which Miss Barbara went to sleep. But when she awoke the next morning, her heart was greatly softened, and when she thought it all over again, she felt inclined to allow that perhaps it was only prudent and that he was waiting till everything was settled with the Lord Chancellor about Judith's allowance before he ventured to take so decisive a step as to propose marriage. And very right, thought Miss Barbara, though with rather a tender sort of sigh. Such a man as Dr. Audley would never forgive himself if he suffered his feelings to betray him into anything like imprudence. The post of that very day, however, brought the intelligence she had been so anxiously looking for. The allowance made for the maintenance of Miss Maitland was 600 a year, and the idea of such a sum being added to her own income, for she thought that Judith's private expenses would be almost too trifling to mention, raised her spirits to such a triumphant pitch that before she had finished her third perusal of the document, she actually tossed up her head with an air of defiance and thought to herself that people who did not know on which side their bread was buttered were much to be pitied. And then she muttered in a tone that made her parrot utter a sort of grunt by way of imitation, "If he does not like it, he may leave it." Anybody who really loved and valued Miss Barbara must have rejoiced at the frame of mind produced by such meditations as these. For the time, at least, she felt herself capable of discarding all the weaknesses of love and of viewing her own position with a degree of satisfaction that might truly be said to put her peace of mind beyond the reach of all the prebends of the world to disturb it. This state of mind, while it lasted, might be very justly termed enviable. But few amongst us, I am afraid, are doomed to enjoy any great degree of happiness so perfectly independent of all sentimental silliness long. At any rate, it was not so with Barbara Jenkins. For while her delight at this news, from a source that she delighted to denominate the Lord High Chancellor of England, was still almost in its newest gloss, a very startling attack was made upon all her present joys and all her future hopes. A letter was delivered to her one morning, about a fortnight after her ball, while she was in the act of answering a note of invitation to herself and her niece for an evening party, which was doubtless to be another ball at the house of one of the prebends. The poor lady, even as she wrote, was in the very act of making up her mind to commit what under other circumstances she would have considered as a great extravagance in the way of a new headdress for this occasion, but which her judgment and her conscience united now told her was no more than a liberal feeling of ladylike propriety required. The letter which broke in upon this double occupation of thinking of her cap and waiting to accept an opportunity for wearing it contained an enclosure addressed to Judith. Another invitation, thought Miss Barbara, with a lively smile. Yes, it was an invitation. It was an invitation from Mr. Frederick Dorking to Miss Judith Maitland, very respectfully, but very earnestly, requesting her to become his wife. The envelope conveyed the polite expression of his hopes that Miss Jenkins herself, as well as all other members of the family, would upon inquiry find that his character and position in life, as well as the terms of the settlements which he should offer for their approval, were such as to justify his addressing her charming niece. Miss Barbara did not scream, but she was very near it, and was probably only prevented from yielding to the impulse by remembering that Mr. Dorking's servant was in the hall, for William had told her that the man was waiting to know if there was any answer. So she did not scream, but she clapped her hands together for a moment with very painful vehemence. But in the following moment her spirits recovered again. "Nonsense," she murmured, half aloud, and with an accent that expressed scarcely as much terror as contempt. "The young man must be an idiot, absolutely an idiot, or else he is something worse still. He may have heard of a dear little thing's fortune, and determined not to lose his chance by not being first in the field. It's absolutely horrible, and mercy on me, so perfectly disgusting." Having thus relieved a little her first overpowering emotion, she rang the bell. "Tell the person who brought this note, William, that an answer shall be sent." "The man says, ma'am, that he was ordered to call again for the answer before he left the town," returned William. "Tell him that the answer shall be sent," said Miss Barbara, with very haughty emphasis on the last word. "And when you've got rid of him, William, come back to me," she added in a lower key. William retreated to do her bidding, while Miss Barbara seized the first scrap of paper that came to hand, and having written upon it the words, "For pity's sake, come to me instantly, Barbara Jenkins," enclosed it in an envelope, and had sealed it with as firm a barricade of wax as might have sufficed for a packet from a Secretary of State when he re-entered the room. "Take this, without a moment's delay, to Dr. Rawtley," she said, writing the honoured name upon the billet as she spoke, and the moment after she was again alone. "I am a fool to frighten myself thus," thought she, with an aspect, comparatively speaking, of composure. "What would it signify if a dozen impertinent boys came to ask me one after another for her and her fortune? Such a baby as she is. Poor little soul, not 15, not quite 15 yet, I'm certain, for I remember now that her poor mother wrote to us about her christening, and joking about her father's choosing to give her the same old-fashioned name as herself, and I am positive that can't be above 12, or perhaps 13 years ago. I'm sure it seems like yesterday. Poor little thing. Married, indeed. It's something quite shocking. The man must be a perfect monster." And in this way her agitated spirits worked and worried her into alternate paroxysms of hope and despair, till by the time Dr. Rawtley arrived she really was in a very disturbed condition. "Why, what's the matter, Miss Barbara?" he exclaimed, before she could find breath to explain herself. "Upon my word, you look as if our friend Poll Parrot had been pulling caps with you." "Oh, Dr. Rawtley," she exclaimed, instinctively applying both her hands to her front, and skillfully restoring it to its proper place. "You won't make me laugh today, say what you will, for I've had a very great shock." "Good gracious, how? Has the chimney been on fire?" he replied. "The chimney on fire? I do believe sometimes, Dr. Rawtley, you think that I am a fool. You say such very odd things to me. But heaven knows that all the chimneys in this town might have been on fire, except your own, perhaps, without my feeling anything like what I have felt today," was her touching reply. "Don't say that I think you a fool, Miss Barbara. Upon my honour and word, I do not, and it's for that reason that I must beg you to tell me without further delay what it is which has caused you to send for me in such a hurry." And having said this rather gravely, Dr. Rawtley seated himself in his accustomed chair, but he did not, as usual, stir the fire. "Read that, doctor," said she, putting Mr. Dorking's note into his hands and looking at him reproachfully, for she saw that though he had lost no time in obeying her imperative summons, he did not appear to be particularly gratified by it. The perusal of Mr. Frederick Dorking's laconic epistle, however, appeared to restore the reverend gentleman to his accustomed good humour in a moment, for he laughed merrily as he read it, and said as he gave it back, "Only fancy the little rogues having made a conquest already." Miss Barbara looked at him with blended astonishment and indignation. "Do you think it is a laughing matter, Dr. Audley?" said she. "Why, no, my good lady, I don't believe I do. That is, if you mean your question to apply to matrimony, for I have always considered matrimony as a very serious affair. But I certainly think there's something rather amusing in the very quiet way in which your little lady has been carrying on her flirtation. I'm sure I had not the least idea of it. Had you?" "I?" exclaimed Miss Barbara, with a look of horror. "Do you ask me, Dr. Audley, if I had any idea that a child who ought to be at school, or else playing with her doll in the nursery, do you ask me if I had any idea that she was being made love to? Fie, Dr. Audley, fie! You ought not to ask me such a question. You ought to know me better." And here Miss Barbara drew forth her pocket handkerchief and wiped her eyes. "Come, come, Miss Barbara," said the good-natured prebend very kindly. "Don't take the matter so very seriously. Miss Judith is decidedly too young to be married, there's no doubt of that, though I cannot help suspecting that she's rather older than you fancy. But, however, she's very young. Too young, certainly. Nevertheless, I don't think such an offer as this ought to break your heart either. Are you aware that the young man is already in possession of 7,000 a year, and that at the death of his father he will have at least as much more? And are you aware, too, that it is very confidently said by those who know a great deal about the family, our friends the Claytons, for instance, that it is pretty certain a dormant title to which Dorking the father would have been heir if his grandmother had been his grandfather, will be given to the said Dorking father immediately?" Miss Barbara coloured, knit her brows, and looked uncomfortable. 14,000 a year, and a coronet. The ideas suggested by this statement were almost too mighty for her comprehension. And besides, she was not at all certain that Dr. Audley was not joking, whereas her own little affair of Judith's 600 a year was a plain matter-of-fact thing, intelligible to the meanest capacity. "You appear to me to be talking very wildly, Dr. Audley," she said, "and indeed it seems quite impossible that anyone could talk seriously of marrying a girl of 14 or thereabouts, so I do suppose you're only laughing at me altogether." "Indeed, I am not laughing at you, Miss Barbara," he replied. "On the contrary, I really wish you joy, very sincerely. It will be a prodigiously fine match for the young lady, and though I really think her pretty and clever enough to deserve anything, yet still we ought not to forget that such an offer as this is not likely to happen every day. I do indeed wish you joy, heartily." "And do you really mean to tell me," said Miss Barbara, looking at him by no means so kindly as usual, "do you really and seriously mean to tell me that I ought to permit a child of that age to be married?" "There is no absolute necessity for her being married immediately," said her very reasonable adviser. "I think you'd be perfectly justified in telling Mr. Frederick Dorking that you cannot give your consent to her being married before she is 16. This, according to your present statement, will be waiting 2 years, and this, I think, ought to satisfy you." 16? To be married at 16? "It is perfectly shocking, Dr. Audley," exclaimed Miss Barbara, looking very angry. "Well then, say 17, replied the doctor. "If he loves her as he ought to do, he'll consent to wait 3 years rather than give her up altogether. Shall you approve the match if he will consent to this, Miss Barbara?" "What I shall propose," replied the lady, "would be that we should express ourselves highly gratified, of course, and all that sort of thing with this flattering proposal, but add, as civilly as possible, that her friends cannot listen to anything of the kind at present, as the young lady is not as yet of an age to think about marriage. That is what ought to be said, Dr. Audley. Dr. Audley, however, did not seem quite to approve it. "Are you quite sure, Miss Barbara," said he, "that you're correct about the age of your niece, both in appearance and manner? She strikes me as being very womanly for 14. "I don't think I said 14, Dr. Audley. She may be rather more than 14, but a month or two makes no difference, and the real fact is that she is a great deal too young to be married." "It would be a great pity, my good friend, to refuse such a match as this for her. And to tell you the truth, I have more reasons than one for thinking so. My opinion is that the young lady likes him. I strongly suspect, Miss Barbara, that young as she is, the love is mutual." This insinuation seemed to wound Miss Barbara Jenkins deeply. She became very red and looked very angry. "Love!" she exclaimed indignantly. "It is a dreadful suspicion to throw upon a poor, innocent child like that, Dr. Audley, and if I'd not heard you say the words with my own ears, I would not have believed that you could have spoken so. Love, indeed! It's perfectly shocking." "Upon my word, Miss Barbara, I don't think so," replied the doctor, looking very much inclined to laugh, though he knit his brows and rubbed his chin as gravely as he could. "But at any rate, you know, as the gentleman has written to Miss Judith herself must answer him, and if my notions respecting the state of her little heart be correct, and that her answer does not quite condemn the youth to despair, why then, you know, as her guardian, you will have a perfect right to insist upon a little delay." "A little delay!" cried the vexed lady with a deep groan. "I do not know you this morning, Dr. Audley, but I suppose it is because the whole thing is so ridiculous that you cannot persuade yourself to treat it seriously. Just fancy, if you please, what any person of common sense would say if they were speaking seriously of my letting such a child as that receive a love letter and answer it." "Why, you do not mean to keep the letter from her, do you, Miss Barbara?" said the doctor, looking her full in the face with very unfeigned astonishment. "Indeed, I do mean it," she replied, with mingled indignation and dignity. Dr. Audley did not wink as a prebend ought not to wink, but he uttered a low, shrill whistle, such as prebends are not in the habit of producing. Nay, he did more. Foreseeing that Miss Barbara, upon hearing this very unclerical note of remonstrance, had clutched with a sudden movement the letter addressed to her niece, and at the same moment glanced towards the fire very much as if she meditated its immediate destruction, he seized the lady's hand and the note together, saying in a very friendly but very serious tone, "You must not do that, my dear lady. You must not, I assure you." During the whole course of their long acquaintance, it is probable that Dr. Audley had never shown, or indeed had any opportunity of showing, so truly friendly a feeling towards Miss Barbara as he exhibited at that moment. But really, the indignation of the lady could scarcely have been greater had he manifested his difference of opinion by boxing her ears. Her feelings, poor soul, were indeed of a nature which it was quite impossible for him to understand. And if the sudden and violent destruction of all her fondest hopes may be considered as an excuse for being in a passion, the unfortunate Miss Barbara might be excused. Was this the man whose admirable and estimable prudence in waiting to ascertain the amount of her improved income had alone checked his declaration of the tenderest sentiments to herself? Could this audacious pleader for another's passion, and one that would forever deprive her of any allowance at all, be the same who had so lately displayed such flattering, such touching anxiety to eat a tete-a-tete dinner with her? The change seemed too violent to be possible, yet so it was. It would be scarcely fair, perhaps, to blame her quite as much as, strictly speaking, she deserved for the suspicions respecting poor Dr. Audley's motives, which mixed themselves with her despair. but certain it is that the possibility of the friendly prebends looking forward to future preferment through the interest of Mr. Frederick Dorking did suggest itself. But nothing could be more perfectly unjust. Nay, at that very moment it was much more for the sake of Miss Barbara herself than for that of any other person concerned, that the reverend gentleman was so anxious to prevent the threatened destruction of the billet-doux. "Stop, stop, stop, Miss Barbara," he exclaimed, as he still forcibly held her hand. "If the young man is bent upon telling Miss Judith that he is in love with her, your burning 100 letters will not prevent his doing it. But if you do such a thing as that, you know there is nothing you can ever do or say afterwards that can undo it." The earnestness of his manner rather frightened her, and she began to suspect that the burning letters consigned to her care might not always be the best way of doing business. But nevertheless, she was much too angry to yield to his remonstrance graciously, or even to adopt his view of the case, as to the necessity that the young man's letter should ever reach its destination at all. "Don't alarm yourself, Dr. Rawtley, about anything that I'm likely to do," said she, with a very contemptuous look. "I thank my stars I can take care of myself, and really if I could not, I am not at present quite certain that I should apply to you for advice. I used indeed to think you a very sensible man, Dr. Rawtley, but I feel a little doubt about it at present." "Very well, my dear lady," he replied with great good humour. "I must not break my heart about that if I can help it. And I don't much think I shall, because to tell you the truth, I expect you'll change your mind again upon that point some day or other. However, I will not make an unconscionably long visit now that I am in disgrace. I will go directly if you will promise me, like a good honourable lady as you are, that you will transmit that pretty-looking little letter there to its proper owner." Miss Barbara took a moment for consideration before she replied. But at length she seemed in some degree to recover herself, for she said, "Yes, Dr. Rawtley, I do promise it." And she even smiled as she said so. "That's well, then," he returned, as he left the room, adding with a cheerful nod, "Goodbye, goodbye. I'm sure you'll forgive me tomorrow." This ends Chapter 9 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 10 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 10 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Miss Barbara Jenkins would have deemed it a very unworthy act to break a promise, and one of which she felt herself to be quite incapable. But, at the same time, she felt herself quite at liberty to decide, according to her own judgment, as to the manner in which any and every promise she made should be kept. On the present occasion in particular, she had her own notions, and very firmly did she resolve to abide thereby. Having waited for the space of nearly 60 seconds after hearing the house door close, announcing the departure of Dr. Rawtley, she took a neat envelope from her desk, placed the pretty-looking little letter within it, sealed it very nicely, and then in a clear, business-like hand wrote the following address: To Frederick Dorking, Esquire, Clayton Hall. Having contemplated her neat handwriting with great complacency, while waiting till the ink should become dry without the injurious intervention of blotting paper, she again rang her bell, and it was with a voice of more than usual dignity that she said to her man William as she placed it in his hand, "Let this be given to the Clayton Hall servant when he calls." "It wasn't one of the Clayton Hall servants that brought the letter, ma'am," said William, as he received the important document, and as he said it, there was in his eye a look of half-confidential intelligence which his long service prevented from being impertinent, perhaps, but which nevertheless was exceedingly annoying to Miss Barbara. She looked at him very sternly as she replied, "Give it to the person who brought the letter I received this morning. You must know that was what I meant." William was schooled and instantly assumed a look of very respectful stupidity. But not the less for that did William feel very perfectly persuaded that there was something particular going on, in which the handsome young gentleman who was staying at Clayton Hall and the beautiful young lady who was come to live with his respected mistress had a great deal to do. It is a very weak miscomprehension of domestic arrangements to believe that servants do not know quite as well as their masters what's going on in the drawing-room or in the ball-room either. Judith had already been at several Westhampton balls and had never failed to dance very many times with Mr. Frederick Dorking at each. Moreover, the Williams and the Johns and the Thomases of the town had on very many occasions seen Miss Judith escorted by the same young gentleman in her morning walks. It is true indeed that upon these walking excursions the Dean's lady was always of the party, but what difference did that make? And where was the William, the John, or the Thomas dull enough to suppose that it did? So the letter was not given to Mr. Dorking's servant by Miss Barbara's servant without a little friendly gossip being exchanged between them concerning its probable contents. The unconscious Judith, meanwhile, took the accustomed path to the Dean's residence and installed herself, as usual, at Mrs. Chilbert's pianoforte, her love for music increasing in proportion to the power which she found it gave her of delighting her friend, and in proportion also to the rapid progress which she herself soon became conscious she was making in it. And then, as usual, she passed a very happy morning, not perhaps without an occasional thought as to the probability that her musical studies and her miscellaneous chit-chat with her charming friend might be interrupted by one of those not infrequent calls from Mr. Frederick Dorking, which both ladies, to say the truth, were beginning to consider as a natural and not a very disagreeable part of the day's history. But no such interruption came. There might be, and there probably was, a feeling a little akin to disappointment in both, but they were too discreet to say anything to each other on the subject, and parted at last exactly in time to prevent the dinner of Miss Barbara from being spoiled by waiting. But something or other, it was impossible for Judith to guess what, had annoyed Miss Barbara, for she looked angry, red, and very cross, and had by no means her usual excellent appetite, a circumstance of very rare occurrence. As the dull evening wore away, poor Judith began to feel very weary and woebegone, and very earnestly did she hope that 7:30 might bring Dr. Rawtley and the whist table, which would at least have saved her from the dismal task of performing some very unmeaning stitchery face to face with Aunt Barbara, and the misery of inventing little speeches about once in 10 minutes, to prevent her being addressed herself by the detestable question, "What are you thinking about, my dear?" which would infallibly have been addressed to her. But her wishes were vain, for no Dr. Rawtley came, and the only event which occurred to break the monotony of the dismal evening was the arrival of a note from Mrs. Chilbert, which, strange to say, instead of relieving her ennui, increased it tenfold. The note only contained these words, which were certainly anything but agreeable. "My dearest Judith, do not come to me tomorrow morning. I shall be engaged in a manner that will render it quite impossible for me to receive you. But as soon as I am at liberty again, I will let you know it, and then I hope you will come to me instantly to atone to me for the privation I am compelled thus to inflict upon myself. But believe me ever, whether absent or present, your devoted friend, Laura Chilbert." "Is there any answer, miss?" said William, re-entering the room, after having left it for about 5 minutes. "No," replied Judith, throwing the unwelcome note into the fire as she spoke. "Is not that rather an uncivil message to send to the deanery, Judith?" said Miss Barbara, looking very much as if she longed to scold her. "It was not meant as a message," replied Judith. The note did not require any answer. Miss Barbara thought the whole affair extremely mysterious, and she watched the expiring embers of the note which had fallen from the grate and was breathing fragrance as it died away, with a very disagreeable sensation of hopeless curiosity. That the reader may not share this unpleasant feeling, the circumstances of the case shall be fully explained to him, when he will perceive that, as usual, Mrs. Dean had done precisely what was right. Mr. Frederick Dorking's servant was a well-trained domestic and no loiterer. The package, therefore, which had been directed to his master by Miss Barbara Jenkins, and which contained his own unopened letter to Judith, reached his hands with as little delay as possible. Frederick Dorking was very far from being an ill-tempered man, but on receiving this offensive enclosure, he became as vehemently angry as it was possible for a well-tempered young gentleman to be. And in this there was little or nothing that could be justly blamed, for in the first place he was very heartily and sincerely in love. In the second, he had very sufficient reason for hoping that his feelings were, to say the least, not displeasing to the fair object who had inspired them. And thirdly, he was quite aware that the offer which was thus insultingly sent back to him was one which some of the fairest and noblest in the land would have received more graciously. He had prudently taken care to be alone when the answer to his important letter reached him, although the emotion he had anticipated was assuredly not precisely of the nature which he now felt. But while he stood positively trembling from excess both of anger and disappointment, it suddenly occurred to him that the lovely Judith herself was evidently no party to either, for his letter to her was returned unopened. The relief produced by this was great indeed. His hope, his more than hope, his delightful confidence of success returned to him, and with a happy smile at his own folly and the presumptuous impertinence of the she-dragon who guarded the treasure he was more than ever determined to win, he threw himself upon his sofa to meditate at ease on the measures which he must now take in order to defeat the extraordinary machinations of the old lady. It almost instantly occurred to him that his charming friend, Mrs. Chilbert, was the person to whom he ought to apply to assist him in his very singular embarrassment. He was pretty tolerably certain that she was neither ignorant of his intentions nor hostile to them, and moreover he had seen enough of her to be sure that whatever advice she might give would be dictated equally by kindness and discretion. Before the Clayton Hall dinner bell rang, he had written and dispatched the following brief epistle. My dear Mrs. Chilbert, do not think that I encroach too presumptuously on your kindness if I ask to let me see you for half an hour alone tomorrow morning. I shall be at Westhampton by midday, and if I do not find your door defended against me, I shall be very truly grateful. Faithfully yours, Frederick Dorking. Mrs. Chilbert did not write any answer to this note, but told the servant to say, very well. And this was the engagement which the Dean's lady considered to be of sufficient importance to prevent its being interrupted even by her petted friend Judith Maitland. This ends Chapter 10 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 11 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 11 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. It was very punctually at midday that Mr. Dorking was ushered into Mrs. Chilbert's drawing-room. There was nothing in the least degree approaching embarrassment on the part of the lady, and very little on that of the gentleman. Her mother-wit had enabled her to predict with a confidence which pretty nearly amounted to certainty that Judith was to be the subject of their tete-a-tete, and his estimate of Mrs. Chilbert's sagacity was sufficiently just to make him feel equally sure that she so interpreted his note. The friendly smile with which she held out her hand as he approached her rendered all that was to follow perfectly easy on both sides. Her indignation at learning the undue exercise of authority displayed by her utter aversion, Miss Barbara, was everything he could wish it to be, while the delicately hinted encouragement which, under the circumstances, she thought herself justified in giving, was precisely sufficient to sustain his hope that the affront he had received had in no way originated with his lady love, but was entirely and altogether the result of her detestable maiden aunt's wish to prevent her marrying. "But why should she wish to prevent it?" demanded the young man. His colour modestly heightened by the consciousness that the proposal he had made was not such a one as maiden aunts in general would be likely to disapprove, and thereupon Mrs. Chilbert, with her usual tact and delicacy, took occasion to mention the particulars of Judith's fortune and position, taking the liberty of hinting that, in her opinion, the conduct of Miss Barbara Jenkins could only be explained by supposing that she wished to retain the guardianship of a niece, for whose accommodation a very liberal stipend would doubtless be allowed by the Court of Chancery. "Infamous!" exclaimed Mr. Dorking, with very natural indignation. "It is indeed infamous," replied Mrs. Chilbert, "so much so, indeed, that I should scruple, greatly as I dislike the individual, to attribute such exceeding vileness to her, had I not some reason for doing so. But I happen to know that she has uttered a most preposterous untruth in stating Miss Maitland's age. She told Dr. Audley that she was very little more than 14, whereas I happen to know from Judith herself that she was 16 her last birthday. That she has an interested motive for all this is certain." "Infamous!" again exclaimed Mr. Dorking. "I do not wonder at your feeling very indignant at such a statement," returned Mrs. Chilbert, smiling, "and the more so, perhaps, because it is not quite impossible that other persons, your own family, for instance, may still think my dear little Judith somewhat too young to marry, although 2 years older than her precious aunt states her to be. I own I thought from her form and stature that she must at least be 17, said the young man anxiously, and looking as if he hoped that his kind friend had blundered a little in her statement. "No," she replied, shaking her head, "Judith is little more than 16, I assure you, and though I see no reason why she should not be made acquainted with your flattering attachment, I confess that I think you must wait a little before you marry. I think she ought to be in her 18th year first." Frederick Dorking breathed a very lover-like sigh as he listened to these words. Nevertheless, he answered with a degree of candour which did him honour, that he thought she was right. "As I have your sanction for doing so," he continued, "I shall declare my hopes to her before I leave the neighbourhood, and if I am favourably listened to, I think I shall have the courage to leave everything else in your hands." "You do me honour," replied Mrs. Chilbert, smiling, and then added, more seriously, "and I flatter myself that you do me justice, too. For sure I am that if Judith Maitland were my own daughter, I could not feel more anxious than I now do to lead her aright." "I do indeed believe it, my dear Mrs. Chilbert," he replied, "and do me the equal justice of believing that looking forward, as I dare venture to do, to making your lovely friend my wife, I feel the very deepest gratitude to fate and fortune for having placed her at this important period of her existence within reach of your influence. Poor little angel, I know not what would become of her just now without you. What would be her fate had she only her Aunt Barbara? I certainly do flatter myself that I have been some comfort, aye, and of some use to her also, since she has come among us. And if, when your own higher claims are established, you will still permit it, I think my usefulness may continue for some time longer yet," replied Mrs. Chilbert. Mr. Dorking probably thought that the future usefulness to which she alluded was to be displayed in assisting at the selection of the wedding garments, for his answer was the happiest of all possible smiles. But this was not Mrs. Chilbert's meaning. "I need not ask you," she resumed, "what your opinion is of our sweet Judith's musical ability, for I have watched you when she has been singing, and assuredly no fanatico ever appeared more completely spellbound by sweet words. But as you've assured us that you practice not the art you seem so well to love, I think it's very likely that you may already consider Judith's singing as near perfection as it is possible for any performance of a mortal to be. Indeed I do, Mrs. Chilbert, he very energetically replied. Now then, she said, laughing, now I shall put your good temper to a most tremendous trial, for truth obliges me to declare that in this belief you are completely mistaken. The young man colored, but he smiled too, and therefore he probably was not very angry, but he was conscious of being most profoundly ignorant, and not choosing to confess that it was not without difficulty he could distinguish God Save the Queen from Saira, he replied very adroitly that just at present it would be very difficult for him to persuade himself that anything done by Judith Maitland could be otherwise than well done. Perfectly natural, and therefore perfectly as it ought to be, replied Mrs. Chilbert, and for that very reason, you know, it becomes my duty in my character of mentor to take care that my dear disciple be not left too implicitly to your guidance. Judith must positively have a few singing lessons, Mr. Dorking, before she is promoted to the honours of matrimony. Fear not that I should oppose it, even were I already happy enough to have all power over her. But how is this to be managed? Or rather, to speak more honestly, how is her removal from the power of this she-dragon to be effected? How can I expect to be received by her on such a footing as I dare to hope for, as long as she remains under the protection of the lady who, without deigning to reply to my letter herself, has sent back that which was enclosed in it for her niece unopened? Yes, there are difficulties before us, Mr. Dorking, replied the Dean's lady, rather gravely. I cannot deny it. However honourable, flattering, and advantageous your proposal may be, it will not do to make the deanery the place of rendezvous between a young lady and a lover who has been treated by her appointed guardian as you have been. You can easily understand this, I am sure. Too easily, much too easily, dearest Mrs. Chilbert, he replied, and do not for a moment suppose that I would ever wish it. It would be equally objectionable for us all. The only favour which at this moment I will venture to ask of you, he continued, after the interval of a moment given to meditation, is that you would permit me to meet Miss Maitland here for half an hour in your presence before I leave this neighbourhood. And that one favour I readily grant, replied Mrs. Chilbert, for I think the granting it much preferable to the alternative upon which my refusal would throw you, namely that of attempting a clandestine correspondence with my young friend by letter. Assuredly, such would be my only alternative, he replied, and I shall ever feel grateful to you for saving me from it. In your presence, then, I will renew the proposal I've already made, and my dearest hope must stand or fall according to the manner in which it shall be received. If this tremendous ordeal be passed favourably, I shall immediately state to my father and mother what has taken place, and we must flatter ourselves that by their intervention this awful Aunt Barbara may be induced to treat me somewhat more graciously. I must sincerely hope that we shall so manage matters as to find ourselves perfectly independent of Miss Barbara and her graciousness, which, trust me, would never be of a quality and flavour that we should any of us greatly relish, said Mrs. Chilbert. Perhaps you are not yet aware, she continued, that my dear Judith has another aunt residing in London, and though she also is of the old maid species, and a little quizzical too in her way, is a very much less disagreeable specimen than our Miss Barbara. It rests with Judith, I believe, to decide with which of her two aunts she will reside, and after what has happened here, I should imagine that any aunt in the world would be deemed preferable to our Miss Barbara. Heaven only knows what I shall do without my sweet Judith, but I shall scarcely be sufficiently selfish to advise her remaining at Westhampton. It is greatly more likely that I shall coax my kind husband into passing a spring month or two in London, and in that case, Mr. Dorking, it is probable we may meet again. And now, as I have given you the advantage of all the information I possess, it only remains for you to tell me when your attack direct upon my little Judith is to come off. Even as Mrs. Chilbert uttered these light-sounding words, the colour mounted to her delicate cheek, and a tear to her eye, and she added with a sort of abrupt earnestness that was very unlike her usual manner, "Upon my word, Mr. Dorking, I shall be one of the most unhappy women living if I do not find, upon longer acquaintance, that you are everything I wish you to be. I tremble, very literally I tremble, Mr. Dorking, lest I should be acting rashly in this matter. She is such a sweet creature, and at this moment the happiness of her whole life is at stake, and that I, knowing you so little as I do, should dare to take so very decided a part actually terrifies me. And here the graceful self-possession, the habitual savoir-faire, the intense aversion to everything like sentimental display, which all and each made so essential a part of Mrs. Chilbert's character, gave way before natural feeling, and she wept as heartily as if she'd been a poor curate's wife who had never heard of such a thing as bienséance in her life. Mr. Frederick Dorking, too, was one of those who, like herself, cling very tenaciously to the conventional graces and propriety of life, and who, even while thinking themselves authorized by their position to do what they like on many occasions, when it would be fitting for less favored individuals to be governed by a different law, rarely lose sight of the code which regulates all things relating to the usages of good society, and no one could ever have accused him of making a display of any sentiment too profound, either in quality or quantity, to justify his expecting sympathy from those by whom he was usually surrounded. But he, as well as his fair adviser, was too much in earnest at this moment to shape his words, or the manner of uttering them, by any rule save that of genuine feeling. And so earnest and so solemn was the tone in which he besought her to believe that he felt the immense importance of the assistance she was giving him. And not that only, he added, but I feel the immense importance also of the deed you are doing. And all I can say, all I can do rather, is to prove to you by my future conduct that I am not unworthy the confidence which you have so generously placed in me. There was so much real feeling in the manner with which these words were spoken that they could not fail in producing the effect which the speaker desired. Mrs. Chilbert wiped her tears away, and the remainder of the interview was passed in arranging the manner in which the young Judith should be made acquainted with the serious nature of the attachment she had inspired. Mrs. Chilbert felt that it spoke well for the delicacy of Judith's lover when he told her it was his wish that she should acquaint the orphan girl with his proposal before he was admitted to plead his own cause. I might judge differently on this point, he said, if her only ostensible protector for the present were a more efficient one than this detestable aunt, whose vulgar impertinence has placed herself absolutely beyond the reach of any farther civility or consideration of any kind. Nay, if the sweet girl herself were a few years older, I should not shrink, as I now do, from the idea of startling her by an abrupt proposal. You are right, most right, Mr. Dorking, replied Mrs. Chilbert, with such eager cordiality of approval as settled the point at once. And he left her with the understanding that Judith should be invited to take a tete-a-tete drive with her immediately, and that if he would repeat his visit at the deanery on the morrow, it was possible that he might find her passing a long, quiet day with her friend. God bless you, dearest Mrs. Chilbert, exclaimed the agitated young man as he pressed her hand to his lips. Never, never can I hope to make you feel all the gratitude you've inspired. And then returning, after he'd left the room for a moment, he added, Do not let me come tomorrow if she receives what you will say to her today unkindly or coldly. If I hear nothing from you, I shall come. But if I receive a note from you either tonight or tomorrow morning early, I shall leave the hall directly, and you shall not see me again, dearest Mrs. Chilbert, till I have forgotten everything connected with Westhampton, except your kindness. This ends Chapter 11 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 12 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 12 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. The Dean's lady allowed herself about 10 minutes to restore her nerves to a proper degree of composure, and then dispatched one of the little billets which she was in the habit of sending to Judith, and which brought her, as she well knew it would do, without a moment of unnecessary delay. "How very, very kind it is in you to send for me," exclaimed Judith. "I am afraid to tell you how broken-hearted your last night's note made me, for if I do, you will at once discover how completely you have spoiled me." "Did you at all try to guess, Judith, the cause of my sending you that note?" said Mrs. Chilbert. "There was no need of guessing, dear lady," replied Judith, "for you told me that you had an engagement, and you've not yet so completely turned my head as to make me doubt the possibility of your having any engagement in which I was not concerned." "But you were concerned in this engagement," returned Mrs. Chilbert, looking at her rather earnestly. "Will my saying this enable you to guess who my visitor might be?" Judith blushed like the red rose, but only shook her head in reply. "Yes, my dear, you are quite right. You are quick at guessing, I see. That's very clever of you, Judith." "What can you mean, Mrs. Chilbert?" said Judith, endeavoring to look as innocent and unconscious as possible. "I've not guessed anything, I do assure you." "Never mind, Judith. Matters have gone a vast deal too far for jesting, and instead of our thus idly amusing ourselves, it has become my duty to speak and yours to listen, with a degree of earnestness that may be more solemn than jocose. Frederick Dorking has been with me this morning, my dear Judith, and being acute enough to find out that I love you dearly, has chosen me as a proper negotiator between you. He loves you, my dear child. He loves you devotedly, as he says, and as I sincerely believe, and he has commissioned me to ask you if you will be his wife." Mrs. Chilbert had indeed banished everything like levity from her manner as she said this, and either her unwonted gravity or the solemnity of the words she uttered at once banished the rose from the cheeks of Judith and left her as pale as a lily. Mrs. Chilbert took her hand and looked at her with a feeling of alarm. "I have been too sudden. I have startled you, my sweet Judith. And yet, dearest, it is, I think, impossible that you can be very greatly surprised at hearing it. You surely knew perfectly well that he admired you." "But wanting me to marry him! Oh, Mrs. Chilbert, that's quite a different thing. I am so very young, Mrs. Chilbert." Indeed, I do not think he ought to have said anything about it yet." "Nor would he, Judith, were he not immediately about to leave the neighborhood," returned her friend. "Is he going?" said Judith, in an accent which certainly did not manifest any very great delight at receiving the information. "Yes, Judith, he's going to the house of his father, and I think you must therefore forgive him if he's made his declaration rather hastily." "Forgive him? I did not mean that I was angry with him, dear Mrs. Chilbert," said Judith. "But indeed I am too young." "Most assuredly you are so, dear love," replied her friend. "And so I told him, Judith, and he's ready, though not perhaps quite willing, to wait till you are older. Therefore, you are not to answer him as if he had asked you to marry him immediately, but you are to examine your own heart, my dear child, and ask yourself whether you think you like him well enough to promise that you will marry him when you are older." Judith remained silent for a minute or two and then said, "Is not that a very difficult question to answer?" "No, Judith, I should think not," replied Mrs. Chilbert. "But if you feel it to be so, it will be safer perhaps to answer it in the negative." "I'm sure I do not know what is best," said Judith musingly. "Did you ever see anybody you liked better?" said Mrs. Chilbert. "No." "Oh, no," responded Judith. "Did you ever see anyone you liked so well?" inquired Mrs. Chilbert. "No, Mrs. Chilbert, I never did," returned Judith, with considerable decision of voice and manner. "Then I should think it was a pity to reject one who has so much to recommend him, and who's given so decided a proof of attachment to you," said the Dean's lady, very gravely. "Reject him, Mrs. Chilbert? No, I would not reject him out and out, and really forever, for the whole world, for I'm sure I shall never see anybody that I shall think equal to him. But yet it seems almost wrong to promise so many years beforehand." "So many years, Judith," repeated Mrs. Chilbert, laughing. "How old, my dear, do you think it necessary you should be before you marry?" "I believe I must be 21 before I shall have a right to marry whom I like," said Judith gravely. "But what makes you suppose that your guardians will object to your marrying Mr. Dorking before you are of age? Has anything happened upon the subject between you and Miss Barbara to give you the idea that she would object to it?" "Do you suppose, my dearest Mrs. Chilbert, that I should ever dream of mentioning Mr. Dorking to my Aunt Barbara?" said Judith, in a voice which seemed to express indignation at the proposal, as well as averseness to adopting it. "And why not, dear child? Mr. Dorking is an eligible of the very first quality," replied Mrs. Chilbert, who felt rather curiously anxious to ascertain what might already have passed between the aunt and niece concerning him. "Why should you feel so very decided a repugnance to naming him to your aunt?" "I am sure you will say I am in love with him if I tell you," returned Judith, colouring. "Well, and if I do say so, it could not wound your feelings now, Judith, could it?" said Mrs. Chilbert. "Yes, it would, dear Mrs. Chilbert," she replied, "because I know very well that I have not as yet seen enough of him to like him as much as I believe I do like him. And his telling you that he liked me, you know, would not be any excuse for that. However, the real truth is that I cannot bear to talk of anybody I liked to my Aunt Barbara. I would not mention your name before her for more than I will say." "Why, what would happen if you did, dearest?" said Mrs. Chilbert, laughing. "Would she abuse me, Judith?" "No, Mrs. Chilbert, I have no right at all to say that I think she would abuse you. But I'm quite sure that she'd say something cold and hard that I could not bear," returned Judith. Mrs. Chilbert thanked her for this little burst of affection by a kiss, and then said a little maliciously, "And you thought she would say something cold and hard about Mr. Dorking, Judith?" But Judith was now too much in earnest to be checked by her playful manner, and replied with characteristic honesty, "Yes." "Now then, dearest, I will be as candid with you as you've been with me, and will prove to your entire satisfaction that you were perfectly right in yielding to the sort of instinct which prevented your talking about Mr. Dorking to your aunt." Mrs. Chilbert then proceeded to state briefly, but very clearly, the history of the letter, and its return to the writer with its unopened enclosure to herself, and it instantly became evident that not all the pleading in the world, no, not even if the fascinating Frederick Dorking had been there to urge his claims in person, could so effectually have overpowered every obstacle to his wishes as this plain statement. The battle had been fought and won. There was in truth something in the whole transaction particularly well calculated to produce on the mind of Judith exactly the effect which her lover would have wished it should do. For young as she was, Judith was perfectly capable of appreciating the frank and honourable conduct of Mr. Dorking, as well as the unmerited and most unjustifiable insolence with which it had been received. He had been ill-treated. He had been insulted. And this was quite enough to give him interest in the eyes of Judith, even if the multitude of his good gifts had not already gone far in softening the heart of the young beauty in his favour. All that remained of Mrs. Chilbert's task was performed and may easily be imagined without difficulty. Her young favourite was only too happy in listening to all her suggestions as to what would be the best mode of her passing the interval between the present time and her arriving at the age of 18, a period at which Mrs. Chilbert thought all such consent as was required for the marriage would be very easily obtained for such proposals as Mr. Dorking had the power of making. "And the interval, though it may seem long to us now, Judith, will pass very rapidly away," said Mrs. Chilbert. "You told me, dearest, did you not, that your kind mother's testamentary letter gave you the power of choice as to which of your two maiden aunts you should reside with?" Most fully, replied Judith joyously. I know the clause by heart, Mrs. Chilbert, and yet, though the reading it again and again has been often a great comfort to me, as it showed that I had the power to escape when I could bear Miss Barbara's ways no longer, and yet, she repeated, while tears started to her eyes, I never ceased to remember that when I got rid of her, I should lose you, and this has kept me from ever seriously thinking that I should take advantage of it before the time that was fixed at my first interval for my going to my Aunt Elfrida. But now, my dear child, the sooner you leave her, the better, replied Mrs. Chilbert. Her conduct has been most unwarrantable in every way, and I really think that Frederick Dorking, when he is your accepted lover, Judith, may feel that the sooner you leave the protection of a person who has so offensively treated him, the better. My indignation, I confess, is very greatly increased by the unmistakable cupidity of her motives. Had the Chancellor not made you a very liberal allowance, Judith, Miss Barbara Jenkins would not so very strangely have forgotten herself. With her motives, however, be they what they may, we have nothing to do. My advice that you should change her protection for that of your Aunt Elfrida is the result of her conduct and not of her motives. But how shall I bear to part from you, said Judith mournfully. I flatter myself that our parting will not be a very long one, Judith. My dear, kind husband yearly indulges me with a month or two in London during the spring. He has a very dear sister there, and soon we shall have you also, and Medine is not the man to say, no, I won't, when I state my wishes to him. This was very delightful news to Judith, and the brightness of young hope that now rapidly began to chase all the doubts and fears and agitations which had assailed her during the first part of this important conversation was very like the rising of the sun upon a dewy and misty morning, when cloud after cloud gradually melts away, and nothing is left but that lovely mixture of sunshine and shade, without which not even nature herself could be beautiful. This ends Chapter 12 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 13 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 13 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Love scenes are, for the most part, held sacred, and such shall be the reverential treatment bestowed upon the interview between Frederick Dorking and Judith Maitland, which concluded by their parting affianced to each other, and each profoundly convinced that the world could not contain any other being in the slightest degree capable, in any way, of being compared to the perfect being to whom this mutually pledged faith was plighted. But though the mere love passages of this interview may be omitted, during which indeed Mrs. Chilbert herself happened to leave the room, there were some matters discussed which, if kept secret, would render the progress of my narrative exceedingly obscure. Such, for instance, as were needful for the arrangement of Judith's greatly desired change of residence. Mr. Dorking was very temperate in his language and unimpeachably gentlemanlike in his manner of discussing the subject, but nevertheless it was very clearly evident that he did not wish his future wife to remain longer than was absolutely necessary under the protection of a lady so very decidedly hostile to him. Judith, too, behaved extremely well, and no longer having the dread of a protracted residence with Miss Barbara and her parrot before her eyes, she permitted the native generosity of her young heart to plead, very liberally, in mitigation of damages. If it be true, dearest Mrs. Chilbert, said she, that the cause of her behaving in the unwarrantable manner she has done is the want of money, do contrive for me that in some manner or other she shall be paid for her disappointment. How can we manage it without offending her? There is not the least danger of offending her by doing as you wish, my dear, said her friend. Let the matter be what it may. but she really does not deserve any very delicate degree of consideration. But Judith's feelings, dearest lady, deserve all consideration, said Mr. Dorking, with an earnestness of eye and tone which would have sufficed to convince Judith that he was the most adorable human being in existence, had any proof of this been still wanting. And then it was settled that Mrs. Chilbert should manage the whole affair through the friendly agency of Dr. Audley. "He will be an excellent middleman to negotiate for us," said she, for strange as it may seem that Miss Barbara and I should have any point of sympathy between us, it is, I believe, nevertheless certain that we both of us are excessively fond of Dr. Audley. I love him for his good heart, and she loves him for his good whist. So it only remains for you to tell me, my dear, the amount of the gratuity you wish to bestow upon her." "Do not call it a gratuity," said Judith, trying to look angry. "I should wish that she should receive the same sum when I leave her that she would have done had I remained with her till the 21st April, when, according to agreement, I was to go to my Aunt Elfrida." "Your wishes shall be laws," said Mrs. Chilbert solemnly. "And if I have not money enough, you will trust me," said Judith, with the innocent frankness of a child. "Yes, I will, darling," replied her friend, looking at her with almost as much loving admiration as her lover himself. And then they agreed, in this council of three, that Judith should immediately write to her Aunt Elfrida, stating to her that, for some reasons to be explained hereafter, she wished to leave her Aunt Barbara immediately and come to her. "I will not cause you to fall into a fit by telling you that your Aunt Elfrida has got a twin soul to that of your Aunt Barbara, but I will just put you at your ease respecting any doubts you might entertain respecting her being ready to receive you. Maiden aunts of moderate incomes are ever, by an immutable law of nature, perfectly ready and willing to receive young nieces under their protection, if a Lord Chancellor allows them 600 a year for doing so. Do you not agree with me, Mr. Dorking?" "I wish she were not an heiress," was his reply. "I should not be the least surprised if her Aunt Barbara thought that her being so was the cause of my proposing to her. You must forgive me, sweet Judith, if the cruel rebuff I received yesterday has left a feeling not much akin to kindness towards the old lady." "Alas, Mr. Dorking," replied Judith, "if the being very heartily angry with Aunt Barbara be a sin, I am a very offending soul as well as yourself. Nor do I believe that Mrs. Chilbert has a much clearer conscience on that point than we have. But do not let us talk any more about her. You two, you know, may do it so much more innocently than I can, for though I find it very difficult to believe, the truth is that she is my own dear mother's sister. And that shall protect her forever and forever from all severity, even in thought, from me," said the young man, with very graceful eagerness. The two ladies exchanged a rapid glance, but each said to the other by the aid of it, "Is he not the most charming creature in the world?" Perhaps on the part of Judith the epithet adorable in the place of charming would more justly express her feelings. The interview, as may easily be supposed, lingered on till Mrs. Chilbert herself was obliged to bring it to a conclusion by saying, "And now you must positively go, Mr. Dorking. As to Miss Barbara's dinner hour, it has long been past, and what sort of apology Judith means to make for keeping her waiting, I am at a loss to guess. I do not mean even to delay her punishment by asking her to dine here, because the moment I can get rid of you both, I shall sit down and write a billet doux to Dr. Audley, requesting him to take his coffee here instead of at home, which will give me a quiet opportunity for explaining to him the commission with which we mean to honor him. For the Dean dines out, and our coffee will be taken tete-a-tete." "I will go this instant," he replied. "Only tell me first when I may be permitted to see her again." Mrs. Chilbert laughed, both at the pathos and the humility of this appeal, and the lovers looked at her as if they thought her very cruel and very hard-hearted. But she made her peace with them by telling Mr. Dorking that he would do well to delay his departure for a day or two. These words had an effect that might be compared to the letting a very bright beam of sunshine suddenly enter a dark room. He seized his hat with gay alacrity and looked like the very happiest man in the world, though in the very act of losing sight of all he wished to look upon. "God bless you for ever and for ever, my dearest Mrs. Chilbert," he exclaimed. "A day or two is exactly all I ask. Before those days are over, I feel confident that you will have settled everything for us exactly in the best manner possible, and that when we part it will not be without knowing with something like certainty when we are to meet again." One fond and lingering look, one kiss upon the little hand, and he was gone. It is not necessary to follow mot à mot the conversation which ensued between the friends during the little half-hour that followed. It can surprise no one that Miss Barbara's dinner hour was again forgotten, or that even when it was at length remembered again by Judith, Mrs. Chilbert did not appear to deem it a matter of very great importance. "Yes, I dare say she will be very angry," said she. "But angry she will be, and angry she must be, on weightier matters than that. I hope you do not really fear her, my sweet Judith. If you do, confess it honestly, and I will take you home myself, and breast the storm that must of necessity arise when she learns, as she must do at once, remember, that you are about to leave her house immediately." "No," replied Judith, "I do not feel that I have any of that sort of fear which should make me shrink from meeting her alone. The interval which must intervene between the explanation on the subject of the returned letter and my final departure from her house will not be very agreeable, certainly, but the future, thanks to you, dearest, is so bright that I do not care much about the present." "That is precisely my own view of the case, my dear Judith, or I should not see you depart for the den of the dragon with so much philosophy as I feel about it at present. Of course, you will not yourself undertake the task of informing her of your engagement to the gentleman whom she treated so cavalierly, nor of your intention of exchanging her protection for that of her sister. There will be a little rough work in this, and our good friend Dr. Audley must perform it for us. He will not do it willingly, perhaps, for he is by nature a peaceable man, but he will do it well and kindly, too, if he does it at all. And now, run away like a lapwing, dearest, and eat your dinner with what appetite you may." Judith waited for no more, but bestowing an eloquently silent kiss upon her friend, obeyed her literally, and ran home like a lapwing. This ends Chapter 13 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 14 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 14 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Miss Barbara was too fidgety, too nervous when she met her niece in the dining room to be very angry at her being a little too late. On the contrary, indeed, she was rather particularly civil. In truth, she was beginning to feel a little frightened at the energy of her own proceedings, though she had assured herself at least a dozen times in the course of the morning that she would do exactly the same thing over again under the same circumstances. And more than as many times did she repeat, in murmured accents of indignation and horror, "A child of 14! It is really too shocking." And it's probable that she might have succeeded in restoring herself to her wonted state of self-approving contentment by this view of the subject, had Dr. Audley been totally ignorant of the affair. But the most poignant part of her uneasiness arose from the fear that he might discover after what manner she had kept her promise of consigning the letter he had seen to its right owner. She wished, yet dreaded, to see him, and was altogether in a much more fluttered state of spirits than her young companion, notwithstanding the all-important promise she had that morning given. But few things are more true than the common axiom that nothing is so tormenting as uncertainty, and such being the fact, the great discomfort of Miss Barbara is easily accounted for, the state of her mind being in a most remarkable degree uncertain. Miss Barbara Jenkins had lived for many years in a state of the most friendly and happy intimacy with Dr. Audley, without having ever suffered herself to be tormented by any uncertainty at all. Everybody who knew Dr. Audley declared that he was a confirmed, though most delightful bachelor, and Miss Barbara believed what everybody said and was tormented neither by hopes nor fears on the subject. But then came what Miss Barbara considered as a most complete and entire change in her own position, and then, alas, followed quick upon this persuasion the unfortunate utterance of these ambiguous words, which at once overthrew all that structure of temperate feeling and maidenly composure of spirit which had for so many years enabled her to live unscathed, though continually exposed to all the dangers of an intimacy with the individual whom she never scrupled to confess that she considered as the most fascinating man in the world. Yet, in the midst of what must be allowed to have been a very distracted paroxysm of tender passion, the superior intellect of Miss Barbara taught her still to hold fast to something approaching common sense. Instead of foolishly flattering herself, as so very many unfortunate individuals of both sexes do, not only that she was sought, but sought for herself alone, she immediately concluded that Dr. Audley was not likely, after living with her on the terms he had done for so many years, without ever betraying any of the weakness of that terrible passion called love, at last to break through all bounds, as he had now done, without having some reason for it. And this reason she found in the change which had taken place in her income. Far from feeling hurt when this idea occurred to her, she only admired him the more for it. What a blessing would it be, thought she, if all men were equally reasonable, equally considerate. Our union poorhouses would be no longer crammed with the miserable products of imprudent marriages. No, if all men were like Dr. Audley, this world would be an earthly paradise. But although thus deeply philosophical, thus admirably reasonable in the endurance of wishes that she felt to be hopeless, it does not follow that Miss Barbara was to be insensible to the ecstasy of this unhoped-for hope when it came at last. Miss Barbara might fairly be considered as a model for spinster ladies, but, after all, she was not a spinster angel, and it certainly had been with a feeling of very womanly triumph that she welcomed the doctor's approaches, as she fancied, poor lady, to love-making. This is surely quite sufficient to account for her perturbed state of mind at this eventful period of her existence. But the dinner passed, and the evening came, and the tea passed, and the night candles came, but no Dr. Audley appeared. As to Judith, the evening, silently grim as it was, wore itself away with vastly less tedium, as far as her feelings were concerned, than any tete-a-tete evening she had ever passed with her Aunt Barbara. Happily for her fingers, they had the fabrication of a purse to occupy them, and for her mind, it had enough indoor work to do to prevent any danger of tedium from the absence of occupation from without. So when 10 o'clock came, she felt little or none of her usual rapture at hearing the hour strike, for she could think of Frederick Dorking and London and Mrs. Chilbert almost as conveniently while working at Miss Barbara's twilight table as when lying awake in bed. But the morrow was destined to be an eventful day. It had been settled between Judith and Mrs. Chilbert that Dr. Audley was to be immediately summoned to the deanery in order to receive the important commission with which she meant to entrust him. He came with ready obedience to her message and listened to all she had to tell with more interest than surprise. He really behaved admirably well throughout, For though, as the reader knows already, he disapproved Miss Barbara's proceedings as much as Mrs. Chilbert herself could do, he was perfectly true to his long-professed friendship for her, and pertinaciously persisted in declaring that he had no doubt in the world that she fancied she was doing very right. "Well, well, dear doctor, do not let us dispute any more about that," said Mrs. Chilbert, a little impatiently. "When people do exactly everything they ought not to do, I care very little whether they are more rogues or fools. Indeed, I am rather afraid that I like the rogues best. The question now before us is whether you will do us the great kindness of being the negotiator between Judith Maitland and her aunt. I know that the task is not a pleasant one, but the present peace and future happiness of this dear girl greatly depends upon her removing from the protection of one of her aunts to the other, with as little fuss and fracas as possible, and no one in the world is so likely to manage the business peaceably as yourself." "No, dear lady," replied the doctor, shaking his head, "the task is not a pleasant one, but I will not shrink from being useful if I can be so. Are you quite sure, however, that the fair Judith has the legal power of making this exchange? I thought that Mrs. Maitland had left a paper containing an expression of her wishes on the subject, and that Miss Barbara Jenkins was to have the charge of her." "Mrs. Maitland did leave such a paper, but it expressly leaves the choice with Judith as to which of her two maiden aunts she should reside with." "That simplifies the matter greatly," replied the doctor, "and I confess that, after what has passed, I think my good friend Miss Barbara has very little right to expect that she will be the favoured aunt. It is a great match, a very splendid match, that is offered to our young friend. A pretty certain coronet, I believe, and not less certainly than 14,000 a year between his own estates and those of his father. I cannot for the life of me comprehend what the good lady's motive could be for refusing it, and with such vehement symptoms of indignation, too. The youth of the young lady, which she makes such a fuss about, by no means explains it, because it would have been so completely in her own power to have delayed the marriage. In short, her whole conduct on this point is to me a complete mystery." "It is not so to me, Dr. Audley," said Mrs. Chilbert gravely. "Then unless your discovery be a very profound secret, my dear lady, I do beseech you to explain it," he replied. "Did it never occur to you, Dr. Audley, that the allowance which Miss Jenkins receives with her niece might be a reason for her wishing to retain her?" replied Mrs. Chilbert. "No, upon my honour," said he. "It never entered my head, I do assure you. Nevertheless, I'm quite aware that the allowance is very considerable, and that my friend Miss Barbara is by no means rich enough to make it unimportant to her. But if the wish to retain this has really led her to refuse such a very desirable settlement for her niece, I must say Miss Barbara has behaved extremely ill." And the good doctor looked really distressed. "If you can contrive to discover any other motive for her conduct, my good friend, I promise to give up my own theory on the subject," returned Mrs. Chilbert. "But let us not waste any more time in discussing her motives. What her conduct has been we all know, and it is this, and not her motives for it, which must regulate our proceedings." She then explained him exactly what the commission was which they wished him to undertake. "In the first place, dear doctor," she continued, enumerating the different parts of his task upon her fingers, "in the first place, you must give her to understand that Mr. Dorking has made us acquainted with the insult he has received at her hands by the return of his unopened letter to Miss Maitland. In the second, you must inform her that the said Mr. Dorking, finding that his proposals would not be permitted to reach the young lady in what he conceived to be the most proper way, has found himself obliged to have recourse to a personal interview which he has obtained here. Thirdly, we must request you to announce to her that Miss Maitland has accepted his proposal on condition that he shall consent to wait till she is in her 18th year. And fourthly and lastly, you must be pleased to make her comprehend that Miss Maitland, not approving the mode in which she has been treated, has already written to her aunt Elfrida, informing her of all that has happened and requesting permission to take up her abode under her protection till the period fixed for her marriage shall arrive. And moreover, my dear doctor, you may add, if you like it, that in order to obviate all difficulties as to Judith's journey to town, I have promised to escort her myself. Do you happen to have a little cherry brandy or any other comfortable cordial at hand, Mrs. Dean? Said Dr. Rothley very demurely. You certainly think highly of my courage, my good lady, or you would never send me to carry such a bundle of fire and faggot as this you have prepared for me. Yes, I do think very highly of your courage, or rather of the kindness which will inspire it, she replied. Very seriously, Dr. Rothley, I am quite as much aware as you can be that the commission I have given you is neither easy nor pleasant. But what can we do for this poor dear child except what we now propose? Nevertheless, if you really wish to escape this disagreeable embassy, I will undertake it myself. But I think you would do it infinitely better than I should. I do not know about that, Mrs. Dean, said the doctor, rising. But I beg you to believe that my thinking the commission a disagreeable one is not exactly the sort of reason that would lead me to charge you with it. I will in all my best obey you, madam, and you shall hear the result as soon as the interview is over. And so saying, he left her without waiting to receive her thanks, but finding considerable consolation from the thought that if he was in danger of mortally offending one lady, he had a fair chance of very seriously obliging two. This ends Chapter 14 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 15 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 15 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. When Dr. Rothley said that the idea of performing the commission entrusted to him by Mrs. Chilbert frightened him, he was not jesting. He really did feel afraid of the vehemence of his old friend's anger, and had it not been for the little point of vantage which her having so shabbily faltered about her promise of delivering the letter to its right owner, he might have felt more frightened still. From the deanery he went at once to the Jenkins mansion, and was at once shown into the lady's study, where he found her doing exactly nothing, though her open writing desk was before her and an open book lay upon it. Her colour was considerably augmented by the entrance of the reverend gentleman, for though she did not think it very likely that he could have discovered what she had done with Mr. Dorking's enclosure, she was quite aware that if he had, he would reprove her for it. A second thought, however, brought to her heart the pleasant conviction that he could not keep away, and it was therefore with rather a tender smile that she pointed to his accustomed chair on the hearth rug. But Dr. Rothley was too much occupied by the grave business he had in hand to notice either the blush or the smile. He obeyed the action of her hand, however, and placed himself in the armchair, but alas, he did not take up the poker to stir the fire, which he had so long been used to consider almost like his own. Miss Barbara sighed, but neither did he notice that. He had a walking stick in his hand as usual, but instead of resting it, with his shovel hat upon the top of it, in the recess of the window was a sort of signal that he was going to make a good, comfortable, gossiping visit. He now kept the said stick in hand, and placing his hat on the top of it, he crossed his hands over its crown, as if not only to keep it in its place, but to show that he was ready to go away at a moment's warning. "It is rather a cold morning, isn't it, Doctor?" said Miss Barbara, in the kindest voice imaginable. "I hardly know, Miss Barbara," he replied, "for I've not been thinking about the matter. I've got rather a particular question to ask you, Miss Jenkins. I want you to tell me, if you please, what you did with that letter which Mr. Frederick Dorking enclosed to you from Miss Maitland." The spirit of Miss Barbara Jenkins was painfully disturbed by this very particularly plain question. To have given as plain and explicit an answer would have been extremely disagreeable to her, and therefore, notwithstanding all her softer feelings towards the questioner, she assumed the look and accent of indignant displeasure. "Upon my word, Dr. Audley, your manner of speaking to me is very extraordinary. I don't know any reason, sir, whatever, which should induce me to answer a question so very rudely put." "I beg your pardon, my dear lady, 10,000 times over if I've said anything rude to you. I do assure you I did not mean it. But you would have real cause to complain of me were I, after so many years of friendly and intimate acquaintance, to beat about the bush when I have something really important to say to you, instead of coming to the point at once. However, I was wrong, Miss Barbara, very wrong in putting such a question to you, because it was no question at all. For I knew all about it better than you could tell me, without troubling you with any question whatsoever. You sent that letter back to Mr. Dorking, Miss Barbara, instead of giving it, as I told you, to the person for whom it was intended, and I'm sorry to tell you that you have got yourself into a sad scrape by it." "I don't understand you, sir," returned Miss Barbara, still endeavouring to look dignified and undismayed. "You seem to forget, sir, that I am the lawful guardian of the young child that this impertinent young man chooses to address in so very improper a manner." "No, my dear lady, you are not her guardian. She's not your ward, but the Chancellor's. You see, there has been nothing but mistakes in this business from beginning to end. I mean on your side, my good friend, for Mr. Frederick Dorking appears to have made no mistake at all when he stated himself to have been in love with your niece. Neither did he make any mistake in thinking that a coronet and 14,000 a year offered by a young man of good family and most perfectly unexceptionable character deserved to be received with more civility. No offer of marriage made to a child of 14 ought to be received with civility, returned Miss Barbara, with a look which was intended to express a vast deal of conscious virtue of all kinds. There now, Miss Barbara, you come exactly to another of your mistakes. What put it into your head that your niece was only 14? I can neither guess nor understand this, for everybody that looks at her takes her to be older instead of younger than she really is. But the real truth is that she is in her 17th year, Miss Barbara, having completed her 16th year on the 22nd of the month before last. Miss Barbara opened her eyes to a most prodigious size and looked very much as if she were going to contradict him. But the doctor gave her no opportunity, for the most heartily anxious to get to the end of his task, he paused not even to take breath. I don't mean to say, he continued, that 16 is not too early an age, but youth, my dear Miss Barbara, is an obstacle that melts away with great and very certain facility, and cannot therefore be considered as a reasonable cause for refusing such an offer as that of Mr. Frederick Dorking. However, be this as it may, he has now made his proposals to the young lady herself, and she has accepted them on the condition that he shall wait till she has entered her 18th year, when, if the Chancellor makes no objection, she has promised to marry him. Miss Barbara's dismay at this overthrow of all her hopes was very great, but her anger was greater. She felt convinced that there was a most iniquitous plot arranged for the purpose of inspiring the quiet little Judith with a spirit of rebellion to her authority, and she doubted not, for how could she doubt it, that Dr. Audley was one of the conspirators. Her anger, her indignation, her absolute rage at this discovery knew no bounds. But the very excess of those terrible feelings robbed her of all power of expressing them, and taking advantage of her silence, the cause of which he completely misinterpreted, the unconscious Dr. Audley went on. You were very injudicious, to say the least of it, Miss Barbara, in taking so violent and so uncivil a course, and the consequences, the immediate consequences, I mean, are such as I fear will be anything but agreeable to you. I am just come from a deanery, and it has been very reluctantly, my good friend, I do assure you, that I have complied with Mrs. Chilbert's wish in coming here to acquaint you with the measures that have been resolved upon between that lady and your niece. Miss Judith, I'm sorry to say, is greatly wounded by the manner in which you thought fit to act, respecting the letter addressed to her, and which was confided to your care. So much so indeed that, as I understand, for I have not seen the young lady myself, she has announced her intention of immediately withdrawing herself from your protection and placing herself under that of her Aunt Elfrida. Miss Barbara, very unadvisedly, clenched her fist in a manner unmistakably hostile as she suddenly extended her arm towards Dr. Wortley and exclaimed, I defy her to do it. She's under my protection by the order of the Lord Chancellor. Dr. Wortley, who felt that he had performed the worst part of the truly disagreeable task he had undertaken, either from the lightness of heart produced by this pleasant idea, or from the natural mirthfulness of his temper, which rendered him particularly prone to laugh at what was comical, burst into a very genuine and hearty fit of laughter on seeing Miss Barbara's fist advance in so warlike a manner towards him. And suddenly rising from his chair, he gaily caught her hand in his, exclaiming, You are not going to box my ears, old friend, are you? Cold water thrown upon red-hot iron produces a grim blackness and a frightful hissing noise, and the effect of Dr. Wortley's pleasantry upon the wrathful Miss Barbara might be not unaptly compared to it, only that the innocent iron, notwithstanding its black looks and its ugly hissing, could not have half the propensity to do mischief which swelled in the heart of Miss Barbara at that unfortunate moment. A man of a different temperament might perhaps have guessed a little what was going on within the lady's bosom when he saw her face become so very red, and the expression of her grey eyes so very fierce. But Dr. Wortley had never been in a passion in his life, not even upon receiving the mandate to quit his kennel and his curacy, and though he now looked in the face of his old acquaintance very steadily, he did it with so little speculation that he saw nothing but what was comical in it. And again he laughed, at the same time shaking her hand as vehemently as if it had been that of some fox-hunting old friend whom he had not met for years. But both the tragedy and the comedy of the scene were too vehement to last long. Miss Barbara became quite exhausted in her struggles to liberate her hand and burst into tears. Dr. Wortley too got tired of holding it, and having released her and ceased laughing, he prepared to depart, saying, with the most innocent unconsciousness of the violent anger he had excited, Goodbye, Miss Barbara. Cheer up your spirits, my good friend. You certainly were not acting with your usual good sense when you sent back the young gentleman's letter, but that will all pass by and be forgotten when your niece has rewarded his tender passion with her hand, notwithstanding. But take my advice this time, and don't attempt to make any foolish opposition to the young lady's going to London, for she has, by the will of her late mother, the full power of choosing whichever maiden aunt she prefers as her hostess. Having said this, he hastened out of the room, not a little delighted that the visit was over, and well pleased, too, now that it was past, at remembering that he had been a useful agent, aider, and abettor in so very agreeable an affair as the marriage of such a sweet, interesting young creature as Judith with a person so every way deserving her. This was the state of mind of Dr. Wortley as he left the presence of Miss Barbara, and it's very easy both to describe and imagine it. But it is far otherwise respecting the condition of Miss Barbara. We've never seen her hitherto in any state of mind that may not be considered as very natural and very common in ladies of that particular description under similar circumstances. But far different was the case now. Though she was still a maiden lady, although she might have preferred being married, and though she had found herself obliged to pay a rent for her house when she would have preferred living in it rent-free, She had nevertheless on the whole enjoyed a very tranquil and prosperous existence. Through the greater part of its existence, since she arrived at years of discretion, for Westhampton had not been possessed of him before, Dr. Audley had been a very important, perhaps the most important feature. It has been already stated, and with perfect veracity, that let the secret feelings of Miss Barbara Jenkins for Dr. Audley have been what they would, she had for many, many years protected herself by her own good sense and discreet forbearance from the folly of falling absolutely in love with him. But unhappy lady, the fatal moment came at last, and a few unmeaning words lightly spoken and unfortunately misunderstood plunged her at once into the desperate folly against which she had for so many years struggled with such happy success. The ingenious manner, too, in which she had contrived to reconcile his present yielding to the powerful passion which subdues both gods and men with his long resistance to it, confirmed her in her most pernicious blunder, and led her to believe that instead of there being anything improbable in his suddenly conceived intention of marrying her, it was, on the contrary, not only the most rational, but the most natural thing possible. If all this be freshly kept in remembrance, together with the alarming fact that the temperament of Miss Barbara Jenkins was not of the same gentle nature as that of the amiable Doctor of Divinity, upon whom she had at length bestowed her heart, some idea may perhaps be conceived of the state of mind in which this unfortunate lady was left at the departure of Dr. Audley from her study. This ends Chapter 15 of Petticoat Government, Part 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 16 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 16 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. The rage of poor Miss Barbara, however, was of little avail. Dr. Audley had no idea of its vehemence. Judith guessed at it, partly by her own sagacity and partly by the report of Susan. But to say truth, she heeded it not. And as to Mrs. Chilbert, it is to be feared that she might have been more amused than pained could she have been made acquainted with the exact condition of her neighbor's heart and soul. But as it was, she thought little and cared still less about it. She had never thought Miss Barbara a fitting chaperone for her young friend, and her conduct in regard to Mr. Dorking had fully justified her in this opinion, so that she very generously rejoiced at her being removed, although it would rob herself of a pleasure which she had very keenly enjoyed. Judith, naturally enough, dreaded her first interview with Miss Barbara after Dr. Audley should have made her comprehend the present state of affairs, and in order to be able to meet her with the assurance that everything was finally settled for her removal, she employed the time occupied by Dr. Audley's explanation in writing the following letter to her Aunt Elfrida. My dear Aunt Elfrida, you may be a good deal surprised, but I hope you will not be very much displeased when I tell you that I wish immediately to avail myself of my dear, kind mamma's permission to reside either with you or my Aunt Barbara, and to take up my abode with you. My reasons for this I will explain when we meet, and I fancy myself that you will then think that I have not acted improperly. I do assure you, my dear aunt, that it is my wish to behave properly, and not to be troublesome to anybody if I can help it. But very strange things have happened here, and I might perhaps be afraid that they would be misrepresented to you, had I not the great good fortune of enjoying the affection and the advice of Mrs. Chilbert, with whom I believe you are well acquainted. It is a great comfort to me that I am able to tell you this, and to assure you that I've done nothing without her sanction and advice. She has most kindly promised to accompany me herself to London, and to place me in your hands, which will, I am sure, be the most satisfactory proof you could receive of my having done nothing which could make you reluctant to receive me. Believe me, dear aunt, your dutiful and affectionate niece, Judith Maitland. Finding, when she had written this epistle, that it still wanted more than an hour of her Aunt Barbara's dinner hour, Judith determined to submit it to Mrs. Chilbert before she put it in the post, both because she rather doubted her own judgment as to the propriety of boasting of Mrs. Chilbert's friendship, and also because she did not like to state that lady's approval of her conduct without making her aware that she had done so. "Ah, my Judith," exclaimed Madine's lady on seeing her young friend enter, "you are come exactly at the right moment to learn the result of my letter to Rome." "You've received an answer?" cried Judith eagerly. "How very, very lucky that it should have arrived before my departure. And what is the result, dearest Mrs. Chilbert? Have you any intelligence for me?" "No, my dear love, I've not," replied her friend. "All my correspondent has been able to learn is that Mr. Worthington and his mother have left Rome. But do not look so sadly vexed and disappointed, my sweet Judith. Surely this cannot signify so very much now." "Oh, do not say that," cried Judith, with her cheeks the color of the crimson rose and her eyes filled with tears. "Oh, do not say that it is of no consequence now. I know that my Aunt Barbara will say I have behaved very ill in many ways, and particularly in all that has happened about Mr. Dorking. But the only thing for which my conscience reproaches me is what you say does not signify." "Well, dearest, do not cry about it so piteously, and I'll promise not to say so again. All I meant was, Judith, that nothing signified at this particular moment but the greater fear of getting you well out of this troublesome old lady's hands, without committing ourselves by doing anything that was outrageously contrary to etiquette, because that, my dear child, would bring us all into disgrace." "Forgive me, dearest Mrs. Chilbert," returned Judith. "I'm afraid that I must be a very selfish person, for I positively feel at this moment as if I did not much care for anybody or anything beyond my poor Aunt Worthington." "But how is that being selfish, Judith?" said Mrs. Chilbert, laughing, yet looking at her at the same time with great affection. "I don't see how forgetting all your own affairs at this very important moment and thinking of nothing but your Aunt Worthington, whom you never saw in your life, can be called selfish." "Oh, yes, it is selfish," replied Judith, while the tears still testified the sincerity of her emotion. "Because, while you and Mr. Dorking and good, kind Dr. Audley, who has had to bear all Aunt Barbara's anger today, while you are also very, very kindly occupied about me, I really do feel as if it were a sin for me to feel happy about anything while the last wishes of my poor dear mamma about her sister Penelope are forgotten. And it must be selfish in me to care so very much about what nobody can feel but myself, when you are all taking so much trouble about me." "I see no selfishness, dear love, but I do see a little want of wisdom in your suffering anything to divide your attention at this moment with the important business before us," said Mrs. Chilbert. "When you are quietly settled with your Aunt Elfrida in London, I've no doubt that you will meet with some one or other who will be able to assist you in the search that you are so dutifully anxious to make. But upon my word, at this moment I do not think it wise or useful in any way to talk or think any more about it. Have you written to your Aunt Elfrida, my dear?" Judith answered in the affirmative, and presented her letter for inspection, stating her reasons for wishing that Mrs. Chilbert should see it before it was consigned to the post. "What a transparent-hearted little creature you are, Judith," replied her friend, after glancing her eye over the letter. "I must be a cross creature for quarreling with you for throwing open your heart to me on one thing, when I love you so much for doing it on another. Nothing can be better than your letter. Seal it at once, dear, and I will send it to the post for you." This was immediately done, and the few moments which remained before it was absolutely necessary for the poor girl to return to the little ease of her dreaded Aunt Barbara's presence was judiciously employed by Mrs. Chilbert in dwelling upon the pleasure she should feel at delivering her from the clutches of her dragon and conveying her to all the happy novelties of a first visit to London. "But what shall I do for a Mrs. Chilbert?" said Judith, shaking her head. I don't wish you to find any more Mrs. Chilberts, Judith. We are only a variety of the genus tyrant. But now I have begun with you, it is quite as well that I should go on. And in exactly 2 months from this time, I have Vadim's word for it that I shall be in London myself. And then I shall take you again into my own hands, and renew my favourite practice of making you do exactly what I bid you. Judith's joy at this announcement was expressed as vividly as it was felt. And now then, I think I can face Aunt Barbara without even a shudder, said she. I feel as bold as a lion. But do not keep me, or my courage will all evaporate, and I shall appear before her trembling like a silly sheep, which is a condition whereunto I do not intend that she shall see me reduced. But with all her boasting, poor little Judith did very literally tremble as, after preparing herself for the dismal dinner table, she crept down the stairs to take her place at it. For a moment it was certainly a relief to her to be told by William, when about to enter the dining-room door, that she must please not to mind dining by herself, as his missus was poorly like and did not mean to come out of her room. For a moment, this announcement unquestionably produced a feeling of relief. But in the next, the poor girl began to feel frightened at her absence. What did it mean? Was it intended as an expression of unspeakable anger? And what was likely to happen next? By degrees, however, Judith, young as she was, began to arrange her ideas and to take a very rational view of her own situation. She felt that at that particular moment she was certainly very dismally alone, and tears again filled her eyes as she thought of father, mother, brother, and sister, all so lately possessed and now forever lost. But her thoughts did not stop there. The wonderfully great good fortune which had given the friendship of such a woman as Mrs. Chilbert, and the love of such a man as Frederick Dorking to such a young, half-educated creature as herself, appeared to her, as it ought to have done, as being a blessing far greater than she had any right to hope for, and she blessed heaven for its goodness to her. And then gayer, lighter meditations followed, and the thoughts of leaving Westhampton and her Aunt Barbara made her heart beat with hope and happiness. Had she not known that Mrs. Chilbert was going out to dinner in the Close, it is probable that she would have run away from herself in order to chat with her. But it was better for her as it was, for before the cathedral clock, by striking 10, gave her notice that she was to put down her purse and take up her bed candle, a long train of useful, self-improving thoughts had passed through her young heart and head. She remembered that where much was given, much would be required. She made good resolutions and prayed for power to keep them. And when she laid her head upon her pillow that night, she felt as if she were considerably more than a day older than when she had quitted it in the morning. This ends Chapter 16 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 17 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 17 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. To the best of young Judith's judgment, it appeared to her more proper, after all that had happened and was about to happen, that she should avoid any interview with her Aunt Barbara till that lady herself thought proper to seek it. But she was very much pleased to remember, as she thus decided, that the habit, which had now been long established, of her going every morning into the deanery for musical practice, enabled her to seek her friend there now, without putting either Mrs. Chilbert or herself under the imputation of caballing against lawful authority. It's so easy to imagine all that passed at the deanery during that and the following days, that it's quite needless to recapitulate it all much in detail. The answer from Miss Elfrida came exactly at the hour it was expected and contained the kind and affectionate welcome that had been anticipated. Mr. Dorking dined at the deanery on both the days that intervened before the departure of Mrs. Chilbert and Judith for London. but he was positively forbade to take his place in the same train, or even on the same day that the two ladies left Westhampton. The good dean approved this, as well as all their other regulations, and cheered the heart of the young heiress by telling her that he knew the impatient temper of his lady too well to attempt delaying their promised visit to London for above 2 months. Dr. Audley had, as he well deserved, his share in these pleasant, hope-inspiring farewells, and in answer to Mr. Dorking's assurance that there was no man whom he should be more happy to receive, both in town and country, as soon as the establishments he was about to arrange in both should be completed, declared that he could imagine no possible invitation that would give him more pleasure to accept. After stating these facts, nothing more remains to be told at present respecting Judith Maitland's adventures at Westhampton, and I may therefore announce her safe arrival at her Aunt Elfrida's lodgings in Green Street. It was not till after considerable meditation on the subject that Mrs. Shilbert at length decided that she would not prolong her chaperoneship of her young fellow-traveller beyond the house door of her Aunt Elfrida's lodgings. There were few things that could have served or even pleasured Judith which her friend Mrs. Shilbert would have shrunk from performing, but she very decidedly felt that she had rather not meet the first outbreak of Miss Elfrida's ardent curiosity respecting all the wonderful events that had occurred at Westhampton, and it was therefore at the above-mentioned house door that the two friends parted, but not without a promise from Mrs. Shilbert that she would pay her compliments to Miss Elfrida on the morrow. All this was settled before the carriage which brought them from the railroad station arrived at Miss Elfrida's door, and if it had not, all the precautions of the dean's lady would have been in vain, for Miss Elfrida, who had been living for the last hour at the drawing-room window, no sooner saw the vehicle stop than she rushed to the stairs and had reached the bottom just as Judith and a few of her packages entered. But Mrs. Chilbert, having made the intelligent servant who accompanied her comprehend that she did not wish to be delayed, made her retreat in perfect safety while Miss Elfrida was engaged in embracing her niece. When she had concluded the first long hug and looking up, perceived that the dean's lady was actually gone, and the house door closed, she uttered an exclamation expressive of something like despair. However, Judith succeeded in calming her by the assurance that Mrs. Shilbert would call upon her on the morrow. This, and the recollection of all she had to hear and all she had to say, restored her to a tolerable state of composure, and with one arm employed in carrying a carpet-bag and the other thrown round the waist of her fondly welcomed niece, she mounted the stairs again in the very happiest temper and condition of mind imaginable. But much as she had to hear, and ardently as she longed to hear it, she could with difficulty restrain her personal feelings sufficiently to enable her to listen to it. Her vehement and not unnatural displeasure against her sister Barbara, from the trick she had attempted to play her respecting her share in the guardianship of Judith, was by no means subsided, and she felt perhaps a deeper interest concerning the conduct which had now driven the young Judith to leave her, and which she was quite prepared to find abominable, than for any other possible part of Judith's expected narrative. The intelligence she was so eager to gain was, therefore, for a considerable time impeded by the multitude of her own questionings and exclamations. She never had, she said, no, never in her life, heard of anything one half so shameful as the conduct of her sister Barbara. Everything was completely of a piece from beginning to end. It was disgraceful, perfectly disgraceful. She was absolutely ashamed to listen to it. But pray, my dear, she suddenly burst forth, where is your maid, and where is your own footman? Have you not brought them up to town with you? Surely you've not been travelling without your own people, she added, with a little affected astonishment. My own maid, and my own footman, said Judith, laughing. What made you think that I had a maid and a footman, Aunt? You don't mean to tell me, my dear, that you've not had your own servants to wait upon you, returned Miss Elfrida, lifting up her hands and eyes in the most indignant astonishment. No, indeed, Aunt, replied Judith. I have had no servants to wait upon me except those of Aunt Barbara. I never thought of such a thing myself, and I don't suppose that Aunt Barbara did either. She certainly never mentioned it to me in any way. Then more shame for her, Judith. This is really and truly worse than I could have believed possible. No servants, and the Chancellor making an allowance of 600 a year. Oh, Judith, Judith, this is very bad indeed. You have been used shamefully, my poor child, most shamefully. I must hire a maid for you instantly, positively without an hour's delay. And yet it is necessary to be so very particular in London. I'll get the Times and read every advertisement before I sleep. And a footman too. I must see about a footman immediately. Not even to bring a maid with you? It's too bad to talk about. Oh, too bad a great deal. No wonder that you did not stay with her. The only wonder is that you stayed so long. I understand perfectly well now, my dear, why you left her. Judith colored a good deal and felt very considerably embarrassed as she listened to all this, conscious that the real cause of her change of domicile was of so very different and so much more important a character. It was not at last without considerable difficulty that Judith could keep her indignant partisan silent long enough to make her understand that she would not have considered anything which merely affected her personal convenience as a sufficient cause for taking so decided a step as leaving her Aunt Barbara's house, when she had covenanted to remain with her 2 months longer. "Then what was the real reason of your coming away, my darling?" exclaimed Miss Elfrida, staring at her with eyes distended to an unusual size by interest and curiosity. "I'm quite sure," she added, "that you cannot possibly have done anything that you ought not to have done, because our charming Mrs. Dean would have cut her white hands off rather than have sanctioned your evasion by coming up with you if anything of that sort had happened. Tell me then at once, my sweet Judith, for you have contrived positively, if I may be permitted, the use of our dear Hamlet's words, to stretch my thoughts beyond the reaches of my soul." Judith smiled at her sublimity of expression, and immediately roused all the courage within her to the making a fair statement of her youthful love, and the obstacles which Miss Barbara had thrown in the way of it. She did not think it necessary, indeed, to state that she thought Mr. Frederick Dorking the handsomest, the most accomplished, the most fascinating, and beyond all reach of comparison, the most adorable person in the world. These particular opinions respecting the gentleman she had promised to marry, she deemed it more discreet to keep to herself. But with this exception, her communications were tolerably confidential. Miss Elfrida listened with a solemn stillness that was the more remarkable because it was so far unlike the ordinary tone of her character and manner. But in fact, she really was a good deal startled at learning that a little girl, the announcement of whose birth she seemed to remember so very freshly, was engaged to be married. And this is an effect which may be often observed in maiden aunts who are still a little on the sunny side of 50. Nevertheless, her feelings were far from being of the same indignant nature as those of her elder sister, and as she had happily heard the name of Dorking as among the most brilliant of the untitled aristocracy, she required but a very few minutes to bring her from a state of amazement to one of great and triumphant satisfaction. "I hope, Aunt Elfrida," said Judith, after pausing for a minute or two at the conclusion of her narrative, "I hope you agree with Mr. Dorking and Mrs. Chilbert in thinking that, after such a marked affront as returning a letter to him unopened, it would have been improper for him to make any farther attempt to become acquainted with my Aunt Barbara, and therefore that I must either have made up my mind to reject him at once, or else to withdraw myself from her protection." "Withdraw yourself!" she exclaimed. "Upon my honor, my dear child, I doubt if you ought to have remained a single hour in her house after you were made acquainted with the fact. And this is her way of proving to you, to me, and to the whole world that because she is the eldest, she's also the most fitting person to have the charge of you. You don't know yet, I believe, all the lengths she went to prevent your ever being able to seek a refuge with me. You may thank your poor dear mother for her cautious kindness in making you copy that letter. She burnt the letter, my dear, and had there been no copy of it, you must have probably waited till you were 21 years old, my poor Judith, before you could have been emancipated from her. But it's all alike. Perhaps you don't know that she wanted me to give up my share of the house for nothing. Miss Barbara thinks herself very sharp-witted and a vast deal cleverer than anyone else in the family, but she lets the cloven foot peep out too easily. I dare say if we were to listen to her, she would try to persuade us that her atrocious behavior to Mr. Dorking arose solely from her decided aversion to matrimony in general, and that she was performing the part of a tender relative in guarding you from the threatened danger. But no, Judith, she does not think any such thing, and it would be only a contemptible affectation on my part if I pretended to be ignorant of her real motives. There's no use in mincing the matter, disgraceful as it is to avow the truth, or rather disgraceful as it is to have such a truth to avow. Your Aunt Barbara's real motive throughout the whole of this extraordinary transaction is that she may keep you unmarried, Judith Maitland, for the sake of the allowance you bring with you. Poor Judith blushed with a very painful feeling of shame at hearing this suspicion so very broadly stated, though certainly it did not come upon her now for the first time, as it had been pretty intelligibly alluded to by Mrs. Chilbert. She said not a word in reply, and this silence avowed her belief in the truth of the statement with sufficient clearness to prevent Miss Elfrida from dwelling any longer on the theme. She only nodded her head as she looked rather steadily in the face of her niece and said, "Yes, yes, my dear, your looks speak exactly the truth. It is too plain to be pleasant, so we will talk no more about it. We shall have pleasanter things to think of, shan't we?" Judith eagerly expressed her accordance with this opinion, and then, partly by way of effectually changing the subject, and partly from the faint hope of learning what she so greatly wished to know, she told her aunt of all the useless effort she had made to discover the present residence of her Aunt Worthington, and asked if she could give any clue by which further inquiries could be made. Never was there a more sudden and disagreeable change in the expression of a countenance than that exhibited by Miss Elfrida Jenkins on hearing this question. It was like the sudden extinction of gas lights in a theatre. But in order fully to comprehend this, the reader must be told that notwithstanding all her manifold absurdities in the way of literary and scientific pretension, Miss Elfrida Jenkins had, ever since her arrival in London, displayed very considerable adroitness in the manner in which she had pushed herself on and on and on, till she really had contrived to get into a very good circle of acquaintance, and one in which the Worthington connection might be fatal. Nothing, perhaps, helps this sort of business more than the adopting some particular line, in which those who take the lead find it convenient and indeed necessary to obtain a large train of those whose destiny it is not to lead but to follow. Many gentlemen and more ladies who love and patronize art, whether in music, painting, or sculpture, find it necessary, if their object be the making themselves influential patrons and patronesses, to admit a vast many people to their personal acquaintance who would never have enjoyed the honor were not their banknotes and sovereigns exceedingly useful, and very easily brought under command by this means. Even science divine is not exempt from the human necessities which render this sort of patronage a very sadly great utility. And many a lecturer who stands up before us with more than the dignity of an earth-born privy councillor, giving an insight into the hidden arcana of the universe, would be fain to hide his honoured head for want of a hat to put on it, were there no enlightened and bustling fine ladies to sell his tickets for him. Miss Elfrida Jenkins found all this out with wonderful quickness and perspicuity, and that she had some talent was very decidedly shown by the steady perseverance with which she contrived to take tickets, and costly tickets too, whenever she found that the doing so would assist her object, even if her breakfasts and dinners suffered thereby. The farther she went, and the more she succeeded in this object, the dearer it became to her, not only from the positive pleasure it brought with it, though that was much, but also from the constant gratification of feeling that she'd done that for herself which so many people passed their lives in endeavoring to get others to do for them, and often in vain. The astonishment and admiration which this success occasioned to Miss Tollbridge too, and which was constantly and vehemently expressed, was another means of keeping up Miss Elfrida's intense interest in the business. She had taken care from the very first to make this rather humble friend understand that she was never to be taken, a law, the severity of which Miss Elfrida condescended to soften by occasionally observing that she really was not herself in a sufficiently high situation of life to attempt bringing anyone forward in society, that she lamented the impossibility of doing so, etc., etc., to all which of course Miss Tollbridge listened with submissive acquiescence, feeling that if she did not, she might, in the vain pursuit of one object, endanger the loss of another, and that other perhaps more important still. For Miss Elfrida Jenkins having, by considerable skill, more perseverance and not a little good luck, got herself pretty nearly into the position which she had rather dreamed of than hoped for during the meditations which for years had occupied her spirit at Westhampton, felt herself called upon to patronize the friend whose companionship had formerly been so consolatory to her. And this patronage was now afforded in the shape of very frequent little accidental dinners, to which, without ceremony, poor Miss Tollbridge was almost always welcome when she happened to come in, which was rather often, a short half-hour perhaps before the well-known time of Miss Elfrida's principal repast. Both the ladies being much too philosophical to drink anything but water, for Miss Elfrida's success had not gone the length of making her a dinner guest among her distinguished friends. The cost of such hospitality was not much, and being greatly less important to the giver than to the receiver, was really a source of gratification to both. Such being the position of Miss Elfrida, it's easy enough to conceive that the hearing of such a matrimonial connection as that now proposed to her niece was like seeing a new and brilliant career opening before herself, in which she should have to perform a part of great importance, and that not by sufferance, but by right. From the moment she became acquainted with the facts which Judith had, of course, been really obliged to relate in order to explain the change of residence, Miss Elfrida's admiration and love for her knew no bounds. The advantages of the very handsome allowance she was to receive with her were, in her estimation, absolutely not worth thinking of, in comparison to that of being aunt to a peeress, with a revenue, at the very least, of 14,000 a year. She really looked at the unconscious little girl, as she thought of all this, with feelings very nearly approaching adoration, and might in this way have done her still but half-formed character very great injury, had Judith been sufficiently at leisure to observe and appreciate the influence she had obtained. But fortunately, this was not the case, for she was still so merely a child in many respects that not even her tender devotion to her absent lover could prevent her being too much excited and amused by the multitude of new and striking objects by which she was surrounded to leave her any leisure to speculate upon the feelings of her good-natured Aunt Elfrida. The stay of her kind friend Mrs. Chilbert in London did not, on this occasion, exceed a few hours, for such had been the condition upon which she had obtained the indulgent Dean's permission to perform the really important service of becoming travelling chaperone to her young friend. And when she was gone, Judith acceded with a readiness more accordant with her age, perhaps, than with the sober dignity of position as an engaged woman, to all the sightseeing projects that her devoted aunt proposed to her. The delight of Miss Elfrida, upon discovering that she had the power of amusing her precious young niece, notwithstanding the absence of her lover, was great indeed. Frederick Dorking had very properly betaken himself to the residence of his parents for the purpose of informing them of the important step he had taken, and his first letter to his lovely bride-elect conveyed to her the agreeable intelligence that his parents were perfectly satisfied with his choice in all that respected her fortune and position in life, for the name and reputation of her distinguished father were well known to them, and his mother with her own hand added a very amiable postscript, assuring the chosen of her dear Frederick's heart that she looked forward to the making her personal acquaintance as to one of the happiest moments of her life, for that she knew the fastidious delicacy and refinement of his taste too well to feel the least doubt that the lady he so passionately wished to make his wife would prove exactly all she should most wish to welcome as a daughter. This charming letter made Judith feel very happy, even though it conveyed the anything but welcome intelligence that her lover would not be in London for some weeks, the only condition appended to the consent to his wishes, which had been so freely accorded, being that Frederick should remain with them till they could all come to town together, which could not be till the middle of the following month, in consequence of workmen being in possession of their London mansion at the present moment. This ends Chapter 17 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 18 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 18 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Judith's first feeling at learning that Frederick Dorking would not arrive for several weeks was very painful, and the more so because there was nobody to whom she could express it. Had Mrs. Chilbert been with her, the pleasure of talking of him might in some degree have atoned for the pain of not seeing him. But talking about him to poor dear Aunt Elfrida would have been really too ridiculous. And so poor little Judith actually crept up to her own room and, locking herself in, indulged for a few minutes with weeping in secret. Nevertheless, it was this poor dear Aunt Elfrida who hit upon a source of consolation which, after a little time, proved wonderfully effectual. "You look pale, my sweet love," said the affectionate lady, gazing anxiously at her when, upon the entrance of a housemaid, she was driven from the shelter of her bedroom and obliged to return to the drawing-room. "We must take a drive, Judith. Nothing will do you so much good. Besides, my dear, you must positively buy a new bonnet. I shall take you at once to Lady Longwood's milliner. I don't often go to her myself because I can't afford it, but you, darling, can afford anything and everything, and therefore it is to Madame Giron's that we will go." "Not today, please, dear aunt. I don't feel as if I cared about bonnets this morning. Another day I shall like to go very much, I dare say, but I'm sure I shall not find anything pretty today." Miss Elfrida laughed very good-humouredly. "Well, well, you are born to be a pet and to have your own way, so our bonnet business shall be postponed. But will you let me say one little word of real business to you, Judith? I would not bother you for the world, darling, if I could help it, and I'll say it all in as few words as possible." "Upon my word, Aunt Elfrida, I am afraid you will spoil me," replied Judith, leaving her chair and seating herself close beside her aunt. "Say as much business as you like, and you shall see that I will listen to you as gravely as if I were a lawyer." "You don't look at all like a lawyer, my dear, but you look very like an angel, and I must give you a kiss," was the fond reply. "But what I have to say is real business, Judith. You cannot understand as yet, but you will by and by, how perfectly impossible it is for a young lady like you to live in London without a carriage. Even if I did not think it improper, I am sure Mr. Frederick Dorking would, as well as his father and mother. So, in short, it cannot be thought of." "Well, dear aunt, don't think of it then. Buy me a carriage if you like it, and we will drive about in it together," said Judith gaily. "No, sweetest, I must not buy you a carriage, and I'll tell you the reason why. You are to be married to Mr. Frederick Dorking in 1 year from the present time, and then, of course, you will have new carriages and all that sort of thing, you know. We all understand that. And then, my pretty one, think what a loss it would be to have a carriage upon your hands." "What are we to do then?" returned Judith, laughing. "I must have a carriage, and I must not have a carriage. How is it to be managed?" "Why, my dear, you must hire a carriage. Not a trumpery hiring by the day or the month or anything of that kind, but for the season, at the very least for the season. Do you understand me, dearest?" "I understand exactly enough to be very sure that whatever you do will be right," replied Judith, "and it will be very kind of you if you will manage everything for me in the way you think best." This explanation was perfectly satisfactory to both parties, and in justice to Miss Elfrida, it is but fair to state that the only use she made of this unlimited permission to arrange everything her own way was to put everything in her little household upon a perfectly proper and commodious footing for the accommodation of her niece, running into no unnecessary extravagance, yet surrounding her with what was suitable to her fortune and future prospects. It was not this very proper and necessary explanation, however, which furnished the consolation for Judith's disappointment, which has been mentioned above. And the said explanation and its good effects have been referred to for the purpose of giving the reader to understand that all such domestic matters were properly arranged, and that the style in which the young heiress made her debut under the protection of her London aunt was exactly what it ought to be. The consolation was a matter of less importance, and consisted in a proposal to take Judith to the National Gallery in Trafalgar Square. "It is a picture gallery, is it not?" said Judith eagerly. "Yes, love, it is the National Picture Gallery, and everybody goes there, of course, especially before the exhibition is open." And to the National Gallery they went, and the consolation consisted in Judith's being speedily so much interested as to make her forget very nearly everything in the world except what was before her eyes. There are 2 ways of enjoying pictures. The one is by indulging a natural passion for imitative art, which often exists in the absence of every qualification for judgment save innate feeling. The other arises from the exercise of a cultivated taste, and a competent knowledge of the principles upon which judgment rests. Judith, as yet, was wholly and utterly incompetent to taste this last-named species of gratification, but to the first she was indeed most feelingly alive. She would have given much could she have been alone. Her aunt's anxiety to make her see everything interfered greatly with her enjoyment. When once a picture had got possession of her, it was like being torn away from a half-read volume of the deepest interest to make her move on to another. And when at last she reluctantly consented to leave the rooms, she felt so completely exhausted as to be totally incapable of taking part in the gossiping conversation to which the high spirits enjoyed at that moment by Miss Elfrida particularly disposed her. Yet poor Judith really tried to exert herself and to be agreeable, but the effort was a vain one, so much so indeed that her aunt at last stopped short abruptly in the midst of a very lively harangue upon the superiority of London to Westhampton as a residence, exclaiming, "Judith, my darling, you are ill." There was so much genuine uneasiness in the accent with which this was spoken that Judith exerted herself very strenuously to remove the alarm which her silence and languor had occasioned, and at length succeeded by saying, "You may always believe me, dear aunt, I will never tell you any stories about anything, and I'm sure you are too kind to be angry if I sometimes appear particularly stupid, as I believe I do now. But it's only because I'm tired. Then you did not like the gallery, my sweet love, cried Miss Elfrida, with the eagerness of one who had made an important discovery. You shall never go to that nasty, tiresome place again, dear angel. Judith smiled and shook her head. Then it was the people, sweet love? Ah, you are spoiled, darling. Mrs. Schobert is one of the most elegant women I know, though certainly I do now know a great many. And there's somebody else who shall be nameless that I feel pretty sure is exceedingly elegant also. So that accounts for it, dear. You've been bored to death by finding yourself in the midst of a parcel of ill-dressed, vulgar people. But wait a few weeks, dearest. Only be patient till the London season really begins, and you won't have that to complain of. Whatever was the cause of Judith's temporary fit of languor, this tirade upon the mauvais ton of the company of the National Gallery completely cured it. And though she really did look pale and tired, she laughed with so much genuine heartiness that the anxious heart of her devoted relative seemed completely reassured thereby, while the heart of Judith herself was reassured likewise by Miss Elfrida's saying, Remember, my treasure, that you are never upon any account to go anywhere or do anything that you do not like. Will you promise me always to keep that in your dear little head? Dr. Rothley had not greatly blundered in the estimate which he had formed of Judith's character at their first interview. She had a multitude of good qualities, but a readiness to yield to control, when affection did not bribe her to it, was not among them. She nodded her head with a very comic sincerity of accordance when this arch-imperial mode of self-government was suggested to her, and said, I am afraid, Aunt, I shall only find it too easy to obey you in this, but I'll be as good as I can, that is to say, as little unreasonable, and as I am not very old yet, we may comfort ourselves with the hope that even if I am rather unreasonable sometimes, I may grow wiser by and by. You are a perfect angel in every way, was the reply. And if Judith's recovered spirits did not make her feel more inclined to laugh again than would have been quite civil at that moment, Miss Elfrida had no means of finding it out, for she had turned her saucy face out of the window. On the evening of that day, Judith was formally presented to l'amie de la maison, Miss Tollbridge, or more properly speaking, Miss Tollbridge was presented to her, and it was done too in a manner to make a very strong impression on the self-willed young heiress, an impression, by the way, very particularly in contradiction to that which it had been Miss Elfrida's intention to produce. This is Miss Tollbridge, my sweet Judith, said she, a lady that you will often see here, for she's good enough to be useful to me in 100 ways. But you need not trouble yourself, sweetest, to stand upon any ceremony with her. Her comings and goings, you know, must never make any difference. If we are going out, we shall go out without minding her, you know. Or if we have any one particular here, she will go away without at all minding it either. You will remember that, darling, because it's better that we should all understand one another. You comprehend me, dearest? Judith comprehended her perfectly. She comprehended that Miss Tollbridge was a person whom her Aunt Elfrida gave her leave to treat with all possible impertinence, setting her the example herself. Whereupon Judith, with her characteristic wilfulness, and with the help also of one or two other peculiarities equally characteristic, quietly determined in her very heart of hearts that she would never, under any circumstances, omit any possible kindness, respect, or attention which it should be in her power to show her. Her answer, however, indicated nothing of all this to Miss Elfrida. Very well, Aunt, very soberly uttered, being all that she said. It is just possible that an acute observer like old Dr. Rothley might have found or fancied more meaning than Miss Elfrida found therein. But even if she had done so herself, her rejoinder would have consisted then, as it did now, in an enthusiastic enunciation of some loving epithet which, to say truth, our presumptuous heiress had already become so certain of hearing that it did not produce any very powerful effect upon her feelings. This ends chapter 18 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 19 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 19 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Poor Miss Tollbridge was in truth rather poorer now than when we parted with her last, for her brother was dead, and before he departed this life he had got himself into so bad a scrape with an unmerciful landlady that he must have died in a prison had not his unfortunate sister consented to sink forever a portion of her miserably small income in order to extricate him. She was now, therefore, poor soul, still less inclined to quarrel with Miss Elfrida's bread and butter, because it was not always seasoned with kindness, and even when that comparatively well-endowed and decidedly distinguished personage first took up her abode in London. All visions of being invited to make part of her establishment had, of course, long ago melted away, but the ladies were, nevertheless, still useful to each other, and for this reason their intercourse was still constant and frequent. Miss Elfrida, however, was by no means aware how useful she was to her humble friend when, for the purpose of putting her in her proper place, as she would have termed it, she took the trouble of making Judith fully acquainted with all the most disagreeable circumstances of poor Miss Tollbridge's position, principally for the purpose of putting her upon her guard against the danger of becoming too familiar with a person in such a lodging, and with such a total absence of everything that was most essential to the situation of a gentlewoman, but also partly for the pleasure of pointing out the enormous distance which her own station in society rendered inevitably necessary between herself and her old acquaintance. It would have been wiser had she let the subject alone, for though Judith was greatly comforted by finding that her ardent love for Mr. Frederick Dorking and her approaching marriage with him were as vehemently approved by her Aunt Elfrida as they had been vehemently opposed by her Aunt Barbara, she was not the sort of girl to give up her judgment on all points because she was satisfied on one. Neither did she find her sympathy at all awakened by the immense mass of tender epithets with which her aunt loaded her, and before she'd been 48 hours in the house she had left the drawing-room twice, solely because she was so desperately weary of being called angel and darling. After all, this was but a trifle, however, and in matters more important everything seemed to go on admirably. Before Judith had been 10 days in London, she found herself with an extremely intelligent hairdressing, mantua-making lady's maid, and with a carriage, horses, coachman, and footman constantly and entirely at her command. The contrast between this system and that of her Aunt Barbara was sufficiently striking, and there could be no great doubt as to which she was likely to prefer. And yet, it is a positive fact that if Judith had questioned her own heart upon the subject, she would have found it difficult to decide which of her two aunts was most thoroughly distasteful to her. Miss Barbara had treated her like a child, but Miss Elfrida treated her like an idiot. But the real point upon which she found them both so utterly unlovable, to use the word which suggested itself to her when meditating upon the subject, was the interested selfishness which she found it impossible to be blind to in either. More than once after she had retired to her own room for the night, dismissed her maid, and laid her young head upon the pillow, she did not sleep, but passed the hours, at least a portion of them, in meditating upon the character of the mother she had lost. Was ever contrast more complete, thought Judith? Mamma seemed never to think of herself. She was forever and forever trying to do good or to give pleasure to someone. Oh, why have I lost her, and lost her so very soon? Had she lived, I might have grown like her, and now Who knows what I may be like? And then her thoughts wandered to her Aunt Penelope, that still unknown sister of her dear mother. And not only because she was still unknown did the heart of poor Judith cling to the idea that in all probability she was more lovable, but because, as she well knew, that dear mother had in truth loved her better. Am I then never to find her, murmured Judith? And again she tormented herself by vainly trying, to hit upon some scheme for achieving this. In London, where there are so many thousands of people, there surely must be somebody that could tell me if I could but be happy enough to find them, thought she. And then she determined to make an experiment on the morrow as to whether some of the immense quantity of love professed for her by her Aunt Elfrida might not be made to exercise itself in endeavoring to find out what she was so painfully anxious to learn. Having come to this sage resolve, she once more turned upon her pillow and this time went to sleep. Her first thought on the following morning was concerning the best way of putting this resolution in practice. She had not forgotten the cold discouragement of the answer which she had received from Miss Elfrida when she had written to her on the subject, nor the cold silence which had followed her former questioning. Nevertheless, she tried to persuade herself that it was next to impossible to be called love and darling one moment, and to be told the next that an object in which her wishes and affections were so very deeply concerned was to be put aside, because the pursuit of it might be attended with some uncertainty and some trouble. The reality, however, was greatly worse than her very worst fears had predicted. The conversation began by Miss Elfrida expressing her hopes that her darling little angel had slept well. "Why, I cannot say I did sleep very well," replied Judith. "At least I certainly did not sleep very much, for I heard the clock strike 3 before I began my sleeping business at all." "My treasure!" exclaimed the fond aunt, in an accent of the most tender alarm. "What could have occasioned this, my Judith? Remember, you must always tell me, sweet one, if you find anything in your room, or more especially in the bed where that dear little head reposes, which is in any way disagreeable or uncomfortable to you. I would have every upholsterer in London set at work upon it, my Judith, rather than not have it remedied." "You are too kind, my dear aunt," replied Judith, feeling more than half ashamed at listening to such unbounded effusions of affection, while conscious that she felt little or no power to return it. But the fault was less in the bed than in the head that rested on it. Nevertheless, I think that the kindness that would do so much to smooth the one might help to tranquilize the other. "You dear angelic creature, how divinely you express yourself," cried Miss Elfrida rapturously. "Only tell me how this tranquilizing may be achieved, and you shall see that I will speedily set about it. I suspect already that I guess the nature of it, my darling. Do not those beautiful eyes, which could not be closed in sleep till 3 o'clock this morning, do they not ache with longing to behold a certain youth, whose initials are F.D.? "No, that is not it," replied Judith, slightly coloring and slightly frowning also. "My mind is perfectly easy on the subject of F.D., and though it is likely enough, perhaps, that I might dream of him if I slept, it is not likely that I should lie awake in order to dream without sleeping. I never lie awake when I ought to be asleep, unless I am unhappy about something." "But what could make you unhappy last night, my beloved child?" said Miss Elfrida, in an accent of touching tenderness. "You know, at least I'm sure you ought to know, my Judith, that there is no happiness which the earth could give which I should value so greatly as the dear power of making you happy for a single hour." "And it is because you seem to be so very kind to me, my dear aunt," returned Judith, "that I'm going to tell you what it is that makes me now so unhappy as to prevent my sleeping even in your pretty, comfortable bed. for I cannot help thinking that, with your large acquaintance, you must know somebody who would be able to help me in finding out what I am so very anxious to know. The fact is that I shall never be happy, Aunt Elfrida, no, never, till I have found out where my Aunt Penelope and my cousin Charles are. Do you not think you could assist me in finding them? Where shall I find a simile that may help me to describe the effect which these words produced on the features, expression, voice, and attitude of Miss Elfrida? A sudden thundercloud obscuring the brightness of a summer day will not do at all, because there is often a great deal that is grand and beautiful in this sudden change. But not so was it with that which now metamorphosed the whole look and bearing of Miss Elfrida Jenkins. Instead of being grand, nothing imaginable could be more miserably pitiful than the mortified expression which her homely features assumed as Judith pronounced the unfortunate names which, as she believed, were more calculated to injure her in her pride of place than any others in the wide world. And as to beautiful, is there anyone who wants to be told that an elderly lady did not look beautiful when feeling most horribly disgusted and most savagely cross? There was a moment of very disagreeable silence. Judith had already said exactly what she wanted to say, and therefore said no more, and as for Miss Elfrida, she was for a short period too nearly choked by anger to say anything. "Is it possible, Judith Maitland?" she articulated at last. "Is it possible that my sister Barbara can have had you with her for very nearly 4 months and neglected during the whole of that time to inform you that the name you've now pronounced is a disgrace to the family to which it belongs? Has she so utterly neglected her duty as not to make you aware that the only circumstance by which it has pleased heaven to atone to us for the unmerited obloquy which that name has brought has been by placing the unworthy owner of it in a situation too distant and too obscure to injure us?" Judith Maitland possessed some really good and estimable qualities, but an imperturbable temper was not among them, and it's highly probable that at that critical moment la belle harmonie which had seemed to exist between the aunt and the niece would have been destroyed forever by some violent outbreak of indignation on the part of the latter, had she not fortunately remembered, and precisely at the right moment, that it was but a few short days since she had quarrelled à l'outrance with another aunt, and that it was possible neither Mrs. Chilbert nor Mr. Frederick Dorking might greatly approve her again placing herself in a situation which would render it necessary for her to pack up her wardrobe and seek another dwelling. Still, the struggle by which this was prevented was not a slight one, for she became very pale, which was by no means usual with her. It was, however, the best thing that could have happened, for it frightened Miss Elfrida, and set everything to rights in her tender bosom at once. Her reasonings upon the inexpediency of a quarrel had been as rapid and as effectual as those of her niece, and though as firmly resolved as ever to prevent so splendid a prospect as that which was opening before Judith to be marred or obscured in any way by permitting her to come in contact with connections so deplorably disgraceful as the Worthingtons, she wanted but a moment's reflection to convince her that there were better ways of preventing it than by quarrelling with the future peeress, or than by making her turn as white as a sheet by scolding her. In short, Miss Elfrida felt greatly ashamed of her own violence, and did all she could to atone for it by saying, with a charming smile, "How silly I am, my sweet girl, to permit you to see how deeply the ill conduct of my sister Penelope wounded me. She was a very lovely young woman, my dear Judith, and one whom all her family might have been proud of, had she not committed an act so utterly, so every way disgraceful. Just fancy, dearest, what it would be if you were to fall in love with your footman." And Miss Elfrida shuddered from head to foot, and Judith shuddered too, but not exactly in sympathy. Her thoughts shot off from Miss Elfrida and her dainty little drawing-room to the walls of the National Gallery, and her heart whispered, he too was a painter. It was a whisper because nobody heard it but herself, but it was deep, distinct, and marvelously effective in its power of screwing her courage to pretty high resistance pitch. In short, both ladies at the same moment vowed to themselves a very solemn vow. That of Miss Elfrida bound her to keep her precious young charge pure and undefiled from all contact with so lamentably disgraced a pair as Mrs. Worthington and her son Charles, while Judith vowed, with at least equal solemnity, that she would find them, even if she were driven to the disagreeable necessity of copying an advertisement which she had read with great interest in the Times since her arrival in London, for the purpose of announcing to all whom it might concern that if Penelope Worthington, late of Rome, or her son Charles would make known their present residence through the medium of that invaluable messenger twixt man and man, they should hear of something very greatly to their advantage. Which did not merely mean, as Judith told herself, that they would obtain thereby a whole box full of diamonds, but that they would find also a niece and a cousin ready to love them 10,000 times the more, because nobody else belonging to them seemed inclined to love them at all. Which lady kept her vow best will be seen in the sequel, but they both derived a very considerable advantage from the mere mental act of registering this said solemn promise in their hearts, for it gave them both leisure to recover the placidity of their respective tempers, so that by the time breakfast was over, no looker-on would have been likely to guess how very near they had been to a serious quarrel. This ends Chapter 19 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 20 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 20 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2 by Frances Milton Trollope. The weeks which immediately followed wore rapidly away, even though Frederick Dorking was not yet come to town, for his father's house in Berkeley Square was not yet ready to receive the family, and even though the gay part of a London season had not yet commenced. For still there was abundance that was new and abundance that was amusing to such a young novice as Judith, and Miss Elfrida managed very ably to get her young niece included in almost every invitation that was worth having. The difficulty of doing this was indeed not very great, for youth, beauty, and wealth, with a faultless toilet, amiable manners, and a magnificent voice, ever good-humouredly at the service of those who wished to hear it, altogether furnished forth a guest for whom it was not very difficult to obtain invitations. On the whole, therefore, Judith was very well contented, for she got plenty of books to read, plenty of new music to practice, and an excellent pianoforte for the purpose. Yet, still, she did certainly long rather impatiently to see Frederick Dorking and Mrs. Chilbert again, and did sometimes, perhaps, feel a little less vivid degree of interest and delight at the lectures and other scientific meetings to which her Aunt Elfrida led her, than that very superior-minded lady would have wished. But on the whole they went on exceedingly well together, Judith herself very considerably increasing the stock of her own particular enjoyments by being permitted to command the carriage for about 2 hours before it was wanted for any purpose in which her aunt took personal interest, in order to visit the National Gallery, as well as every other collection of pictures to which either money or interest could obtain admission. Fortunately for the enjoyment of all the parties concerned, the aunt and niece, after an explanation of the most obliging civility on both sides, arrived at the conclusion that on the subject of picture-seeing their tastes did not exactly accord. "In everything else, dearest," said Miss Elfrida, "we really might be twin sisters. But as to your fancy of going again and again to the same picture gallery, it would be absolute affectation if I pretended to take any pleasure in it. I must see a picture for the first time in order really to enjoy it." "Then I would not have you go with me for the world, my dear aunt," replied Judith, "and fortunately, good Miss Tollbridge is of my way of thinking and not of yours. She has promised to be ready to go with me whenever I will call for her, and I know you can have no objection to my going with her, because you so often let me take my early walk with her in the park." "Most certainly I have no objection," replied the discreet Miss Elfrida. "Miss Tollbridge is, in every respect, a most perfectly proper chaperone whenever you go out early, my dear child. But though as yet you may not perhaps be aware of the difference, I doubt if either Mrs. Chilbert or Mr. Frederick Dorking would say the same after 2 or 3 o'clock. That makes an immense difference, which you will understand better after you've lived in town for a few years, my darling Judith." Judith, not being a particularly dull person, was already very fully capable of comprehending her aunt's feelings and motives. But nothing was to be gained for the humble friend thus unceremoniously summoned and dismissed by descanting on the subject, and as it was clearly evident that Miss Tollbridge was never so happy as when permitted to be in attendance on the young friend who was so constantly and so feelingly kind to her, their proceedings were carried on in a manner very decidedly agreeable to them both. In this matter, Judith became more familiarly acquainted with the treasures of art to be found in London than one in 1,000 of its inhabitants of any age or sex. Her love of painting was, in fact, one of those inborn and predominant tastes which are sometimes found to develop themselves almost without cultivation, and with little or no encouragement of any kind, save what so resolute an individual as Judith may almost always find in the gradual but constant increase and strengthening of the faculty itself, an encouragement and a reward which perhaps none can fully appreciate except those who have profited by it themselves. Be this as it may, the happiness of Judith during these exciting months of a perfectly novel state of existence was in a very great degree owing to it, and with as little real sympathy as could well exist between two human beings who were both, in the main, well-intentioned, a degree of friendly intimacy took root during their daily expeditions between the old maid and the young one, of which the enlightened and ladylike Miss Elfrida never dreamed, and of the extent and sincerity of which it would have been very difficult to convince her by any avowal on their part, however veraciously exact or circumstantially confidential. For what could have appeared more preposterously improbable in her eyes, or indeed in those of most people, than that a brilliant young heiress just stepping forth into the sunshine of her prosperous existence, conscious both of beauty and talent, conscious too both that she loved and was beloved by one as highly and as brightly favored by nature and by fortune as herself, should feel her heart touched, won, and very firmly bound to a poor, plain, needy, isolated, quizzical, middle-aged spinster who possessed neither shining qualities nor brilliant talents of any kind? Yet such was most decidedly the fact. And what was the charm, can you guess, which made them so fond of each other? Wholly and solely on Judith's side, it was the charm, the sweetly soothing, heart-warming charm that forever accompanies the consciousness of conferring real benefit and innocent enjoyment upon a fellow creature. It was, in fact, precisely the reward which our great master offers when he utters the simple-sounding command, "Love one another." On the side of Miss Tollbridge, it was just as simple, just as natural, and therefore as exactly what it ought to be. She felt the sweet young kindness shown her at the very center of her heart, and its pulses beat all the better for it. Poor solitary soul! Judith Maitland was, in truth, a kind-hearted little girl, but this would not have sufficed to have made her arrival in London so great a blessing as it certainly was to the desolate spinster, had nothing occurred to awaken another equally marked propensity of her nature. Judith had within her a feeling of hatred to oppression so strong as to form very nearly the master feeling of her mind. There was but one other which could be said to rival or even approach it in intensity, and this was the devotion of heart and soul which her nature seemed to offer spontaneously when she found, or fancied that she found, talent and worth combined. To be enlightened and to be good she held to be the nearest approach to perfection that any mortal could reach, and her heart and intellect seemed to hold themselves ready to bend, bow, and swear allegiance to the union wherever she could find it. She did not fancy that she had found it in Miss Tollbridge, but she did more than fancy that her position was not a happy one, that the means she possessed did not suffice to provide her with such necessaries and comforts as she had been accustomed to enjoy, and might fairly have hoped for from the station in which she was born, and moreover, that these inabilities and deficiencies in her means of existence did, strange to say, create both the inclination and the courage in the mind of Miss Elfrida to treat her with a freedom that was very closely allied to impertinence. All this formed a very sufficient fund of feeling from which such a heart as Judith's would be likely to derive an impulse strong enough to supply an unceasing flow of kind offices, and possessing as she did ample power to render these kind offices essentially beneficial to their object, it naturally and inevitably followed that she received very great pleasure, as well as very great accommodation from her frequent intercourse with Miss Tollbridge. Nobody with the least genuine knowledge of the human heart could have been surprised at seeing the quiet but deeply happy look of Judith while she watched the improving aspect of Miss Tollbridge's ci-devant bare and cold-looking second floor, as a nice clean carpet seemed to spring up beneath her feet, while the painful old horsehair sofa gave place to a thoroughly comfortable couch, and while chairs, tables, and even the tottering old fender were in like manner metamorphosed from miseries to mercies. Of poor Miss Tollbridge's share in the satisfaction thus produced no explanation is necessary, but not only were her spirits cheered, her heart was touched also and softened to the very center by Judith's kindness, and I suspect that it may be fairly doubted whether the most powerful homily ever composed on the vileness of man's fallen nature has produced as salutary an effect on the moral feelings of any individual that ever existed as Judith's joyous outpourings of good nature produced on the sadly soured spirit of poor Miss Tollbridge. Meanwhile, the tedious weeks of waiting wore away, and the Dorking family took possession of their highly finished and very elegant mansion in Berkeley Square. Perhaps Judith was more obliged to her Aunt Elfrida than she would have in her own heart been pleased to confess, for the perfectly successful result of her first presentation to her intended mother-in-law. That very elegant and very fashionable lady was exceedingly devoted to her son, who was not only her only son, but her only child, and was moreover very handsome, very elegant, very accomplished, very amiable, very rich, and to crown all, very independent. It was this last peculiarity, perhaps, which led a lady rather lofty in her bearing, haughty as to her usual manner, and decidedly disposed to think that it was more fitting for her to exact respect than to pay it. Doubtless it was this peculiar degree of independence, both in the temper and the position of her son, which was the cause of her deciding, after a good deal of meditation on the subject, that she would pay the lady he had chosen the flattering compliment of a call. Her son was greatly pleased, and expressed this pleasure warmly, and Mrs. Dorking really looked pleased too, as she witnessed his satisfaction. But had Miss Elfrida been Miss Barbara, and the pretty, modish-looking lodging in Green Street, Grosvenor Square, with the tall, well-dressed footman, been metamorphosed into the grim-looking mansion at Westhampton, with old William in his old livery to open its door, It is highly probable that Mrs. Dorking would never have made that door a second visit, nor would she, instead of setting a multitude of influences at work to cure her son of a passion which, in that case, would have been most vehemently distasteful to her, have declared herself as she did, enchanted beyond the power of expression with the approaching connection. Nothing, in fact, could have been better managed than this first important interview between Mrs. Dorking and the young lady who was about to be honoured by a union with her son. The day fixed for the arrival of the Dorking family in London had been announced to Judith in a letter from her lover, and very considerable was the agitation, both of aunt and niece, upon receiving the news. On Judith, this effect was only perceptible by her being unable to read a page of any book steadily from the beginning to the end, and with a few other nervous symptoms of the same kind. But in Miss Elfrida it produced a degree of energetic activity which led to the very happiest results. A set of soft, beautifully embroidered muslin curtains, which, though purchased immediately after Judith's arrival, had been hitherto preserved in dustless delicacy, were now suspended before the plate-glass windows. A huge mirror, made happily attainable by the removal of an odious tax, was so placed and so curtained at the bottom of the room as to delude the eye into believing that another pretty drawing-room lay beyond. And mignonettish gales filled the air, and delicate roses bloomed, and the handsome pianoforte was open as if to promise harmony. And Miss Elfrida was habited in sober satin, precisely as a Miss Elfrida ought to be habited. And in short, everything was exactly as it should be when Mrs. Dorking and her son Frederick entered the room. The effect produced on the sensitive nerves of the elegant Mrs. Dorking was precisely everything that Miss Elfrida wished, and the transitory but effectual circular glance of that lady, as she entered the apartment, settled upon the ladylike elderly spinster with great complacency. But where was Judith? Judith Maitland was not a very timid, nor in any way an awkward girl, but she did dread this visit from Mrs. Dorking excessively. Frederick had called in Green Street by appointment the evening before, and no meeting under the circumstances could have been more gratifying to all the parties concerned. Frederick thought Judith was grown 10,000 times lovelier than ever, and Judith thought that she had never done the good looks and elegant manners of Frederick full justice before. The future nephew was charmed with his future aunt, and the future aunt was charmed with her future nephew. Everything from the first moment of his visit to the last was delightful, excepting one little word which he had murmured in the ear of Judith as he took his leave. "My mother will come tomorrow to call on you." There was something in the accent with which this was said that seemed to intimate that this call was an honour done her, to which he wished her to be sensible. And having said this, he tenderly pressed the hand he felt, and added, "Oh, my sweet Judith, I am so very, very anxious she should like you." I know not how it happened, but though these words were spoken with the utmost tenderness, they frightened her. Had he said instead that he hoped Judith would like his mother, the effect would have been very different. Her whole heart would have flown to her lips, and she would have answered, "Ah, fear not for that. Be very sure that I shall like her." But what could she say now? She knew not what to say, and therefore she said nothing. But on him the effect of her silence was so transitory as to be really of no consequence whatever. He would have liked, perhaps, to hear her reply, "I hope she will," or "I will do all I can to make her," but her not saying anything was absolutely forgotten when he felt something like a slight pressure from the little hand that was clasped in his, and heard, or fancied he heard, something like a very gentle little sigh. Had not Miss Elfrida been present, there could be no doubt that he would have fallen at her feet, and in that impassioned attitude have repeated the vows that bound him to her. But as it was, he could only whisper the word, "Angel," and add, "Tomorrow. We meet again tomorrow, my Judith." And then with a bow that spoke not only of grace, but of all kinds of amiabilities beside, He took leave of Miss Elfrida in a way that made her exclaim, the moment he'd closed the door, "Judith, that is decidedly the handsomest and most fascinating man that I ever saw in my life." Judith felt not the least inclination to differ from her in this opinion, but nevertheless there was something like a feeling of heaviness at the bottom of her heart, as she thought how she should feel if it should unfortunately happen that Mrs. Dorking did not like her. This ends chapter 20 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 21 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 21 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Before this dreaded visitant arrived on the following morning, Judith had, however, contrived to school herself into a tolerably tranquil state of mind. She told herself that she loved Frederick Dorking a great deal too well not to make him a good wife, and that if she did make him a good wife, and that his mother saw that they were happy together, there could be no great danger of her disliking her. And under the influence of this reasoning, she became very tolerably calm. She could not read, indeed. That she found was quite beyond her power, but she managed to sit very respectably still at her work, only she preferred having the pretty little work table that was sacred to her use placed in the oval recess of the back drawing-room window. At first Miss Elfrida objected to this, exclaiming, "No, sweet darling, not there. You will seem to be hiding yourself." But upon Judith's persisting, though with no better argument than, "Never mind, aunt," the amiable spinster yielded, and after she had done so, felt disposed to think that the young lady could in no way have placed herself to greater advantage, for what with flowers and curtains and bergère and work table, all in the very best style, a little picture was quite perfect. And thus it was that her intended daughter-in-law first met the eye of the fastidious Mrs. Dorking, as she turned round to seek for her after giving the scrutinizing glance to Miss Elfrida and her drawing-room, which has been already described as having been so highly satisfactory. It really seemed to Mrs. Dorking, as her eyes first fixed themselves on Judith, that she must have been disappointed had she found her in any respect different from what she was. "I knew that his taste could not blunder," would have been her first exclamation, had her thoughts been spoken, and "she is positively perfect," would have been the second. But the graceful Mrs. Dorking knew the value of expressive silence too well to employ any interpretation of her feelings at that moment, save a look. To this look followed a very elegant embrace, and then the whole scene went on exactly in the best manner possible. Frederick Dorking was in a seventh heaven of happiness. Everything was so very exactly what he wished it to be, and the mutual admiration so very evident. And thus much being said, it would be needless to follow all the subsequent details which it must be so easy for everyone to imagine. London was now beginning to be London in full bloom, and Mrs. Dorking smiled very pleasantly on her daughter-elect as she sketched her plan of the brilliant campagne, upon which, as she kindly said, they must immediately enter together. "In many of our goings and doings, my dear madam," she said, turning with the most graceful courtesy to Miss Elfrida, "it will contribute as much to my pleasure as I am sure it will to that of your charming niece that you should join us. But I feel convinced that my judgment does not deceive me when I give you credit for knowing a great deal too much of the fashionable world and of all its laws and usages not to be aware that there may be some occasions when it would be more advantageous to our sweet Judith, who is now so equally an object of interest to us both, that I should run away with her alone for a few hours now and then. Of course you will choose that she should be presented before her marriage, and I think it probable that, as the most public possible proof of my entire approbation of my son's choice, you would prefer that I should have the pleasant task of presenting her. Tell me, dear lady, am I right?" Miss Elfrida assured her that no arrangement could be more gratifying to her feelings in every way. "I was quite sure of it," returned Mrs. Dorking, looking at her benignly. "It rarely happens to me," she continued, "to find myself mistaken in the estimate I at once form of persons newly presented to me, particularly in that most essential article, good breeding. My judgment there never deceives me." And as she said that, she gave a little intelligent nod and smile to her son, as much as to say, "You know me, don't you?" His bow in reply, though full of acquiescence, was not so smiling and so gay as her own, and his colour was a little heightened as it occurred to him that before Miss Elfrida Jenkins could become fully aware of his mother's perfect savoir-faire in all such matters as those to which she had now so skilfully alluded, she would probably have to endure a pretty considerable amount of hints as to the proper place for unknown old maiden aunts to content themselves withal. However, this was no business of his, and moreover he was quite aware that some little discipline of the kind would, in all human probability, be necessary before any possible sister of Miss Barbara Jenkins could be rendered perfectly innoxious. So whatever was disagreeable in his predictions on the subject was rapidly forgotten, and the evident admiration of his mother for his lovely Judith so completely tinted everything couleur de rose in his eyes that it could have been morally impossible for him to give his attention for a single moment to any object so much in the shade as to escape the influence of that delicious light. And Judith felt very happy too. She was certainly very much relieved, as well as very much delighted at the manner in which she had been received by Mrs. Dorking, for Mrs. Chilbert had thought it best to give her a gentle hint upon the peculiarities attributed to that stately lady. Mrs. Chilbert, indeed, had personally no acquaintance with her, but as she happened to know that she possessed the dignified preeminence of being considered as one of the most haughty women in England, she thought it best to put her dear sensitive Judith upon her guard against feeling too acutely any little crumbs of impertinence, the scattering of which formed, as it was thought by many, one of the greatest pleasures of Mrs. Dorking's brilliant existence. The contrast between what she felt might have been her reception and what it really was rose upon her mind after her visitors were gone more strongly, if possible, than even while they were there with her, and her satisfaction, while meditating on all that had passed, had but one drawback. She did not feel quite satisfied with Mrs. Dorking's demeanour towards her aunt. It's true that she'd made her a multitude of pretty speeches, and on some points had been actually almost gross in her flattery, but yet there was a something now and then which grated against her feelings. But, unfortunately, these feelings were, on Judith's side, rather those of pride than of affection. She did not, and she could not, love her Aunt Elfrida very much better than she loved her Aunt Barbara. For though there were unquestionably many points on which the notions and the ways of the younger spinster were more agreeable to Judith than the notions and the ways of the elder, the broad foundations of her dislike to both were the same, namely their harsh, proud, and unnatural enmity to a sister whose character and conduct were, according to the testimony of Judith's mother, not only blameless, but very amiable. Nor was the exaggerated appearance of fondness bestowed upon herself at all likely to soften the heart of the straightforward, clear-sighted, and thoroughly sincere Judith. In this respect, she perhaps liked her Aunt Barbara the best of the two, so that on the whole, the displeasure created by the somewhat doubtful civilities of Mrs. Dorking to this little-loved relative did not very much nor very long interfere with the happiness of finding herself treated like a favorite daughter by the ever-charming Frederick Dorking's stately mother. Nor was it long before the happy Judith was made, as she said herself, 10,000 times more happy still by the arrival of the Dean and Mrs. Chilbert at the house of the Dean's sister, Mrs. Marchdale. The delight of this reunion with the only individual with whom she had ever enjoyed a fearless outpouring of all her thoughts, hopes, and wishes, for not even Frederick Dorking had been as yet admitted to so perfect and unrestrained a confidence, was a happiness indeed, and nothing could more decisively prove that the childish, Indian-bred girl really had something more than usually endearing and attractive about her than the fact that Mrs. Chilbert was very nearly as much delighted at this reunion as herself. It was a very favorable circumstance for the happiness of Judith during this brilliant period of her existence that Mrs. Marchdale had a very handsome house in Bolton Row, and moreover that she was a lady by no means unfrequently admitted within very nearly the inmost circle of fashion. Had it not been for this, matters could scarcely have gone on so smoothly as they did, for Judith had not only been presented, but had been so much noticed and admired as to have become a person of too much consequence in the eyes of her mother-in-law-elect for that lady to have resigned her upon any occasion to the chaperoneship of any individual not perfectly eligible. As to the objectionable youth of the beautiful heiress, it proved, by the good management of Mrs. Dorking, no obstacle at all to her presentation. Had she been born in England, indeed, as she justly observed, it might have produced a difficulty. But as she cleverly remarked, nothing could be more likely than that the blunder made by the old lady at Westhampton, as related to her by her son, might have been repeated by the old lady in Green Street, and really, if they were listened to, a degree of confusion might arise which would interfere in the most inconvenient manner with all her projects respecting the place that she intended her daughter should immediately hold in society, etc., etc., etc. To all which unanswerable reasoning Judith herself could say nothing. Miss Elfrida, of course, would say nothing, and Frederick agreed with his mother in all her reasonings on the subject. So Judith was presented, notwithstanding her deficient summers, and took her place accordingly amongst the acknowledged beauties of the season. For a few weeks the debutante enjoyed all this exceedingly, for during those weeks her beloved Mrs. Chilbert remained in London, and the friendly intimacy which had been established between that lady and Frederick Dorking during the seeming difficulties of his early love, when without her aid he would have been puzzled how to discover the means of eluding the vigilance of the blundering dragon who so strangely kept watch over the treasure he sought, had not only left a remembrance that could never fade, but made her so naturally a party in all their present plans and projects that as long as she remained in town, the somewhat too active chaperoneship of Mrs. Dorking was in a great measure suspended. During this time Judith of necessity saw but little of her new friend Miss Tollbridge, for their modes and manner of living were so utterly incongruous that any attempt to bring them together would have been much more annoying to both than demonstrative of affection to either. But when the leave of absence which the Dean thought proper to allow himself on this occasion was expired, and that Mrs. Chilbert was no longer within reach of Judith, she again found time to embellish the existence of her new acquaintance, and to procure for herself also the renewal of a suspended but not a forgotten pleasure, by often passing an hour or two of the early morning in visiting all the pictures they could get at, or in taking a tete-a-tete morning walk together in the parks. All this might be done, however, and in fact was done, not only without the companionship of the man who was soon to be her husband, but without his ever having the remotest idea that such were the habits, such were the hours, and such the pleasure of his Judith. Mrs. Chilbert, indeed, knew the world well enough to be aware that, to a woman of fashion, so absolutely a slave to established routine as Mrs. Dorking, Judith's early rising and active exercise, and infinitely more her independent mode of flitting about with such a person as Miss Tolbridge in order to look at pictures, would appear much too like a bold deviation from established propriety to be tolerated. And of course she took care to make her young friend fully comprehend this before she left her. This subject, together with various other themes more or less connected with the important object of Judith's retaining the high place she had so fortunately acquired in the opinion of Mrs. Dorking, had been repeatedly discussed between them. And it was not without considerable difficulty that the Dean's lady had succeeded in schooling Judith into such a degree of prudent and respectful reserve on such matters as might prevent all risk of the propriety of such maneuvers being ever made a subject of discussion between them. For Mrs. Chilbert well knew that if Judith found herself called upon either to state a fact or give an opinion, she would either do so truly or refuse to do so at all. And it might be difficult to say which of these two methods would be most certain to lead to a disagreeable result. All, therefore, that the watchful prudence of Mrs. Chilbert could hope to effect was to persuade Judith that it was a duty she owed to Frederick Dorking, and a caution which his devoted affection well merited from her, not to involve him in the painful task of arbitrating in a matter of opinion between his mother and his future wife. "He loves you so tenderly, my dearest Judith," said her friend, judiciously dwelling upon the only plea likely to induce her free spirit to endure the sort of control imposed upon it, "that to my feelings there would be something desperately hard-hearted and ungrateful in forcing such a task upon him." "And I would not be ungrateful to him for the world," cried Judith, with tearful eyes and a voice trembling with the deep sincerity of her emotions. "But must we always go on so, Mrs. Chilbert? It won't do, dear friend. Depend upon it we shall never be happy together if we begin by having secrets. Why, at this very moment that you are frightened to death at the idea of my telling him that dear, quiet, innocent Miss Tolbridge and I go very often to the National Gallery together, with nobody to take care of us but ourselves. At this very moment, Mrs. Chilbert, I've got another secret 10,000 times more important, and one that I must and will tell him as soon as I know a little more about it myself." This was said at the very moment that Mrs. Dorking was coming up the stairs in Green Street to inform her sweet daughter Judith, as she seemed proud of calling her, that she should call at 9:30 to take her to the opera that evening. Her entrance of necessity brought this discussion to a conclusion, and Mrs. Chilbert took her leave, but not before she had asked and received a promise from Judith to be with her in Bolton Row at an early hour on the morrow, that being the last day of her stay in town. This ends chapter 21 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 22 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 22 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Judith kept her word, and was admitted to the bedroom of her friend, to which she had retired immediately after breakfast for the express purpose of receiving her alone. "And this is the last day I am to have you?" exclaimed Judith. "How very, very sad." "Next year, dearest, you shall come with the beloved Frederick to the deanery to visit me, and then, Judith, we will go back to the good old times of long gossips and long practisings. Nay, if you are not by that time become too fine a lady, we will go back to our good singing Miss Sophie and her papa." "Do you think I shall ever grow fine?" said Judith. "Oh, I do so hate it," she continued, with something very like a groan. "How Mrs. Dorking can go on as she does, as if she were forever walking between high stone walls, which prevented her swerving a single inch either to the right hand or to the left. How can she forever go on so and live is a mystery I shall never be able to solve." "You will understand it better, perhaps, one of these days. Not that I think a coronet will make much difference in you, my Judith. But tell me, dearest, what is the portentous secret that you are bent upon divulging to your Frederick?" "Neither more nor less than that I have got an aunt who ran away with her drawing-master," replied Judith. Mrs. Chilbert colored and looked vexed. "When you are married, Judith, I shall think you justified, nay, more than justified in doing this," replied Mrs. Chilbert. "But if you take it into your head to do it now, you may occasion much embarrassment to Frederick Dorking, and much painful emotion to yourself. Think well of this, my dear friend." "But would you let him marry me under a delusion?" said Judith. "Under the terrible delusion," she added, with a somewhat bitter smile, "of having no worse aunts belonging to me than Miss Barbara and Miss Elfrida Jenkins? My very, very dearest friend, no! I cannot consent to obtain the honor of being Mrs. Dorking's daughter-in-law by a cheat." "You do not state the case fairly, even to yourself, Judith," returned her friend. "You must know, if you will be candid enough to examine the question in its true light, that there's no cheating in the case. At this very moment you do not know whether this unfortunate Aunt Penelope be dead or alive, and such being the case, how can you, by any sophistry, persuade yourself that it would be right to disturb the happy serenity of the admirable young man whom you profess to love, by suggesting to his proud, unamiable mother the possibility that some day or other you may chance to find out another aunt still less desirable than Aunt Barbara herself?" "I could not so state the case if I stated it truly," replied Judith, looking rather red and very grave, "because I'm deeply persuaded that when I do find this lost aunt, I shall find her to be exactly all that my dear, dear mother represented her. And if, being such, I should find also that Frederick Dorking did not value her as I should think she ought to be valued, why then, my own dearest Mrs. Chilbert, not even your eloquence could prevent my repenting that I had become his wife." "I shall be quite ready to trust to your own heart, Judith, about that," returned Mrs. Chilbert, smiling, "and we will not waste our last precious moments in disputing on the probability or improbability of your getting tired of Frederick Dorking after you are married to him. All I have to say on this subject may be uttered in very few words. Do not suffer any visionary notions respecting the moral beauty of confidential disclosures to beguile you into hazarding your own happiness, and what you ought to hold more sacred still, the happiness of the man whom you've consented to make your husband, to any false theories of this kind. You are very young, Judith, but a few more years will teach you that there's nothing either amiable or holy in disturbing the happiness of a friend by suggesting evils which perhaps may never occur, and that solely for the boastful pleasure of telling yourself that you are too noble-minded to conceal anything." Judith shook her head very doubtingly as she listened to this theory, and she looked into Mrs. Dean's eyes with a glance which made that lady commence a curious investigation of something that almost looked like a spot upon her Quaker-colored satin. Her young friend, however, was either too generous or too wise to push her upon ground that might perhaps have been made to tremble a little under her feet, and merely said that the evil now alluded to was very likely to become known to Frederick Dorking without her making any confidential disclosure on the subject, for she had lately employed a friend to make some further inquiries for her in Rome, and these inquiries would be made by an artist among artists, And in this way, you know, added Judith, I shall be much more likely to hear tidings of my late Uncle Worthington, or if not of him, of his widow and son, than I could hope for from the more aristocratical inquiries that you were so kind as to institute for me. And of course, if I do hear of them, my dear Mrs. Chilbert, it would not be right to keep the jewels bequeathed to them by my mother for the use of Mrs. Frederick Dorking when she goes to court as a bride. You would not approve my doing that, dearest, would you? How can you talk so much idle nonsense, Judith, cried Mrs. Chilbert, rather wrathfully. Upon my word and honor, I did not mean to talk nonsense, returned Judith gravely. If I should at length succeed in discovering where my aunt and cousin are to be found, will it not be my duty to transmit to them the property that has been entrusted to my care for their use? A very silly question, because you know the answer before you ask it, replied Mrs. Chilbert. Of course I know the answer, returned Judith, and you know, dearest, that it was the inference which must follow thereupon that I was driving you to. Would you have me, the affianced wife of Frederick, he who is so candid, so open-hearted, so confiding to me in all ways, would you have me secretly send off a packet containing about £1,000 worth of diamonds without permitting him to help me, or even to know what I was about? No, Judith, I should not like you to do that, replied Mrs. Chilbert with her accustomed frankness. But if you have not mentioned your Aunt Worthington to whom as yet, will you promise me not to do it as long as it remains doubtful whether you can find her or not? Yes, I will agree to promise that, replied Judith, because it accords with my own opinions and with all I have done already. What gossipings we may have together after we are married, nobody knows. But I had already made up my mind, after thinking a great deal on the subject, that there would be more of cruelty than kindness, considering the sort of mother he has got, in telling him a long romantic story about an aunt that had eloped first and was lost afterwards. I could so well fancy Mrs. Dorking's look if he thought it his duty to repeat it to her. No, I see no use in this, but a good deal of unnecessary disagreeableness. And so, my dearest Mrs. Chilbert, I promise to wait patiently till I have received news concerning the hunt among the artists that I have now instituted. I shall have this answer months before the time fixed for our marriage, and if it brings me no tidings of my unfortunate relatives, I shall content myself with placing the casket of jewels in the hands of my husband the very day I am married to him, together with my mother's written instructions about them, merely telling him that I can find no trace either of Mrs. Worthington or her son, and begging him, for my sake, to take charge of the deposit and keep it safely at his banker's, in the hope at some future day of discovering the parties to whom it belongs. This will be a sort of secret that he will not, I imagine, think it necessary to communicate to his stately mamma, and he will therefore be spared all her marvels and miseries on the subject. But should my present search prove successful, you must forgive me, my beloved friend, if I refuse to follow your advice, for in that case I shall inform Frederick immediately of exactly all that I know myself on the subject, let the consequences of doing so be what it may. Very well, Judith. I not only submit, but I will be generous enough to confess that I believe you are right, returned Mrs. Chilbert. But I will confess also that knowing Mrs. Dorking as I now know her, I shall be— And she stopped. Very sorry to hear that my seekings have been successful, said Judith. Exactly so, dearest. But though we may think differently on this point, do not let us quarrel about it, returned her friend. Quarrel? Heaven forbid, cried Judith, affectionately embracing her. Do I not know that every thought you bestow upon me is a wish in some shape or other for my happiness? And shall I not owe all the happiness of my life to you? Except what, my own dear Judith? Asked Mrs. Chilbert, fondly returning her caress. Do not let me think that you will ever owe sorrow to me. Alas, but I shall, though, cried Judith, while a hearty flood of tears attested her sincerity. I sometimes tremble to think how much of the enjoyment of the last 10 weeks I have owed to you. Will anything seem the same to me when you are gone? Do not think that I have any doubts of my dearest Frederick. Indeed, I have not. I am more and more convinced every time I see him that he is the best and most amiable creature in existence. But still, when you are gone, I feel a sort of presentiment that everything will appear to me stale, flat, and unprofitable. No, my Judith, no. We shall write to each other, and we shall often have the great and true delight of meeting again. As to your adorer, I really think he must feel heartily glad that I am going. And if he had not the very sweetest temper in the world, Judith, I'm equally sure that he could not have been so uniformly kind to me as he has been. For I have often been conscious of occupying more of your attention than I ought to have done in your present interesting circumstances. If he had quarrelled with me for loving you, my dear friend, the quarrel must perforce have been eternal, for I shall never leave it off, said Judith. And then there were more tears shed on both sides than could be accounted wise on either. But though not much alike, for Judith was in some respects made of sterner, or at any rate of firmer stuff than her friend, they had much of that real sympathy of taste between them which renders companionship delightful. It was the first time of Judith's young life that she had ever encountered this, and it had been to her a source of great and new enjoyment, doubtless felt to be so the more keenly from the chilling absence of everything like it in her cold and dull Aunt Barbara. Not all her brilliant prospects, therefore, could prevent this parting from being a very sad business. And if Miss Elfrida could have reproved her darling angel for anything, it would have been for the swollen eyelids which so seriously impaired her beauty, when Mrs. Dorking and Frederick called to take her with them to the opera on the evening of the day when it had taken place. But fortunately, Frederick understood the cause, and only loved her the better. This ends chapter 22 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. Chapter 23 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 23 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. But alas, poor Judith, or perhaps it would be more just to say, poor Frederick Dorking. For most certain it is that not all his devotion, and he was very particularly devoted to her that evening, could make her feel the same degree of enjoyment which she had experienced in that same box a few nights before, when Mrs. Chilbert had been of the party. It was unfortunate, too, that the opera happened to be the same, because there was one every note of which was almost as well known to the two friends as if they had written it, and when Greasy gave a passage into which she threw all the impassioned inspiration of her extraordinary genius, or when Persiani gave the result of one of her sweet studies of a well-known cadence, the pleasure of both was redoubled as completely as a fair face reflected in a mirror, and in this species of sympathy there is a pleasure which none but those who have felt it can guess. Judith was not so unjust, not so unreasonable as ever to dream that she could love Frederick Dorking the less, because this was a pleasure that he could not enjoy. On the contrary, indeed, she very often felt disposed to love him the better for the sweet temper he displayed in amusing himself with his lorgnette, in looking round the house at the departing crowd, while they kept him in prison till the last note had died away into silence. Yet, nevertheless, it cannot be denied that the swollen eyelids of Judith were in great danger of being swollen still more, as she felt the solitude of her own emotions while listening to the same strains that had called up so much of answering feeling in the charming features of Mrs. Chilbert when last she heard them. She smiled, however, very kindly when, after complying with her well-known wish of not losing the finale, he offered her his arm with an expressive, "Now then," as soon as the curtain dropped. As for Mrs. Dorking, her indulgence of this whim arose from a different motive. It was her habit to leave her box either among the very first or among the very last in the house, for having a defect in her vision which rendered it difficult for her to recognize anybody in an imperfect light. She hated nothing more than being obliged to pass through the lobbies when they were crowded, which was converting, she said, the best part of the entertainment into perfect torture. For what could be so tormenting as to receive a flattering "how do," perhaps from a duchess, and to reply to it by doubtingly pronouncing the title of a countess? So, on this occasion, as on many former ones, Judith was indulged with the last expiring notes of the strain she knew so perfectly and loved so well. And yet she went away with a sort of unsatisfied coldness at her heart that made her conscious of being more than usually fatigued. And she was glad to get rid of all the lights and of all the eyes. But perhaps the difference made by the absence of Mrs. Chilbert was still more felt on the following morning. None of our habits are more difficult to change than those which regulate our habit of rising. Most ladies who play very well are obliged to rise early, for it is only by doing so that they can find the hours that are absolutely necessary for their daily practice, if they aim at anything like real excellence in their favorite art. Both Mrs. Chilbert and Judith were in the habit of submitting themselves to this necessity, and though the regular practicing of both was in a great measure suspended during the weeks they were together in London, they could neither of them teach themselves to lie in bed so late as not to leave some superfluous hours before the fine lady business of a London morning began. Upon comparing notes and finding this to be equally the case with both, it was speedily arranged between them that Judith's carriage should be always ready to take them from their respective breakfast tables as early as 12 and not unfrequently as early as 11 o'clock. Mrs. Dorking's carriage being always ready when the proper hour for appearing arrived to give a seat in her peculiarly well-turned-out equipage to the fair Judith, and Mrs. Chilbert's sister being equally ready at the same rational time to take her, whenever it was the fashion of the hour to go. Under this system, our two friends had enjoyed many very delightful tete-a-tete expeditions, in all of which Frederick Dorking would of course have been invited to join, had not Mrs. Chilbert discovered, with a certainty that left no room for doubt, that if he accepted such invitation, it would have been as a part of a duty that he owed his lady-love, and not from inclination, for so inveterately late were his habits that he constantly preferred travelling by night to the intolerable bore of being ready for an early train in the morning. Nevertheless, when the subject of an early morning excursion was first discussed between them, Frederick declared with all the ardor of a devoted lover that he was in raptures at the idea of accompanying them, and Judith was too new to London and its strange confusion of times and seasons to have the very least doubt about his being in earnest. But Mrs. Chilbert had her suspicions, which a little clever cross-examination so completely confirmed that with the skill of an able tactician she at once decided that the constancy of her friend's fiancé should not be submitted to a species of proof more likely 1,000 times to drive him into the fatal infidelity of yawning than exposing him to the rival attractions of a score of young beauties. So she got out of the scrape very ably, hinting at the well-known discrepancy between evening vows and morning vows, and leaving him convinced that they were not at all more inclined to drive to Richmond or Kew before luncheon than he was. and the thing ended by Mrs. Chilbert and Judith's passing many such very delightful mornings together, though without talking about it to anybody, that when the first blank day came which followed her departure, Judith felt that her absence would rob her new existence of at least half its charm. We read beautiful love stories and ballads and plays about poverty-stricken knights and ladies of high degree, to say nothing of kings and beggars, in all of which the most perfect felicity is the result of the most incongruous unions. And in some cases this may have been true, and it would be easy enough to imagine many others where it might be true. But there is one species of incongruity or diversity or inequality against which I would willingly guard the whole world if I could, and my own beloved countrymen and countrywomen in particular. A matrimonial union between two persons, one of whom has been brought up in the habit of what is called fashionable life, and the other with habits that have nothing to do with fashion at all, is less likely to turn out well as to the happiness to be derived from companionship than many a marriage, the objections to which would thunder more in the index. I do not mean to assert that this must always be the case, nor may it even threaten to be so in the case before us, but the probabilities are greatly against the existence of very perfect harmony. The feelings that are brought into contact and into opposition by such a union may appear at the first glance to be very trifling, and so does the sting of a gnat. But a wise man would rather take up his abode in a land occasionally visited by wolves than a lovely grove infested by mosquiti. There must be something very, very deplorable in being perpetually exposed, not to the anger, not to the reprehension, not to the dislike of the being you've selected as your companion for life, but everlastingly to his or her contempt. And let any honest reader say whether in his inmost heart and soul he does not believe that there would be more contempt, properly so called, whether he does not think and believe that there would be more contempt generated in the mind of a person of fashion by the perpetual display of ignorance respecting the forms, ceremonies, modes, and ordinances of fashionable life, than by the perpetration of a very considerable amount of positive sin. If this be the case, such marriages ought to be very carefully avoided, which I mean as a very pithy avis au lecteur. But this is a mere digression, and has little or nothing to do with the continuance of the attachment between Judith and Mr. Frederick Dorking. Indeed, there was so much of native elegance as well as beauty in Judith Maitland that even Mrs. Dorking herself might be excused for not discovering how ignorant she was of many laws which made very essential items in the code by which she was herself regulated. As to the abomination of early rising and going about seeing sights before any human being that one had ever heard of having opened their eyes, this atrocity was kept most completely out of sight, which was achieved by the able generalship of Mrs. Chilbert as long as she remained in town, and by a feeling of delicacy on the part of Judith afterwards. Her reasons for never alluding to her early excursions afterwards had nothing to do with being ashamed of them, but arose solely from the fear of Frederick's proposing to join in them when she was once again reduced to the chaperoneship of Miss Tollbridge. This she was quite aware would not be comme il faut, and she therefore very discreetly took care to avoid it. But let it not be supposed that during all this happy time Judith had either forgotten or neglected her friend, chaperone, and protégé. It would have been forgetting her own heart to do so. Neither did Miss Tollbridge forget how exceedingly inconvenient it would be to Judith, while so very particularly engaged elsewhere, to fancy for a moment that she expected the continuance of their former ways of going on. She was, on the contrary, herself the first to feel and to point out the impossibility of it. "Don't you ever think of me for any single minute of any single day," said she, for if you did, it would give me a great deal more pain than pleasure. I understand all about it, my dear, and you won't be paying me any compliment if you do anything that shall make me doubt that you know this. You have made me so very comfortable by your generous kindness in 100 ways that I am no longer the poor miserable spinster you found me when you first came to town. That subscription to Hookham's is itself quite enough to make any reasonable woman happy. And Judith believed her, and therefore yielded to the other calls upon her time without reluctance, taking good care, however, not to omit any of the numerous little thoughtful benefactions by which he had contrived to make the poor lady forget that her only brother and only protector had ended his mortal career by robbing her. When the time came, therefore, for Judith again to seek her companionship, she found that there was no link broken, and that the interruption had only had the effect of making the renewal of their intercourse appear more valuable to both. This ends chapter 23 of Petticoat Government, Volume 2, by Frances Milton Trollope. This concludes Petticoat Government, Volume 2.